Chapter 1766 The Phantom of an Expert. Could it be that these figures are the projections of the powerful existences of Hunyuan sect? Huang Ling guessed. It's very possible. Lu Ming and Long Chen both nodded. The three of them continued to move forward. Suddenly, they saw an extremely huge spiritual mouse in front of them. It's the spacetime spirit mouse. Lu Ming's heart trembled. He could tell at one glance that this huge spirit mouse was the spacetime spirit mouse. The spacetime spirit rat's figure also appeared here, which meant that the true bodies of these phantoms might not necessarily be alive. Many of them might have already died. At this moment, Bubbles rolled to her feet and looked at the huge spacetime spirit rat phantom in a daze, her eyes filled with sorrow. All of a sudden, the shadow of the spacetime spirit rat began to shrink rapidly. In the end, it turned into a ray of light and rushed toward Lu Ming at an unimaginable speed. Before Lu Ming could react, the ray of light had rushed into the space between Bubbles' eyebrows and disappeared. Bubbles' expression turned serious as she sat cross-legged on the boat and started cultivating. A mystical aura emanated from her body as space-time laws revolved around her. Lu Ming was overjoyed. He knew that this was Bubbles' opportunity. After that, the three of them continued forward. After another 2 days, they saw an extremely huge statue in the sky. It was howling at the sky, and its might suppressed the entire universe. It was one of the top 10 battle beasts, the Archean dragon-esque elephant. Long Chen looked at the Archean dragon-esque elephant with all his attention. In the end, just like the spacetime spirit mouse, the Archean dragon-esque elephant's shadow also shrank rapidly. In the end, it turned into a ray of light and disappeared into Long Chen's forehead. Long Chen closed his eyes to comprehend. He split a part of his mind to control the boat and moved forward with Lu Ming and the others. There seemed to be many projections of powerful existences in this vast and endless land. Not long after, they encountered a giant phoenix, its entire body suffused with immortal flames. This was one of the top 10 battle beasts, the undying celestial phoenix. The shadow of the undying celestial phoenix also turned into a ray of light and rushed into Huang Ling's forehead. Bubbles, Long Chen, and Feng Ling had all received their opportunities one after another. Lu Ming was also looking forward to it. What would he encounter? Would he encounter the 9 dragons' shadow? Another 2 days passed, and they had been here for more than 20 days. In front of him, a huge figure sat cross-legged in the void, surrounded by the aura of chaos. This is Primal Chaos Emperor. Lu Ming's eyes suddenly lit up. The Primal Chaos Emperor was also one of the 9 Hall Masters of the Hunyuan sect. The Chaos Thearch's body exuded a powerful and terrifying chaos law fluctuation. Lu Ming stared at the Chaos Thearch's apparition. The chaos law on his body also burst forth, seemingly resonating with the Chaos Thearch's apparition. As expected, the figure of the Chaos Thearch quickly shrank and turned into a ray of light, rushing into Lu Ming's forehead. Lu Ming immediately closed his eyes. In his mind, an apparition of the Chaos Thearch appeared, exuding a powerful chaos law aura. A great opportunity. Lu Ming's eyes lit up. If he used this shadow as a reference from time to time, the speed at which he comprehended the laws of chaos would definitely increase greatly. He hadn't expected to get such an opportunity after being brought here by the primordial chaos token. Lu Ming diverted a small part of his attention to control the boat and continued to sail forward. Then, he quietly studied the chaotic finger of calamity. As expected, with the primal chaos Thearch's image in his mind as a reference, his speed of comprehending the primal chaos tribulation finger was greatly accelerated. 7 days later, Lu Ming's chaotic finger of tribulation had reached 40% completion. At this time, they had already been here for a month. Boom! 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 In front of him, a violent roar came. Lu Ming, Huang Ling, and Long Chen woke up from their cultivation. This was the first time they had heard such a loud noise since they entered this place. The three of them looked forward. In front of them, there were flashes of lightning that covered the entire space. Suddenly, the three of them looked to the side. They finally saw the others. They were all young people, both men and women. Each of them had an extraordinary aura. One look and one could tell that they were dragons among men. These people, like Lu Ming and the rest, were each on a small boat and sailed forward. A few people's gazes were as cold as a knife as they swept across Lu Ming and the other two. However, they only swept their eyes past them before they looked ahead. What a strong cultivation! Lu Ming's eyes narrowed. Although he had only glanced at the few people just now, they had given off a strong pressure. Their cultivation was definitely not as simple as that of a bright saint. They had probably surpassed a bright saint and reached an even higher realm. They continued to sail forward, and the deafening sound in front of them became stronger and stronger. It was the sound of thunder. Endless lightning flashed in the void, blocking the way forward. The test is finally here. However, how can mere lightning stop me? A proud figure appeared. Lu Ming saw a young man with sharp eyes and a beak like a goshawk's mouth standing on a small boat and speeding forward. When he got close to the lightning zone, a terrifying power of lightning also burst out from his body. Zzzzzzzzz. The lightning between heaven and earth continued to bombard the man. The man's body also burst out with the power of lightning to resist the lightning outside. His figure drove the small boat and disappeared into the vast lightning in the blink of an eye. Could this person be a member of the Thunder Clan? Huan Ling said with a serious expression. Thunder Clan? Lu Ming was curious. Thunder Clan is an ancient clan. This kind of ancient clan has been passed down for countless years. They are all extremely powerful and their foundations are unfathomable. Even many of the powerful forces in ancient Moon Holy Land can't compare to this ancient clan. Huan Ling explained. Lu Ming nodded. Following that, there were others steering the small boats and rushing towards the lightning zone. Ah! Suddenly, a scream was heard. A young man couldn't withstand the power of the lightning and was turned into ashes. You're not a saint yet, and you're here to die. A woman with a cold expression said indifferently, and her figure disappeared into the sea of lightning. Not all the geniuses who entered were very powerful. Some of them had not become saints yet. This made a small number of young people's faces turn ugly, and they didn't dare to go forward. However, most of the young men didn't show any fear. They steered the small boats and charged into the lightning to fight against it. A few of the young men exploded out with heaven-shaking, earth-shattering auras that caused the faces of the others to change. What a powerful cultivation! This is the aura of an absolute saint. Huang Ling's eyes were filled with shock. One must know that these people were all very young. They were definitely below the age of 50 and belonged to the younger generation. It was shocking that he had reached the absolute saint realm at such a young age. This time, many powerful heaven's favorites from the Yuan continent have come. It's normal to have absolute saints, said Long Chen. His expression was still calm. Let's go over too, Lu Ming said. The three of them steered the boat and charged into the sea of lightning. Chapter 1767 Death Rule Boom. 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 Zzz. As soon as they rushed into the sea of lightning, countless lightning bolts surged towards them and struck them. Lu Ming's body was flowing with chaotic laws. His palm was like a knife as he slashed out continuously, scattering the lightning. It's very powerful. Ordinary lower or upper tier bright sages would find it difficult to withstand it. After clashing with the lightning, Lu Ming had a rough idea of the power of the lightning. On the other side, the undying fire spread out from Huan Ling's body and condensed into a phoenix. The phoenix spread its wings and destroyed all the lightning. Long Chen's attack style was similar to Lu Ming's. He punched out with both fists, destroying the bolts of lightning. As for Bubbles, it was the simplest. Her entire body was filled with spacetime laws, and when the lightning struck her, she disappeared. Those are the laws of chaos. And the laws of time and space. When the other young men saw Lu Ming and Bubbles, their expressions turned grave. Lu Ming's group of 4 shuttled through the sea of lightning, resisting the lightning as they advanced. The lightning ocean was huge, but with the abilities of Lu Ming and the other 3, they could completely withstand it. After an unknown period of time, they had passed through the lightning ocean. As soon as they passed through the sea of lightning, they saw a huge platform floating in the void. From afar, they could see some figures on the platform. Had they finally arrived? Their eyes brightened, and they sped up their journey, quickly arriving at the platform. As soon as they arrived at the platform, the boat under their feet disappeared automatically, and the 4 of them stepped onto the platform. So many people. Lu Ming swept his gaze and realized that there were more than 1,000 people on the platform. They were all young men and women. Each of them had an extraordinary temperament. Some of them exuded powerful auras. Some were bright saints, some were great saints, and some were even absolute saints. However, most of them had completely concealed their auras, giving off an unfathomable feeling. Lu Ming's group of 4 stepped onto the platform. Some people glanced at them, but most of them sat cross-legged on the platform, resting with their eyes closed. "There's a door there," Huang Ling said softly. Lu Ming and the rest had also discovered it. In the depths of this platform, there was a huge stone door. The stone door was 10,000 feet tall, but now, the stone door was tightly closed. Around the stone door, there was a vast void, surrounded by clouds. These young geniuses were probably waiting for the stone door to open. Lu Ming and the other 3 found an empty space and walked over. Then, they sat down cross-legged and seized the opportunity to cultivate and comprehend. In this place, geniuses were as common as clouds. He had to make good use of his time to cultivate. If he could increase his strength, it might be of great use at a critical moment. The platform was silent. As time passed, more and more people came to the platform, and more people appeared. Not long after, it reached about 2,000 people, but it was still increasing. When the number reached about 3,000, almost no one came. Buzz! At this moment, the huge stone door trembled slightly. Then, it emitted a dazzling radiance. Following that, a figure condensed. It was a white-robed old man with a kind expression. "Everyone, next, I will open the door and you will face a real test. However, I have to remind you that the test will be very dangerous. If you want to give up, just shout, 'Give up,' and I will send you back." The old man's voice reverberated throughout the entire area. But everyone's eyes were very determined. These young men came from different regions, but without a doubt, they were all powerful heaven's favorites. To be recognized by the mixed energy token meant that they had endless potential. Hence, these young heaven's favorites were all proud and confident. How could they give up so easily? "Open." After the white-robed old man finished speaking, he waved his hand and a ray of light landed on the stone door. The stone door trembled and slowly opened. Through the stone door, one could see a world behind the stone door. A lush and green world. Buzz. And NBSP whoosh. As soon as the stone door opened, some people rushed over, as if they were afraid that someone else would get there first. Then, more people rushed forward. The stone gate was huge. Even if thousands of people rushed through it together, it would not feel crowded. Lu Ming and the rest were mixed in with the crowd and they rushed through the door. However, at this moment, an extremely huge palm suddenly appeared in the sky in front of them and slammed down on one of the heaven's favorites. The giant palm was as big as a mountain and covered the sky. The heaven's favorite screamed and was smashed into a meat paste by the giant palm. Roar! Then, with a loud roar, an incomparably towering giant ape leaped down from the sky, shaking the earth. A heaven's favorite couldn't dodge in time and was trampled to death. The palm just now had come from this giant ape. The giant ape let out a long howl and slapped its huge palms at the others. "We can't fight them head-on, retreat." Someone shouted and retreated. Roar! Roar! Then, roars came from the sky. Lu Ming felt his hair stand on end. A strong sense of danger enveloped him. Retreat! Lu Ming bellowed. With a sweep of his saint energy, he retreated rapidly with Bubbles, Phoenix Spirit, and Long Chen. Boom! Another giant ape appeared at the spot where Lu Ming and the rest were just a moment ago. It roared at the sky and emitted a demonic aura. Bang! Bang! Giant apes kept falling from the sky. These giant apes were thousands of feet tall and were bigger than a mountain. There were more than a dozen of them, covering the entire area. They kept slapping their palms at the geniuses. In the blink of an eye, a few more heaven's favorites were killed. "Get lost, you bunch of trash!" Someone shouted coldly. He actually didn't retreat, but charged forward instead, erupting with an astonishing attack that directly confronted the giant ape. Boom! A huge explosion was heard and the giant ape was actually forced back. The man turned into a ray of light and rushed through the range of the giant ape's encirclement, disappearing. Buzz! Lu Ming saw that it was the genius of the Thunder Clan. He clenched his fist and the terrifying power of thunder condensed into a palm. With one palm, he forced a giant ape back and easily passed through. What a powerful lightning force! Lu Ming was shocked. The lightning law was just an extremely ordinary law. However, when it landed in the hands of that person from the Thunder Clan, the might that it could unleash was extremely powerful. Exterminate! A gray-robed young man, whose body was filled with a terrible aura of death, struck out with his palm, which turned into a terrible saber. With a slash, he cut off the palm of a giant ape, and then easily passed through the area. The law of death. Lu Ming's pupils contracted rapidly. During this period of time in ancient Moon Holy Land, he had understood a lot. He had also understood a lot of the myriad laws in the world. The law of death was an extremely terrifying law. It was on par with the law of chaos, the law of time and space, and the law of reincarnation. It was one of the 10 most powerful laws in the world. The person who mastered the law of death was known as the Son of Heaven, and his name was the Son of Death. However, at the next moment, Lu Ming's attention was attracted to another side. Chapter 1768 Seeing the chaotic body. A black-robed youth with a burly figure and lightning-like eyes. The laws flowing around his body were actually the laws of chaos. Lu Ming was shocked. Other than him, there were other people who controlled the laws of chaos. Could it be the chaotic body that Earth One mentioned? Lu Ming guessed that this was the only possibility. Lu Ming did not expect to see the chaotic body after such a long time. This man was extremely powerful, like a god shrouded in the laws of chaos. With a punch, a giant ape's palm exploded, and the giant body was forced to retreat. Kill! This person was incomparably overbearing. With a loud shout, his voice shook the heavens. He actually didn't leave, but continued to attack the giant ape. Boom! 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 His fists continued to punch down, blasting the giant ape into pieces. This made many people gasp in shock. Each of these giant apes was extremely powerful and difficult to fight against. However, this person had just blown them apart. You guys think you can compete with me for the Hunyuan sect's inheritance? You overestimate your abilities. The black-robed young man's entire body emitted chaotic chi as he disappeared. Is this the battle prowess of the chaotic body? Spoke coldly like a proud god. Then, he took a step forward and disappeared. Is this the battle prowess of the chaotic body? Lu Ming's eyes were solemn, but there was no time to think. The four of them moved quickly and dodged the giant ape's attacks. With their combat strength, they were no match for these giant apes. If they were hit, they would probably be killed with a single slap. I'm here to help you. Bubba's tender voice rang out as the space-time law enveloped Lu Ming, Feng Ling, and Long Chen. The laws of space and time were extremely profound. The three of them immediately increased their speed and dodged the giant ape's attacks. They moved forward and quickly rushed out of the region. As soon as they rushed out of the territory, the giant ape stopped attacking and only blocked the way. There were people constantly rushing past, but the number of people killed was even greater. In a short period of time, Lu Ming saw at least a few hundred people killed. These were all peerless Heaven's favorites from their respective regions. They weren't ordinary Heaven's favorites and had shocking potential. In the future, when they grow, they would have no problem reaching the Emperor level. It could be said that they were all future martial Emperor figures. However, they were being killed one after another. Retreat! Retreat! Some people were scared and retreated to the gate. Since you don't dare to move forward, they'll send you back. The white-robed old man waved his hand, and the retreating young men were sent out of the place. This way, some people were unwilling to give up and charged forward with all their might. People continuously died here, but there were also people continuously charging past. Let's go. Lu Ming and the other three rose into the air and flew forward. However, they did not fly far before they stopped. In front of them, there was a deep abyss blocking their way. All the young Heaven's favorites who reached here stopped. In the sky above the abyss, there was also a white-haired old man standing in the air. This white-robed old man was exactly the same as the previous one. It was obvious that this was not a real entity, but a projection that could appear in different places at the same time. This abyss cannot be crossed. Only when everyone is here can we cross it with a special method. The white-robed old man said. No one would doubt the words of the white-robed old man. He was simply unfathomable and unpredictable. Moreover, since ancient times, countless people had entered this place. Many successors of major forces understood this point. Only by following the rules here and passing through each level could one reach the end and obtain great benefits. Bang! At this moment, a tall figure appeared in front of Lu Ming, Huang Ling, and the others. A terrifying aura pressed down on them. Lu Ming and the rest's expressions changed. This was because this young man was the genius who had used the laws of chaos and seemed to possess the chaotic body. The terrifying aura forced Lu Ming and the others to release their auras to resist it. Lu Ming's body was also flowing with chaos laws, attracting everyone's attention. The law of chaos. 2 people have mastered the law of chaos. Many people exclaimed in shock. The great era is coming. Many peerless geniuses will have a fated enemy. Someone said solemnly. Those who had mastered the 10 ultimate laws were not invincible. They would encounter other powerhouses who had mastered the ultimate laws, or even those who had mastered the same laws. Not only one person could master the 10 strongest maxims. In a great era, there might be 2 or even 3 people who could master them. Such people were known as fated enemies. 2 tigers couldn't share the same mountain. Such a great enemy was destined to have a winner. Only by stepping on the opponent's bones could one reach the strongest. Of course, all of this was just a legend, because there were too few people who could master the 10 ultimate maxims. In ordinary times, in tens of thousands of years, or even hundreds of thousands of years, it was difficult to find one, not to mention several people who could master the same maxim at the same time. However, with the arrival of the Great Era, the era where all the geniuses rose up, things were different. The black-robed young man looked at Lu Ming coldly and said, the person who entered the primal chaos palace before me was you, right? As expected, this person really had the chaotic body. He had seen Lu Ming use the chaotic law earlier. Not bad. Since he had been seen, there was no point in denying it. He might as well admit it. Very good. Excitement and fanaticism flashed across the eyes of the chaotic body. He stared at Lu Ming and said, "Now, hand over the chaos scripture and destroy your own cultivation. In this world, only I can control the chaos laws. No one else is worthy." The voice of the chaotic body was filled with confidence and pride. In this world, he was the only one who could control the laws of chaos. The others were not worthy. If they did, they should be killed or crippled. Ridiculous, who do you think you are? Lu Ming sneered. The other party wanted him to cripple himself. How could he agree to that, despite the other party's terrifying combat strength? If you don't agree, then die. I'll go with you, the chaotic body said coldly. His aura grew stronger as he took a step forward. The violent aura pressed toward Lu Ming, causing him to back away. Brother Lu Ming. Pow Pow shouted and stepped forward, releasing her aura to help Lu Ming fight against the other party. Spacetime laws. That's good. I'll kill them all. The chaotic body sneered. Bang! Bang! At this moment, Huang Ling and Long Chen also stepped forward and stood beside Lu Ming. All of you, retreat. This matter has nothing to do with you. Lu Ming said. The other party was too strong. Even if they joined forces, they would not be a match for him. There was no hope at all. The other party was only targeting him. He did not want to implicate Long Chen, Feng Ling, and Bubbles. Lu Ming, do you think him that kind of person? Huang Ling glanced at Lu Ming with a determined look. Long Chen didn't say anything, but his actions spoke for themselves. Hee, you're quite loyal. Then let's kill them both. The chaotic body said coldly and stepped forward. At the side, the others looked on coldly. It was good that Lu Ming and the rest were killed. They would have fewer enemies in the future. Although these peerless geniuses were scattered all over the place, as their cultivation continued to improve, they would meet sooner or later to determine the winner. Chapter 1769 Enlightenment in the Abyss Boom. The chaotic body struck out with its palm. The chaotic laws circulated and formed a huge chaotic hand that grabbed at Lu Ming and the other three. The terrifying pressure made people's expressions change. Without a doubt, the chaotic body was at the absolute saint level, and it was the chaotic body. Just how terrifying was its battle prowess? It was hard to imagine. He was undefeatable. At this moment, such a sentence appeared in Lu Ming's mind. If he tried to block it head-on, only death would await him. Retreat! Lu Ming roared. The four of them retreated frantically to avoid the power of the palm. Can you escape? The chaotic body said coldly. With a flash, he appeared behind Lu Ming and threw a punch. It was as fast as lightning, so fast that Lu Ming could not block it. The difference in their cultivation levels was too great. Lu Ming! Huang Ling exclaimed. Long Chen and Bubbles were also extremely anxious. However, the difference in their cultivation base was too great. Even if they wanted to help, it would be of no use. Boom! The fist of the chaotic body pierced through Lu Ming's body. However, Lu Ming was completely fine. Lu Ming's body was like a shadow. The chaotic Bodhi's fist seemed to have struck the air. What's going on? The chaotic body roared and threw another punch. However, it still hit the air. Lu Ming's body seemed to be a phantom. In this place, you cannot fight each other. The white-robed old man in the sky said. So that was how it was. Many people's hearts skipped a beat. They couldn't make a move here, as they couldn't attack each other at all. Huan Ling and Long Chen heaved a long sigh of relief. Just now, they really thought that Lu Ming was going to be killed by the other party. The chaotic body retreated with a cold and ugly expression. "You're lucky, but you'll die in my hands sooner or later." The chaotic body coldly said. "You're just relying on your higher cultivation. In the future, it'll definitely kill you." Lu Ming's eyes were filled with cold killing intent. Between him and the chaotic body, only one of them could live. If they met in the future, there would definitely be a bitter battle without any room for negotiation. He's just a fake son of chaos. He'll never be my match in his entire life. The chaotic body spoke with great pride. He had the right to be proud. He had the chaotic body and was the true son of chaos. He was blessed by the heavens and had a strong fate. As long as he cultivated to the half-saint realm, he would naturally be able to master the chaotic laws. What was Lu Ming? He had only become a monk halfway through his life and did not possess the chaotic body. Even if he could control the laws of chaos, how could he compare to him? Lu Ming did not say anything else. There was no point in saying anything now. In the future, Lu Ming would use his actions to tell the world who the real son of chaos was. As they continued to wait, more and more people arrived. Not long after, there were more than 2,000 people near the abyss. There had been more than 3,000 people before, but now there were more than 2,000 left. Some were killed, while others were sent back. At this time, the white-robed old man waved his hand, and a row of stone platforms appeared on the edge of the abyss, floating in the air. There were more than 2,000 of them, almost the same number as them, and they were all lined up in a row. The method to cross the abyss is very simple. Each of you will choose a stone platform and sit on it. Then, I will give you a lecture. You will comprehend, and as you comprehend, the stone platform will float forward. The faster you comprehend, the faster the stone platform will float forward. In the end, only the top 100 can continue with the next test. As for the others, I will send you back. The white-robed old man explained the rules. What? Only the top 100 can continue. Someone exclaimed. This ratio was really too low. One had to know that those who could come here were all geniuses among geniuses. They were not ordinary cultivators. It was easier said than done to stand out among these people. Everyone also understood that this test was not about combat power, but comprehension. After all, the geniuses here were all different in age, background, and cultivation. There was no point in competing in battle prowess. It was a competition of potential. Perception was a part of one's potential. I'll definitely have a share in the top 100. I will definitely enter the top 100. Some of the young men were very confident that they would be able to enter the top 100. Alright, you can go up and pick any stone platform you like. Every stone platform is the same. The white-robed old man said. Buzz. Buzz. And NBSP whoosh. Immediately, someone flew up and landed on a stone platform. Lu Ming and the other three also stepped forward. They each chose a stone platform and sat cross-legged. The stone platform was very small, and could only accommodate one person. Looking out of the stone platform, there was a dark abyss below, and no one knew how deep it was. Very quickly, the 2,000 people had all landed on the stone platform. Alright, I'll start my lecture now. The white-robed old man said. The next moment, his body bloomed with brilliant light, and divine rings surrounded him. Then, the white-robed old man opened his mouth and said each word. Each word was extremely profound and turned into the sound of the great Tao, entering everyone's ears. Hearing this sound, Lu Ming's heart and soul seemed to calm down. He fell into an ethereal state and the sound of the great Tao kept coming into his ears. The white-robed old man was not talking about any Tao or law. He was talking about the truth of heaven and earth, the truth of martial arts, and the truth of the heavenly Tao. This kind of truth could conform to any law, and it depended purely on one's comprehension ability. In Lu Ming's mind, he seemed to have seen the experience of a peerless powerhouse. From the fragile youth, he conquered step by step, and finally rose to the top of the world, becoming a top powerhouse. In his mind, the apparition of the chaos the arch became even more mysterious. The laws of chaos circulated and Lu Ming's understanding became clearer and clearer. In his elixir field, the two saint hearts were beating like real hearts. Vigorous saint power gushed out of the saint hearts and poured into the meridians of his body. Lu Ming had completely forgotten about everything in the outside world. He had forgotten his purpose for coming and the time. He only had one goal, which was to cultivate and comprehend. As the crowd comprehended, the stone platforms began to fly forward. For the first 3 days, everyone rode side by side, and there was not much difference between them. However, from the third day onwards, the gap began to show. Some people started to fall behind, while others were getting faster and faster, surpassing the others. As time passed, the gap between them grew bigger and bigger. However, Lu Ming, Bubbles, Feng Ling, and Long Chen were still in the top 100. Bubbles was a true spacetime spirit mouse. There was no need to mention her comprehension ability. If she were to fully mature, she would be at the peak of the world and not many people would be able to match her. As for Huang Ling and Long Chen, they had both awakened the bloodlines of the top 10 war beasts. Needless to say, their comprehension abilities were also extremely terrifying. As for Lu Ming, there was no need to mention him. As time passed, Lu Ming's speed became faster and faster. He slowly surpassed Long Chen, Feng Ling, and the others as he moved forward. Chapter 1770. The first to reach the shore. As everyone was comprehending and cultivating, endless origin energy of heaven and earth surged into their bodies. Everyone's aura was rising rapidly. Of course, the faster the speed, the more benefits the person at the front would get. Half a month later, the aura on Lu Ming's body swelled. He had broken through to the next realm. Lu Ming was originally a perfected bright saint. Now, he had broken through to the peak of the bright saint realm. It had only been half a month and Lu Ming's cultivation had broken through. The speed was shocking. At this moment, there were only a few people who could travel together with Lu Ming. The prodigy of the Thunder Clan with the chaotic body and the prodigy with the death law. There were a few other heaven's favorites who were also very terrifying. They were at the forefront with Lu Ming and the others. Time passed day by day. A month later, Lu Ming's speed increased again and he surpassed the others in one fell swoop, taking the lead. Of course, none of them knew about this. Everyone was fully focused on comprehending and cultivating. Ever since Lu Ming was in the lead, he had not been overtaken. Furthermore, the gap between him and the people behind him was slowly widening. 1.5 months after they cultivated and comprehended, Lu Ming's cultivation had another breakthrough and he had entered the great circle of the Bright Saint stage. In a short 1.5 months, Lu Ming's cultivation had advanced by 2 levels. The effect was shocking. As a human, this was related to Lu Ming's low cultivation level. The lower one's cultivation was, the faster one would break through. The higher one's cultivation was, the more difficult it would be to break through. It would be much more difficult to break through to the Supreme Saint realm or even the Absolute Saint realm than a Bright Saint. If Lu Ming's cultivation base was at the Great Saint or the Absolute Saint realm, it would not be so easy to break through. Lu Ming's stone platform was getting closer and closer to the other side of the abyss. After another half a month, Lu Ming's stone platform finally reached the other side of the abyss. At this moment, the sound of the great Tao in the sky disappeared completely. Wake up! The white-robed elder's voice was like a morning bell that rang in everyone's hearts. Everyone woke up from their state of enlightenment. Has it ended? Someone murmured, somewhat reluctant to leave. In that state of enlightenment, it was too good. Not only the laws, but also the cultivation of the martial path were advancing by leaps and bounds. It was comparable to years of bitter cultivation. My cultivation base has broken through. I've also made a breakthrough in my nomological laws. Excited voices could be heard. Everyone was the same. The first thing they felt when they woke up was the change in their bodies. My cultivation has reached the great circle of the bright saint stage. Lu Ming's eyes lit up. Moreover, he was not far from the great saint realm. And NBSP, the Chaos Tribulation Finger, has also reached 50% completion. What made Lu Ming even more delighted was that the Chaos Finger of Tribulation had also improved by leaps and bounds. It had reached 50% completion. The higher one's cultivation level was, the harder it would be to cultivate a sacred art, and the time it would take would also increase exponentially. To be able to go from 40% to 50% was already very fast. Moreover, he cultivated the laws of chaos. After sensing the changes in his body, Lu Ming looked at the others. What? He found that his platform was in the first place, and behind it was the child of death, the chaotic body. Behind them were a few others, followed by Long Chen, Feng Ling, and Bubbles. While Lu Ming was sizing up the others were also sizing up the others. However, almost at the same time, everyone looked at Lu Ming. It was because Lu Ming was far ahead and had reached the other side. He was too eye-catching. It's him, the son of chaos. He's actually in the lead, surpassing the chaotic body in the son of death. How shocking. I didn't expect him to get first place. I'm finished. I'm below the 100th place. Above the abyss, a series of voices rang out. Everyone's ranking was clear at a glance. Many people found themselves below the 100th place and couldn't help but sigh. There were even people who realized that their rankings were at the bottom, and their expressions became even uglier. If he was ranked last, didn't that mean that his comprehension and potential were the worst? Brother Lu Ming, you're so amazing. Chirp chirp. Bubbles cried out in excitement, almost dancing with joy. Lu Ming smiled faintly and looked at the chaotic body, only to see that his gaze was as sharp as a sword and extremely cold. Now, who is more qualified to master the laws of chaos? Lu Ming said indifferently. The chaotic Buddha's face darkened even more when he heard this. Previously, he had repeatedly said that Lu Ming was not qualified to master the laws of chaos and that he was the only one in the world who could master the laws of chaos. He was so arrogant and insufferably arrogant. But now, he was being suppressed by Lu Ming. Lu Ming led the group and was the first to reach the other side. Lu Ming was not qualified. Who was? Humph, it's just a competition of comprehension. It doesn't mean anything. Moreover, the time is short. If we continue to compete, he'll definitely surpass you. The chaotic body coldly said. Hee, a loss is a loss, but you're lying to yourself here. Lu Ming sneered in disdain. The chaotic Buddha's eyes glowed even more sharply, as if his gaze was going to turn into a sharp sword that could pierce through Lu Ming. However, Lu Ming was not afraid at all. He looked straight at him and confronted him head-on. The son of death did not say anything. He only looked at Lu Ming curiously. Pass the test, your gains will be equally huge. Go. Alright, now the top 100 have come out. They'll send you back for those below the 100th. The white-robed old man said. Many people sighed, feeling somewhat unwilling. The white-robed old man waved his hand and a large number of light pillars appeared, enveloping the figures. Then, the figures disappeared in the light pillars. There were only 100 people left. The stone platforms that had not reached the other side also flew forward and leaned on the other side. Alright, you guys can continue moving forward. There's still a test waiting for you ahead. If you can pass the test, your gains will be equally huge. Go. The white-robed old man's voice rang out, and then his figure disappeared. Everyone flew up and set foot on the other side of the abyss. The chaotic body exuded a powerful aura. He looked at Lu Ming with an extremely cold gaze. If he could make a move here, he would not hesitate to kill Lu Ming. Lu Ming also looked at the other party coldly. With a sneer, the chaotic body rose into the air and flew forward. The others did the same, flying forward one after another. Not long after, a towering mountain appeared in front of them. On the mountain, there was an extremely huge palace. As the group got closer, they discovered that there was a huge stone tablet at the foot of the mountain. On the stone tablet, there were 3 big words, Hunyuan Sect. Everyone's hearts turned solemn. They had arrived at Hunyuan Sect. Behind the stone tablet, there was a flight of stairs that stretched on for an unknown length. No one knew how many steps there were. At this moment, the white-robed old man appeared again and said, "This is the main gate of the Hunyuan Sect. If you want to go up, you must go up the stairs step by step. This is a sign of respect for the Hunyuan Sect. If anyone disrespects you, I will send him back. You can go up." The white-robed old man said. Chapter 1771 A fair battle. As soon as the white-robed old man finished speaking, he disappeared. The group stepped forward and stepped onto the stairs. Lu Ming and the other 3 followed suit. There was nothing unusual about the stairs. It was just like any other ordinary stairs. To everyone, it was like flat ground. If they used their movement techniques, they would be able to reach the top in a few steps. However, everyone remembered the words of the white-robed old man. They had to go up step by step, or they would be eliminated. Lu Ming and the rest walked up the stairs at a steady pace. However, this flight of stairs was really very high. There were at least more than 100,000 of them. They had been walking for a few hours and had only crossed a small section. Humph, why do I need to take these ordinary steps one by one? At this time, a young man snorted coldly, appearing to be a little impatient. Then, he took a step forward and crossed over 10,000 steps in an instant, leading far ahead of the others. "You idiots, crawl slowly. This young master will take a step first." The young man's face was filled with joy, and he looked at the others with disdain. Then, he took another step and crossed over 10,000 steps. But this time, before he could celebrate, a pillar of light suddenly appeared and enveloped him. "Don't," the man shouted. The next moment, his figure disappeared as he was teleported out. "You think you're smart, but you're clearly the fool." Someone sneered. Following that, everyone naturally didn't dare to copy that young man. They all climbed up step by step. An ordinary person might not even be able to finish climbing the 100,000 steps in half a month. However, it wasn't too difficult for them. After a little more than a day, they had reached the top of the mountain. At the top of the mountain, there were many majestic palaces. It was difficult to see the end of them. They appeared on a vast land, and in front of them was the door of a palace. At this time, the door was open. Everyone muttered to themselves for a moment before they stepped into the palace. They followed a passageway and finally arrived at a strange place. The first thing that came into view was a few hundred stone pillars. On top of the stone pillars, there was a strange fluctuation. In front of the stone pillar, there was a huge fighting ring. At this moment, the white-robed old man appeared again. "Didn't you all want to fight? Now, I'll give you a chance to fight." The white-robed old man's voice rang out. His words made many people's eyes burst out with a bright light. The chaotic body, in particular, looked at Lu Ming with an extremely cold gaze and a sinister smile. "Now, let's see how you die." The chaotic body muttered. However, Lu Ming's expression was calm. He didn't believe that they could just fight directly without any restrictions. If that was the case, then those with weaker cultivation bases wouldn't even need to compete and could just go back. No one in the Bright Saint realm could fight a saint, not to mention that the opponent was a rare genius. As expected, the white-robed old man's voice sounded again, however, this battle needs to be fair. I will seal your true essence and seal your cultivation at the initial bright saint realm. You will use the secret skill on the stone pillar to fight. Furthermore, the strength of your saint power will be the same. In addition, it'll seal all your laws, divine powers, martial techniques, and spirit bodies so that all of you will be at the same level. Many people's faces changed. According to the white-robed old man, almost all of his methods were sealed, and the saint power was the same. How could they compete? Do you guys see those stone pillars? There is a secret skill on each stone pillar. Later, you can choose a stone pillar and comprehend the secret skill on it. I will give you half a month. After half a month, you will use the secret skill on the stone pillar to fight. The white-robed man continued to explain. Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. As expected, this was the fairest way. Everyone would be sealed at the same level and they would have to rely on the secret skill that they had learned from the stone pillar to fight the enemy. The harvest of this half a month directly determined one's combat strength. Buzz. At this moment, the white-robed old man's body emitted a strange fluctuation. Then, a wave of power surged into everyone's body. This power was high and mighty, and they could not resist it. It sealed everything about them. My saint energy is really only left with the saint energy of a lower-tier bright saint. Also, I can't use laws. I can't use divine powers or martial techniques. My spiritual body is only equivalent to a low-tier heaven spiritual body. Voices rang out one after another. Everyone realized that they had really been sealed. Other than the saint power of a lower-tier bright saint, they could not use anything else. Only one of my saint hearts can work. Lu Ming was secretly shocked. This white-robed old man was definitely an unimaginable existence. Although it was only a projection, it was hard to predict his means. Then, the old man waved his hand, and all kinds of auras burst out from the stone pillars. There was a soaring sword intent, a bright blade light, the aura of a fist technique, the aura of a palm technique. There were all kinds of them. Everyone's eyes lit up. In such a competition, it was very particular what kind of secret skill to choose. By choosing a secret skill that he was familiar with, he would naturally be able to comprehend it faster. Only then would he be able to gain the upper hand in the battle half a month later. This battle would mainly test two aspects. The first aspect was naturally the comprehension he had gained in the past half a month. The second aspect was the individual's battle awareness. The stronger one's battle awareness was, the more likely one would be able to win against someone of the same cultivation level. Don't worry, you can comprehend it up there. No one will disturb you. The white-robed old man added, telling everyone to relax and not worry about being attacked by others in the process of comprehending. Buzz. A young man leaped onto a stone platform that was filled with sword intent and sat down cross-legged. That stone platform is mine. Then, another person jumped onto a stone platform that was filled with the aura of a saber technique. Of course, there was more than one stone platform that was filled with sword intent or saber aura. Some of them were repeated. Lu Ming and the other three leaped onto the stone platform one after another in search of suitable secret skills. Lu Ming leaped onto a stone platform that was filled with a terrifying spear's consciousness. Since he started cultivating, he had spent the longest time cultivating the spear and had the deepest understanding of the spear. He would benefit the most if he chose a stone platform filled with the spear's consciousness. Lu Ming sat down cross-legged immediately. The stone platform glowed and a light screen enveloped him. No one could disturb him. It was the coiling dragon spear. After Lu Ming closed his eyes, a voice rang in his mind. Then, his surroundings changed. Lu Ming seemed to have arrived at a vast land. In the sky, there was a figure dancing. The long spear in his hand danced like a real dragon. Lu Ming began to read it carefully. An hour later, Lu Ming seemed to have made some progress. He condensed a long spear in his hand and began to practice. And NBSP hoo-hoo. The long spear was brandished like a real dragon circling around. The strong wind whistled, and the power was astonishing. After cultivating for a while, Lu Ming stopped and continued to observe the figure in the sky. Just like that, Lu Ming immersed himself in a deep level of cultivation. Time passed quickly and Lu Ming's understanding of the coiling dragon spear became deeper and deeper. Chapter 1772 Suppressing the chaotic body. Half a month's time passed in the blink of an eye, and the figure dancing with the spear in the sky disappeared. Wake up! A voice entered Lu Ming's ears. He trembled and retreated from the vast land, opening his eyes. Everyone stopped their cultivation. Half a month has passed. Now, the duels will begin. The duels are very simple. The 100 of you will step onto the battle platform at the same time and begin a chaotic battle. Those who fall off the platform or are killed will be eliminated. The last 20 people standing on the fighting ring will advance. The white-robed old man announced the rules. Many people's eyes flickered. Out of 100 people, only 20 would advance. Moreover, it would be a chaotic battle. This was much more complicated. Now, let's begin. The white-robed old man announced. Buzz. Buzz. And NBSP whoosh. One figure after another rushed up the fighting ring. The fighting stage was very large. It was spacious even with 100 people. The 100 of them stood on their own and looked around cautiously. This was a chaotic battle, and it could be said that everyone was an enemy. For a moment, no one made a move. The best choice now was to wait for others to fight while they reserved their strength and reaped the benefits. The atmosphere became a little heavy. The white-robed old man wasn't in a hurry and just watched quietly. Bang! The chaotic body glared at Lu Ming, its cold killing intent undisguisable. Brat, I'll kill you now. The chaotic body walked toward Lu Ming. You're the one who's going to die. Lu Ming's eyes burned with a strong desire to fight. Saint power surged in his hand and condensed into a long spear. He stepped forward and walked towards the chaotic body. Lu Ming was not afraid of anyone at the same level. Boom! Before Lu Ming and the chaotic body could fight, a huge battle had already broken out on the other side. The child of death, even if everything was suppressed, was still incomparably powerful. He attacked first, completely suppressing a Heaven's Pride expert. In just a few moves, the Heaven's Pride expert coughed up blood and was blasted off the fighting stage. After being thrown off the fighting ring, the young man was enveloped by a pillar of light and left. This made many people's gazes turn grave. It was obvious that the child of death's comprehension was shocking. In just half a month, he had cultivated a secret technique to an extremely high level. Furthermore, the son of death's battle sense was shocking, and he completely crushed that heaven's favorite. The child of death's attack broke the stalemate, and the others also made their moves. A chaotic battle broke out at this moment. Some of them charged at Long Chen, Phoenix Spirit, and Bubbles. Mountain suppressing fist, kill. At that moment, the son of chaos arrived in front of Lu Ming and threw a punch. His fist force exploded and formed a mountain that pressed down on Lu Ming. This was a secret skill that the son of chaos had comprehended in the past half a month. It was a fist technique that could form a mountain to suppress a powerful enemy with an astonishing aura and incomparably overbearing. Roar! With a dragon's roar, Lu Ming pierced through the mountain with the spear in his hand. The spear instantly transformed into a true dragon and pounced forward. The dragon's claws stepped in the air and bombarded the mountain. Boom! With a terrifying explosion, the true dragon and the mountain exploded. The terrifying force spread in all directions, making the expressions of the people around them very serious. What a powerful force! On the side, many people were amazed. Lu Ming had just exchanged a blow with the chaotic body and its power had already surpassed many people. Kill! The chaotic body roared. Its presence was like a rainbow and it was overbearing. It threw out 2 consecutive punches with an unstoppable force. Boom! 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 The sky was boiling and mountains were formed, pressing down on Lu Ming. And NBSP whoosh! The long spear in Lu Ming's hands trembled and turned into rays of spear radiance that burst out. The spear radiance formed true dragons in the air that roared and charged, colliding with the mountain continuously. The terrifying energy spread out in all directions. In the area where the two were fighting, the others hurriedly retreated, afraid of being implicated. The two of them were destined enemies, and a life-and-death battle was inevitable. In the blink of an eye, the two of them had already exchanged hundreds of moves. The chaotic body was truly terrifying. In just half a month, he had cultivated a secret technique to an extremely profound level. His battle sense was also extremely strong, and every move was terrifyingly powerful. Even people of the same level would not be able to block a few moves. The more they fought, the more intense it became. Up until now, the two of them had almost turned into 2 afterimages, constantly colliding with each other on the fighting ring. Lu Ming's eyes were sparkling and dazzling. The long spear in his hand was constantly thrust out. The more he fought, the deeper his understanding of the coiling dragon spear became. At this time, he was already slowly starting to gain the upper hand. The son of chaos howled and fought with all his might. However, he could not change this. He was beginning to be suppressed by Lu Ming. He couldn't accept this, and his expression was extremely ugly. Whoosh! 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 The long spear in Lu Ming's hands seemed to have turned into a stream of light. It was getting faster and faster, and its power was getting stronger and stronger. Often, with a sweep of the spear, it could break his moves. A spear thrust out, aimed directly at his vital point, forcing him to dodge. The body of the chaotic body began to retreat toward the edge of the stage. The chaotic body is about to lose. Many people saw it from the corner of their eyes and were shocked. The chaotic body was actually no match for someone of the same level. Of course, this so-called battle of equals was not really a battle of equals. For example, the advantages of the chaotic body could not be displayed. However, it was enough to show how terrifying Lu Ming was. He did not have the chaotic body, but he was able to comprehend the laws of chaos. His comprehension was truly astonishing. Many people had this thought. So that's all the chaotic body can do. You only know how to use your higher cultivation to suppress others. In a battle of the same level, what do you think you are? Lu Ming's mocking voice rang out, causing the chaotic Buddha's face to turn even gloomier. In a moment of carelessness, he was swept by Lu Ming's spear and a wound appeared on his body, blood flowing out. Gradually, the chaotic body retreated to the edge of the stage. If it retreated any further, it would fall off. Everyone, let's join forces and blast this Lu Ming down. This person was ranked first when he crossed the abyss before. His comprehension is amazing. If this continues, I'm afraid no one can compare to him. At this moment, the chaotic body roared. He actually wanted to ask the others to join forces with him. For this, he even said that Lu Ming's comprehension was amazing. Previously, he was high and mighty and thought that he was the real son of chaos. He looked down on Lu Ming, but now, he was praising Lu Ming. This made him feel extremely humiliated. However, in order to defeat and eliminate Lu Ming, he could only do so. Instantly, the eyes of a few powerful heaven's favorites lit up. Indeed, although Lu Ming's cultivation level was not high, his potential was shocking. When they crossed the abyss, he was ranked first, which caught the attention of many geniuses. Now, he was suppressing the chaotic body in a battle of the same level. If this continued, he would truly be invincible. These paragons had all come for the Hunyuan sect's inheritance. Naturally, they all wanted to be number one and did not want to be suppressed. Buzz. A young man in a white robe forced his opponent to retreat with one move and charged toward Lu Ming. This person was a terrifying heaven's favorite. When they crossed the abyss, he was already at the top. Chapter 1773 Outside World, Kill You. The white-robed young man's speed was shocking. He was as fast as lightning. In an instant, he had rushed towards Lu Ming. A snow-white sword light bloomed from his hand and enveloped Lu Ming. This person was very strong. Lu Ming had to be cautious. His long spear trembled and turned into a spear radiance, which he stabbed out. Ding! 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 A series of clashing sounds rang out. The white-robed young man's figure retreated slightly and was blocked by Lu Ming. However, this gave the chaotic body a chance to catch its breath. With a loud roar, it threw out a barrage of punches at Lu Ming. Lu Ming's long spear swept across and blocked the attack. However, on the other side, the white-robed young man was charging toward Lu Ming again. Despicable! Not far away, Huang Ling shouted, her eyes wide open. The chaotic body was really despicable. He had been acting all high and mighty before, but now that he was no match for Lu Ming, he had to find someone else to help. Previously, Huang Ling had cultivated a palm technique. When she struck out with her palm technique, it produced a terrifying flame that forced her opponent to retreat. Huang Ling attacked with all her might. Her palm force was overwhelming and unstoppable, not giving her opponent any chance to breathe. On the other side, Long Chen had also completely suppressed his opponent. He cultivated a fist technique, and each of his punches was as powerful as a mountain. It was unstoppable, and its power was not much weaker than the chaotic body. His opponent was also forced to retreat. Scoundrel, get down. I'm going to help brother Lu Ming. Chirpy. Bubble's speed was extremely shocking. Like a flash of light, she circled around a young Heaven's Pride expert. With a flick of her white and tender finger, terrifying wind blades continuously shot towards the other party. The other party was in an extremely sorry state as he was injured in many places and bleeding profusely. This young man simply wanted to raise his head and roar at the sky. He was extremely aggrieved. He was a Heaven's favorite and was usually high and mighty. Wherever he went, he would be the center of attention. But now, he was forced into such a state by a 2- or 3-year-old little girl. It was really embarrassing. Not long after, he was struck by Bubble's wind blade. He spat out a large mouthful of blood and was blasted off the fighting ring. Brother Lu Ming, let me help you, you're courting death. Pow Pow cried out. In a flash, she charged towards Lu Ming. With a flick of her finger, wind blades flew out and blocked the white-robed youth's attack. The white-robed young man's face turned cold as his sword radiance burst forth and a dense amount of sword chi slashed towards Pow Pow. Bubbles flicked his fingers continuously, forming countless wind blades to resist the opponent. When the white-robed young man had crossed the abyss, he had been in the same category as Bubbles. His talent might not have been stronger than Bubbles, so he could only end up in a draw with her. Get down. With one less opponent, Lu Ming focused all his energy on the chaotic body. He swept his long spear and directly broke the opponent's attack, almost sending the chaotic body flying. Buzz. And NBSP whoosh. Then, Lu Ming launched a storm of attacks at the chaotic body. The terrifying spear shadows completely drowned the other party. Bang! After a few moves, the chaotic body was swept by Lu Ming's spear. He spat out a mouthful of blood and retreated a few steps, almost falling off the fighting ring. Kill! Kill! At this moment, 2 more shouts were heard. 2 paragons rushed toward Lu Ming, and their terrifying attacks fell on him. Clearly, they wanted to team up and defeat Lu Ming first. However, at this moment, two figures appeared in the sky and blocked the two people. It was Huang Ling and Long Chen. They had also defeated their opponents and had come to help Lu Ming. No one can help you. Get down. Lu Ming took advantage of the situation and attacked fiercely. Although his chaotic body tried its best to block, after more than 10 moves, he was swept by Lu Ming's spear. The sound of bones breaking came from his body, and he was sent flying out of the fighting ring. Lu Ming is outside. Don't let me see you. Otherwise, it'll make you wish you were dead. The chaotic body roared furiously. It was filled with unwillingness. He had the mighty chaotic body, yet he had been eliminated before reaching the end, and the one who had eliminated him had been his fated enemy. It'll kill you in the outside world. Lu Ming's reply was very simple. A pillar of light formed and enveloped the chaotic body. He was sent out under his unwilling gaze. He felt extremely aggrieved. He had a powerful cultivation and terrifying combat strength, but he could not unleash them at all. Under such circumstances, he was defeated by Lu Ming. If he could unleash his full power, he could kill Lu Ming with one slap. Many people were shocked. The high and mighty chaotic body, known as one of the sons of God, was defeated by Lu Ming just like that. Although this kind of defeat completely suppressed some divine powers and spirit bodies, it was enough to explain many things. Although Lu Ming did not have the true chaotic body, it was still unknown who would win in this fated battle about the laws of chaos. Retreat. The white-robed youth was shocked and he saw the chaotic body being knocked off the stage. He quickly retreated. It's too late to retreat now. Lu Ming's cold voice was heard. He took a few steps forward and blocked the other party's retreat. The spear's gleam burst out. Lu Ming and Bubbles joined forces and the other party could not resist them at all. Within a few moves, he was severely injured and blasted off the fighting ring. Following that, Lu Ming and Bubbles turned to look at the other two people, the two who were fighting with Feng Ling and Long Chen. The four of them joined forces, and the result was already decided. The two of them were also knocked off the fighting ring. One after another, more than 50 people had been eliminated. There were less than 50 people left in the fighting ring. Many people looked at Lu Ming's group of four with unsightly expressions. If the four of them joined forces, no one would be able to defeat them. However, Lu Ming's group of four did not join the battle. They stood together and watched the others fight calmly. As for the others, no one dared to provoke Lu Ming and the rest. The great battle continued, and people were constantly being eliminated. In the blink of an eye, a few hours had passed. When a tall and burly young man was blasted off the fighting ring, there were only 20 people left. The 20 people stood in different directions, watching the others. The Son of Death was also among them, and with his battle power, as long as he wasn't surrounded by many people, it wouldn't be difficult for him to stay until the end. Alright, the 20 of you have advanced. There's still one last round. If you can pass it, you'll be able to obtain your fortune. The white-robed old man said. With a wave of his hand, a bridge was formed, extending from the fighting stage to the front. There, a door of light was formed. Everyone stepped out, followed the bridge, and entered the door of light. When Lu Ming stepped into the door of light, he felt that the world was spinning. His vision turned black and his consciousness fell into a blur. Lu Ming did not know how long had passed before he regained consciousness. It hurts, it hurts. The first thing Lu Ming felt when he woke up was pain. It was as if all the bones in his body had been broken. There was a tearing pain all over his body. Lu Ming opened his eyes with great difficulty and saw a petite and cute face looking at him with her big eyes. It was a very cute young girl. She was 13 or 14 years old and was dressed in coarse clothes. She sized Lu Ming up curiously. Seeing that Lu Ming had opened his eyes, the young girl's face lit up and she exclaimed, "He's awake, he's awake, Big Brother is awake. As he shouted, he turned around and ran out. Chapter 1770. For the final assessment. After the young girl ran out, Lu Ming then looked around. This was a stone house. The walls were made of stone. Other than a bed and a table, there was nothing else in the room. It was very simple. Where am I? Lu Ming was puzzled. He remembered that he was undergoing an assessment in the Hunyuan sect. In the end, he had passed through a light door and lost consciousness. Why was he here after he woke up? Could this be the last test? But what was the test about? Lu Ming sized himself up. He was even more speechless when he saw that he was covered in bandages. He was sure that he was injured, and it was a very serious injury. All the bones in his body were broken, and his muscles were also seriously injured. Waves of sharp pain were constantly coming from him. Moreover, Lu Ming realized that there was not a single trace of holy power in his body. He could not lift it, let alone control the laws. He was now just an ordinary person who was seriously injured. Is this really the last test? Lu Ming was rather speechless. At this moment, footsteps were heard and a few people walked in. It was a burly middle-aged man. His exposed arms were thick and covered in scars. Beside the man was a middle-aged woman. Behind the two of them was the cute girl from before. Little brother, you're finally awake. You've been unconscious for 3 days and 3 nights. The middle-aged man said in a deep voice. 3 days and 3 nights. Lu Ming was even more puzzled. Why did he not have any impression of it? Big brother, what happened to me? How could he be so heavily injured? Since he wasn't clear, he might be able to find some clues if he clarified the matter. My father was hunting in the Beast God mountain range and found you. You were already unconscious at that time. You must have been attacked by a beast. You are really bold to go to the Beast God mountain range alone. Before the middle-aged man could speak, the young girl spoke first. Beast God mountain range, make such arrangements. Little brother, you can rest in peace. Your injuries are too serious. Lu Ming was puzzled. He did not have any impression of this. Perhaps, this was arranged by the white-robed old man. Perhaps, this was just an illusion. This should be the last test, but what was the test? Lu Ming was very puzzled. He did not understand why they had to make such arrangements. Little brother, you can rest in peace. Your injuries are too serious. It will take a long time for you to fully recover. If you need anything in the future, just let me know. The middle-aged man said in a straightforward and magnanimous manner. Thank you, big brother. I'll never forget the kindness of saving my life. Lu Ming wanted to cup his fists, but the moment he moved his hand, it pulled at his wound. There was a tearing pain that made him gasp. Little brother, don't move and just focus on recuperating. The middle-aged man smiled. After that, the middle-aged man and the middle-aged woman left the place. The young girl brought a bowl of medicine from outside and fed it to Lu Ming. What's your name? Lu Ming asked. Xia Hua. My father's name is Xia Hu. Big brother, what's your name? Xia Hua blinked her eyes and looked at Lu Ming. She was still very curious as to why Lu Ming went to the Beast God mountain range alone. That was an extremely dangerous place. My name is Lu Ming. Lu Ming said. Lu Ming. I'll call you Big Brother Lu. I'll call you separately from my father. I don't want to call you uncle. You don't look very old. Xia Hua mumbled. It's fine. Lu Ming smiled. Lu Ming stayed there to recuperate. As the days passed, Lu Ming's injuries slowly improved. Half a month later, Lu Ming could already get out of bed and walk. In front of the stone house, Lu Ming leaned against the wall and surveyed his surroundings. There were many stone houses in this area. Lu Ming understood that this was a tribe. There were not many people in this tribe. There were about 1,000 of them. They were very simple and made a living by hunting. Lu Ming had the illusion that he had returned to the ancient times. To Lu Ming's surprise, the people in the tribe were all very powerful. The power of an adult man was not weaker than a first-level martial emperor. Some were even stronger and had reached the Saint Realm, such as Xia Hua's father, Xia Hu. In the tribe, there was a hunting team that often went out to hunt. The last time, Lu Ming was discovered by the hunting team on the Beast God Mountain. In the beginning, Lu Ming had tried his best to find out about this place. He wanted to speculate what his assessment would be. However, as the days passed, Lu Ming seemed to have integrated into the tribe and almost forgot about the assessment. "Little brother Lu, get up. I'll give you this jug of wine. I brewed it with 18 kinds of herbs. It's very nourishing and will help you recover." A white-haired old man came to Lu Ming with a pot of wine and smiled. "Many thanks, Uncle Li." Lu Ming took it and thanked him with a smile. You're welcome. You have to recover soon." The old man laughed and left. Then, there were people from the tribe who brought Lu Ming the meat of ferocious beasts to nourish his body. And NBSP, the people of the tribe were simple and honest, so such things happened all the time. Lu Ming gradually integrated into the tribe. In the blink of an eye, another half a month had passed. Lu Ming's injuries were already 70 to 80% healed. At this moment, a trace of saint energy finally appeared in his body. Lu Ming was overjoyed. With the recovery of his holy power, he would have the ability to protect himself. He could then go further and find out what the assessment was about. Time flew by. In the blink of an eye, Lu Ming had been in the tribe for 2 months. Now, his injuries had completely recovered. However, to Lu Ming's surprise, his cultivation had not fully recovered. It was the same as when he was in the chaotic battle on the fighting ring. His cultivation and the power of law were all sealed. The only thing he could use now was the coiling dragon spear. The strength of his saint power was still at the lower tier of the bright saint realm. It's been 2 months. What's the test this time? Lu Ming furrowed his brows tightly and could not understand. Thump. 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 Suddenly, deafening rumbles came from the tribe. It was the sound of war drums. "The evil demons are here, the evil demons are here. Prepare to face the enemy." A loud roar echoed throughout the entire tribe. Lu Ming asked. "The evil demon is here." Xia Hua's face was a little pale. "What is a demon?" Lu Ming asked. "Fiends, 3-eyed fiends. I've heard that these fiends are wreaking havoc in other territories. They leave no one alive wherever they go. I didn't expect them to be here." Xia Hua's face was pale, but she still gritted her teeth, picked up a big bough, and rushed out. Lu Ming also rushed out. As soon as he rushed out, Lu Ming saw many tall and burly figures appearing in the sky. These figures were covered in black scales and had an eye between their brows. 3-eyed god race. Lu Ming's heart trembled. This was clearly a 3-eyed god. Lu Ming had seen it a few times. Kill all these ants." A cold voice came from the sky. Chapter 1775 Breaking the Shackles, Kill, Die. Die. One after another, the 3-eyed gods descended from the sky and launched their terrifying attacks at the tribe. Block it. And NBSP, the experts of the tribe, held large bows and shot out terrifying arrows to block the attacks. "You're looking for death, let's go." A cold voice rang out. An extremely burly 3-eyed god reached out with his hand and grabbed down. A huge hand formed and grabbed at the tribe. Block it. The strongest fighting force in the tribe was the hunting team. They stomped on the ground and shot into the sky, slashing out all kinds of weapons at the giant hand. Not good. Lu Ming was shocked. Judging from the aura of the three-eyed god who had extended his hand, he had clearly reached the Supreme Saint realm. The strongest in this tribe was only equivalent to a great circle bright saint. There was no way he could have blocked it. As expected, when everyone hit the giant hand, they all trembled and spat out blood as they fell to the ground. Boom! The giant hand continued to grab down and grabbed a few experts of the tribe. With a squeeze, those experts were crushed to death. Retreat, retreat. And NBSP experts from the tribe shouted. The other party was too strong. With the strength of their tribe, they were no match for him. If they continued to fight, they would all be killed. No one can escape, surround them. The Supreme Saint Three-Eyed God shouted coldly. And NBSP even more three-eyed gods appeared in the sky, surrounding the tribe. More and more people stepped out and rushed into the tribe. Each of them had a powerful aura. Some of them were in the Saint realm, while many of them were in the advanced martial royal realm or the half-saint realm. The three-eyed god wielded his battle axe and swung it down, killing one tribe member after another. The stench of blood filled the air. Whoosh! Whoosh! The third eye of the three-eyed god race shot out beams of destructive light that were unstoppable. One by one, the tribesmen were shot through and killed. The simple and peaceful tribe was instantly reduced to hell. My cultivation, my combat power. Lu Ming's eyes were filled with anger. The saint energy in his body was running wildly, but he could only exert the strength of a lower-tier bright saint. He condensed a long spear and threw it out, killing a few three-eyed gods in the third stage of the half-saint realm. However, there were simply too many three-eyed gods. The tribe was in a chaotic battle. Kill! It was as if Xia Hu had truly transformed into a ferocious tiger. He wielded his battle saber and slashed two of the three-eyed god race's saint realm existences. You're looking for death. The great saint three-eyed god stared at Xia Hu and punched out, sending Xia Hu flying. At the same time, a destructive beam of light shot out from his forehead, blasting off one of Xia Hu's arms. Father! Xia Hua shouted, extremely anxious. Kill! Xia Hu wielded his saber with one arm and charged at his opponent. However, destructive light kept bursting out from his opponent's eyes. The difference in combat strength between the two was too great. Xia Hu fought back with all his might and blocked the two destructive lights, but in the end, his saber shattered. His body was torn apart by the destructive light and he died on the spot. Damn it! Lu Ming was also roaring in his heart. Xia Hu had brought him father. Xia Hua cried out in grief, extremely mournful. Damn it! Lu Ming was also roaring in his heart. Xia Hu had brought him back from the Divine Beast Mountain and helped him heal his injuries. He was an honest and simple person. In the past 2 months, Lu Ming had already regarded Xia Hu as a friend and family. However, Xia Hu had died in front of Lu Ming. Mother, don't! Xia Hua shouted again. At this moment, Xia Hua's mother held a sharp knife and pounced towards the three-eyed god. However, in the next moment, a destructive light swept over and Xia Hua's mother was killed. Mother! Xia Hua shouted, her eyes bloodshot. She threw away her longbow, pulled out the long sword on her back, and rushed over. Xia Hua, don't go over! Lu Ming roared and chased after Xia Hua. Die, ant! And NBSP, a three-eyed god of the bright saint realm, appeared in front of Xia Hua and swung his axe at her. Lu Ming was shocked. He moved like lightning and rushed in front of Xia Hua. He swept his long spear and it collided with the other party's battle axe. There was a loud boom. Lu Ming's body trembled and he retreated continuously. The other party was also repelled by Lu Ming. I can't use any techniques, not even nomological laws. I can't use much combat power at all. Lu Ming was burning with anxiety. Brat, die. The three-eyed god charged at Lu Ming again. Lu Ming wielded his long spear and fought with the other party. At this moment, Xia Hua rushed forward again. Xia Hua, don't die in vain. Lu Ming blasted the other party with one shot and pulled Xia Hua back. Big brother Lu, you should leave quickly. My parents have passed away. What's the point of me living on? Xia Hua said in a cold voice. Live on and take revenge for them. Lu Ming roared loudly, causing Xia Hua's body to tremble. Revenge? In your dreams. Go to hell. A total of 2 three-eyed celestials charged toward Lu Ming. Both of them were at the bright saint realm, and one of them was even at the upper tier. The destructive light kept shooting toward Lu Ming. Lu Ming held the long spear and tried his best to block it. However, Lu Ming's current abilities were limited. After a few moves, he was forced to retreat and spit out a mouthful of blood. At this time, the entire tribe was completely immersed in blood and fire. Lu Ming saw that his acquaintances from the tribe were killed by the three-eyed god one after another. Some of them were even killed without even leaving a corpse behind. Lu Ming saw that Uncle Li, who often brought him medicinal wine, was split into 2 by a three-eyed god with an axe. Lu Ming saw the simple-looking middle-aged man, who often brought him meat, having his head twisted off by the three-eyed god. These three-eyed gods were truly demons. Lu Ming could feel the blood in his body boiling, as if it was about to turn into flames and burn. An icy cold killing intent burst out from Lu Ming's body. Brat, die. The 2 three-eyed gods charged toward Lu Ming again. Lu Ming stood in front of Xia Hua to protect her, refusing to retreat. However, there were simply too many three-eyed gods, and more three-eyed gods were coming from behind. Big brother Lu, if you can walk, just go. Don't worry about me. No. Xia Hu cried out as a few tears fell from her eyes. She turned around and pounced on one of the three-eyed gods with her sword in hand. Don't, Lu Ming wanted to shout but he realized that his throat seemed to be stuck and he could not shout. Snowflakes flew in all directions. A teenage girl withered like a fresh flower. Roar. Lu Ming let out a beast-like roar. His eyes were bloodshot, and a terrifying killing intent emanated from his body. At this moment, the entire tribe was almost wiped out. There were not many people left. Kill them all, don't leave a single one. Someone roared, as if he was really slaughtering some ants. Boom. At this moment, Lu Ming seemed to have broken some kind of shackles. His aura surged wildly. Chapter 1776. Bleeding Lu Ming could feel his blood burning. He had broken through the shackles in his body and his aura was rising crazily. In the beginning, it was the initial bright saint, then the great mastery, then the peak, then the great circle, and finally, it stopped. The seal in Lu Ming's body was broken and all his combat strength was restored instantly. In front of him, the 2 three-eyed god race experts' expressions changed. Then, they roared and charged toward Lu Ming. Die! Lu Ming growled and the divine sword technique was released along with the sound waves, blasting into the other party's body. The 2 three-eyed god race bright saints' bodies suddenly stiffened, and their eyes revealed a look of disbelief. Then, the light in their eyes dimmed, and their bodies limply fell to the ground. Their souls had been destroyed by Lu Ming. With a single shout, he killed 2 bright saints, attracting the attention of the other three-eyed gods. Kill him! The great saint three-eyed god roared, and a dozen three-eyed gods charged toward Lu Ming. Kill! Lu Ming's eyes were filled with killing intent. His cold killing intent spread out. He used the divine sword technique. His soul was beating, forming a terrifying attack and spreading out. Previously, Lu Ming had broken through continuously and reached the great circle of the bright saint stage. Naturally, his soul power had increased greatly as well. Compared to before, it had increased by a large margin. When he used the divine sword technique, the power was astonishing. Just like the 2 three-eyed gods before him, the 10 three-eyed gods that were charging at Lu Ming were frozen in place. Their souls were destroyed and they fell to the ground. What? The expression of the three-eyed god at the great saint stage changed drastically. Kill. He had come personally. A destructive light shot out from the third eye between his brows. It exuded a terrifying fluctuation as it charged towards Lu Ming. Chaos finger. As the laws of chaos circulated, Lu Ming pointed with his finger. He had used all his strength. The chaos finger tribulation at 50% of its full power was unimaginably terrifying. And NBSP, a massive finger like the finger of a god, appeared and pointed at the great saint three-eyed god. The destructive light of the great saint three-eyed god was instantly destroyed by the primal chaos tribulation finger, but the finger continued on its path and appeared in front of the great saint three-eyed god in an instant. The terrifying power made the three-eyed spirit master's face change. He roared and kept swinging his axe while setting up layers of defense on his body. However, it was useless. When the primal chaos tribulation finger landed, the battle axe in his hand exploded, and all his defenses were shattered like tofu. No, he only had time to let out a roar before his burly body was turned into ashes by the chaos finger of tribulation. Commander. The rest of the three-eyed god race were all shocked. Their commander was a supreme saint expert, but he was killed in a single strike. Kill. Lu Ming let out a long howl. His killing intent surged like a tide. His body glowed, and holy weapons flew out from the light spots. These saint weapons transformed into streams of death as they shot out toward the three-eyed gods. Lu Ming showed no mercy to these three-eyed gods. There was only one word for him: kill. Given Lu Ming's current realm, he was invincible against anyone below the supreme saint realm and could be killed easily. More than 100 saint weapons turned into more than 100 rays of light. With a single charge, 1, or even 2 were retreated. Three-eyed god race beings were killed. Large groups of three-eyed gods fell to the ground. Retreat, retreat, let's go. Call the general's vanguard to come and kill this man. The three-eyed race was scared, and many of them frantically retreated. Today, none of you will be able to escape, you're courting death. Lu Ming said coldly. He transformed into a god of death and stood in the air. A dragon's roar came from his body as devouring power burst forth, enveloping the entire tribe and all the three-eyed gods. All of the three-eyed gods below the saint realms screamed in fear as their bodies shriveled up at a visible rate, turning into dried corpses. Although the sages were not turned into mummies, their bodies were affected by the devouring force and they could not move. What awaited them was Lu Ming's merciless slaughter. The holy weapon danced in the air, and one by one, the three-eyed celestials were killed. Not long after, the three-eyed celestials who had come this time were basically all dead. Corpses covered the ground of the tribe, leaving only one alive. Lu Ming knocked him unconscious and kept him in the mountain and river diagram. There were only a few dozen people in the entire tribe who stood there in a daze. These were the few tribesmen who had survived. Lu Ming clenched his fists tightly. It was too tragic. He hated it in his heart. The speed at which he broke through the shackles was too slow. If he could have done it earlier, Xia Hu, Xia Hua, Uncle Li, and the others would not have died. AI. A sigh filled with sorrow spread throughout the tribe. This was an old man who had survived. He was an elder of the tribe. Elder Lu, what are you planning to do next? Lu Ming walked to Elder Liu's side and asked. Now, the three-eyed demon has broken through the void and invaded the heaven realm. I heard that a large area of the heaven realm has been occupied. We plan to bury our tribesmen first, then go to the big tribes. Elder Lu said. Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. Elder Lu, how many years has it been since the three-eyed demons invaded the heavenly realm? Lu Ming asked. It's been several hundred years. I heard that countless experts of our heaven realm fought with the three-eyed demon and were all killed. Sigh, this is a calamity. Elder Lu sighed. Lu Ming had countless thoughts in his mind. According to his understanding, the three-eyed god race had already invaded the heavenly realm for countless years, but only a few hundred years had passed here. Perhaps all of this was real and a projection of the ancient era. Whether it's true or false, in my heart, all of this is real. Lu Ming muttered in his heart. He then buried the tribe members with the rest of the people. Little brother Lu, come with us and join a big clan. After the burial, Elder Lu said. Lu Ming shook his head. I'm not leaving. You guys can leave. I still have my own things to do. Elder Lu shook his head and didn't try to persuade him any further. After saying goodbye, he left with the rest of the tribe. Lu Ming stood alone in front of the tomb. After a long time, he took out a pot of wine and poured it on the ground. Whether this place is real or fake, whether it's a projection of the ancient times or it really happened, it'll take revenge for you. A man should do some things and not do some things. Then, Lu Ming waved his hand and a three-eyed god that he had kept in the mountain and river diagram appeared in front of the tomb. He had already woken up and was looking at Lu Ming in horror. Tell me, where are your other troops? Lu Ming asked indifferently. You want to find our vanguard? The general of our vanguard is an expert in the great sage perfection realm. The three-eyed man said. Speak. Where is he? Lu Ming's voice was calm as he continued to ask. 80,000 li to the west of here. The three-eyed god replied. He would not hide anything from Lu Ming. He knew that he would die for sure, but there were many experts in the vanguard. Lu Ming would be sending himself to his death if he went. Chapter 1777 Borrowing force to attack with a burst of saint energy, the three-eyed god was killed, and his blood splattered all over the tomb. Xia Hu, Xia Hua, I will take revenge for the two of you. From now on, if I encounter any three-eyed god in the outside world, I will kill them without mercy. Lu Ming muttered. This was his promise. Then, he stepped on the air and headed west. Not long after, Lu Ming arrived at the 80,000-mile journey. Up ahead, flags fluttered in the wind. This was a military camp with a large number of three-eyed gods. Lu Ming stood quietly in the sky, hidden in the clouds. He looked on quietly, thinking of countermeasures in his mind. After a moment, Lu Ming turned and left. Lu Ming did not give up, but he wanted to borrow strength. There were great saints in the great perfection realm among them. With Lu Ming's current combat strength, he was probably not a match for great saints in the great perfection realm. Moreover, there must be more great saints. It would be unwise to charge in alone. Although this place might be fake and an illusion, it could not be ruled out that it was real. This was because everything was too real. Lu Ming could not tell whether it was real or fake. Not long after, Lu Ming arrived at the Beast God Mountain. In the past, Lu Ming had come to the Beast God Mountain a few times with the tribe's hunting team. He knew that there were a bunch of blood-eyed demonic apes living in the Beast God Mountain. This kind of demonic ape was bloodthirsty by nature and very vengeful. Anyone who offended them would be chased to death. Previously, when the tribe's hunting team came here, they would avoid this pile of demonic apes. Now, Lu Ming needed to borrow the power of these demonic apes. Lu Ming took a step forward and rushed into the Beast God Mountain. Not long after, he came to a valley. Roar! Roar! At the entrance of the valley, there were two giant apes. Their eyes were blood red, and their bodies were as black as steel. They were more than 5 meters tall, and their auras were overbearing. As soon as they saw Lu Ming, they roared and pounced at him with ferocious expressions. A combat sword appeared in Lu Ming's hand. With a slash, one of the demonic apes was killed. Roar! The other one let out an angry roar. The roars spread far and wide. Suddenly, the entire valley was in a riot. A terrifying aura spread out. The terrifying roars spread out one after another as if they were going to overturn the mountain range. The earth was shaking, and countless blood-eyed demonic apes rushed out of the valley like a flood of steel. Kill, die. Lu Ming bellowed and cast the chaotic finger of tribulation. He pointed with all his might and a huge chaotic finger of tribulation formed, pointing at the blood-eyed demonic apes. The blood-eyed demonic apes exploded. Then, Lu Ming turned around and ran, displaying his body movement technique to the extreme. Roar! Roar! A few terrifying blood-eyed demonic apes emerged from the crowd with a deafening roar. Their auras were terrifying. They were definitely advanced great saints. They chased after Lu Ming at top speed. Lu Ming used the thundering wind steps and the air-frozen bead at the same time. A wave of energy surged into Lu Ming's body, and black wings spread out on his back. They worked together to increase his speed to the extreme as he charged towards the three-eyed god army. There were at least 10,000 blood-eyed demonic apes in hot pursuit. Their speed was astonishing, and it didn't take long for them to arrive at the three-eyed god race's base. The army of the three-eyed god race had long since sensed the assault of so many blood-eyed demonic apes. The army of the three-eyed god race flickered, and at least tens of thousands of three-eyed god soldiers appeared and formed a huge formation. Lu Ming did not stop. He charged straight towards the three-eyed god race's camp. Stop! And NBSP, kill! A voice from the three-eyed god race roared. Lu Ming did not care and continued to attack. Kill him! A higher-up of the three-eyed god sect gave the order. Immediately, countless rays of light drowned Lu Ming. Lu Ming's body flickered non-stop as he dodged the attacks one after another. He was getting closer and closer to the three-eyed god. At this moment, Lu Ming's eyes turned as dark as ink. He cast the soul illusion. In the battle, he dodged with all his might, weaving through the army of three-eyed gods. 2240 boom. 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 At this moment, other than the Supreme Saints, the rest of the three-eyed god army were all affected by Lu Ming. In their eyes, Lu Ming's figure seemed to have disappeared. After a short pause, Lu Ming charged into the three-eyed god's army. Kill! There were great saints of the three-eyed god race charging toward Lu Ming, but he didn't linger in the battle. He dodged with all his might, weaving through the army of three-eyed gods. Boom! 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 Roar! 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 At this time, the blood-eyed demonic apes finally arrived. They didn't care about anything else and charged straight into the army of the three-eyed god race. Anything that stood in their way was an enemy, and they were going to tear them apart. A large number of three-eyed gods were instantly killed. The army of the three-eyed god race immediately retaliated by killing the blood-eyed demonic apes. This way, the blood-eyed demonic apes would target the three-eyed god race, and both sides would engage in a bitter battle. And NBSP, the two sides were like a flood of steel that clashed together. In an instant, a large number of three-eyed gods and blood-eyed demonic apes were torn apart and killed. Kill him! In the sky, a three-eyed god with an unusually burly body and metal armor stood. His aura was incomparably powerful, and all three of his eyes were fixed on Lu Ming. He had seen clearly that Lu Ming had brought the blood-eyed demonic ape over. Instantly, two supreme saints in the initial mastery charged at Lu Ming. Two beams of destructive light pierced through the void and shot toward Lu Ming. A combat sword appeared in Lu Ming's hand. He slashed twice at the destructive light. Then, his body trembled violently and he was sent flying backward, a trace of blood spilling from his mouth. Of course, Lu Ming had done this on purpose. Otherwise, how could two great sage lower-tier three-eyed gods possibly injure him? But in the current situation, acting weak was the wisest choice. If he acted too strong, he would attract even more experts from the three-eyed god race. He would first act weak and let the three-eyed god race fight the blood-eyed demonic ape while he reaped the benefits. The two three-eyed gods charged at Lu Ming. Lu Ming deliberately fought with them, but he appeared to be at a complete disadvantage. He was being suppressed and was in a precarious situation. As expected, when the three-eyed god in armor saw that Lu Ming was injured by two great saints at the initial mastery and was completely suppressed, a hint of disdain flashed in his eyes. He no longer looked at Lu Ming and focused his attention on the blood-eyed demonic ape. Kill, kill. The three-eyed god roared as he charged forward. A destructive light shot out from his eyes, killing a supreme saint blood-eyed demonic ape. At the same time, he swung his battle axe and killed another blood-eyed demonic ape. Kill these bastards, let's go. The three-eyed god said as he led a group of his strongest experts toward the blood-eyed demonic ape. Roar! 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 A brutal roar was heard as a 10-meter-tall blood-eyed demonic ape dashed through the air towards the armored three-eyed god. It threw a punch that was imbued with demonic light, destroying the light of destruction. Behind him, there were also some particularly powerful blood-eyed demonic apes. The two sides were fighting. The strongest against the strongest, it was extremely tragic. Whether it was the three-eyed god race or the blood-eyed demonic ape, they were constantly falling and dying in battle. Sorry for the inconvenience. Thank you very much. Chapter 1778, Lu Ming's outburst. Lu Ming continued to battle with the two three-eyed gods. He did not kill them. The two three-eyed gods became his perfect shield. With these two three-eyed gods around, the other three-eyed gods wouldn't come looking for him. As time passed, more and more of the three-eyed gods and blood-eyed demonic apes died. Even the most powerful great saints were dying in battle. The battle between the three-eyed god and the terrifying blood-eyed demonic ape had reached its climax. Both sides were great saints in the great perfection realm. Both sides were injured in the fierce battle. In the end, it was the three-eyed god that was stronger. After a few hundred moves, he managed to kill the blood-eyed demonic ape. However, the blood-eyed demonic ape fought back with all its might, shattering the three-eyed god's armor and piercing through his heart, heavily injuring him. At this time, the three-eyed god race was starting to gain the upper hand. After all, the three-eyed god race had more people and more experts. However, the blood-eyed demonic apes were already in a state of madness. In their eyes, there was only killing. He charged at the three-eyed god race without a care for his own life. Even if he died, he would drag the other down with him. When the last blood-eyed demonic ape was killed, the three-eyed god race also suffered heavy losses. Out of the 30,000 three-eyed gods, only 10,000 remained. 20,000 were killed by the frenzied blood-eyed demonic apes, and the remaining three-eyed gods were all injured. Why isn't this guy dead yet? Attack and kill him. The three-eyed god in armor roared and looked at Lu Ming. Lu Ming was still engaged in battle with the two three-eyed gods. You're the ones who will die. At this moment, Lu Ming's aura suddenly skyrocketed. Light spots bloomed on his body, and more than 100 holy weapons appeared. The combat weapon Qi gathered on the combat sword in Lu Ming's hand. The sword glowed brightly. With a single slash, it destroyed the attack of a great sage minor mastery three-eyed god. With an unstoppable momentum, it charged towards the other party. Not good. The other party was shocked. He did not expect Lu Ming's combat strength to increase so suddenly. It was too late to dodge. The three-eyed god was split in half by Lu Ming. Kill, kill. Lu Ming bellowed as he shot out two rays of sword radiance that pierced into the other three-eyed god's body. The three-eyed god's body stiffened for a moment before Lu Ming's sword swept out and cut him in two. In an instant, two great saints at the initial mastery were killed by Lu Ming. When Lu Ming had broken through to the sage realm, he had almost killed an expert in the great sage initial mastery. Now that he had reached the perfected bright saint realm, killing an ordinary expert in the great sage initial mastery was as easy as cutting vegetables. Damn it, this person was hiding his strength. Let's attack together and kill him. The armored three-eyed god shouted. One by one, the three-eyed gods stepped into the air and charged toward Lu Ming. Before they even reached him, the destructive light in their eyes was already shooting toward Lu Ming. More than 100 holy weapons swirled around Lu Ming, blocking the destructive light. At the same time, he charged toward the group of three-eyed gods. With a loud shout, the godly sword technique burst out along with the sound waves. All those below the Supreme Saint realm let out shrill screams. Their souls were destroyed by Lu Ming, and their bodies fell to the ground like raindrops. In the blink of an eye, over 100 three-eyed gods were killed. At the same time, Lu Ming's hands were waving non-stop, and 9 sealing gates appeared, sealing a large number of three-eyed gods. Even a great saint would be sealed for a moment. In an instant, it represented life and death. Lu Ming charged forward. His sword was thousands of meters long. With a single slash, hundreds of three-eyed gods were killed. Among them, there were 2 great saints in the initial realm. Buzz! In the sky, a Chaos Empyrean seal formed. It was extremely huge, like an ancient divine mountain, and it pressed down. Quickly run! Many of the three-eyed gods were scared out of their wits, and they began to flee in a frenzy. However, under the suppression of the primal Chaos Empyrean seal, the three-eyed gods were obliterated one after another. Anyone below the Supreme Saint realm was like an ant in front of Lu Ming. They had no way of fighting back. Those below the Supreme Saint realm, retreat. Supreme Saint realm, join forces and kill him. The three-eyed god wearing battle armor roared. All the three-eyed gods below the Supreme Saint realm retreated at top speed, while the other burly three-eyed gods stepped forward and charged toward Lu Ming. All of them were great saints, and there were dozens of them. Dozens of destructive lights were shot out, causing Lu Ming's expression to turn very grave. So many great saints had joined forces. There were great saints in the minor mastery, great mastery, and even great saint peak. This force was too strong. Lu Ming could only retreat. Lu Ming's figure soared into the sky and dodged the attack. Kill! The great saints all charged at Lu Ming. Lu Ming's glabella glowed and the Tai Chi disc array appeared. Lu Ming controlled the array Dao Law and countless runes formed, entering the Tai Chi disc array. The Tai Chi disc array enlarged rapidly, and the pattern of the yin-yang fish formed on it, pressing down. Thump! Thump! The attacks of the three-eyed gods all landed on the formation plate, and the formation plate trembled before being sent flying. Chaos Finger! At this moment, Lu Ming pointed with his finger and burst out with his strongest power. He pointed a finger at a peak great saint three-eyed god. Boom! The power of the chaotic finger tribulation at 50% was so powerful that even a peak supreme saint couldn't resist it. He spat out blood and retreated, his body almost cracking. Kill! Lu Ming's figure flashed and he charged toward the great saint peak. Only those at the peak of the great saint realm or above could pose a threat to Lu Ming. He was not afraid of those at the great saint realm. Therefore, Lu Ming had to get rid of the great saint peak first. Die! On the way, a great sage initial mastery and a great sage great mastery blocked in front of him, their battle axes swinging toward Lu Ming. Buzz! Buzz! A yin-yang fish pattern appeared on the Tai Chi formation disc. Then, the yin-yang fish pattern turned into a pair of yin-yang fish swords and slashed at the two of them. The great saint lower tier three-eyed god was killed instantly, and the great saint upper tier almost died as well. A long gash was left on his body as he retreated frantically. However, how could Lu Ming let him retreat? He slashed out with his sword and ended this person. In the next moment, Lu Ming's figure had already appeared before the three-eyed god at the peak of the great saint realm. The three-eyed god was severely injured by Lu Ming's chaotic finger of tribulation. He could barely put up any resistance. With a wave of his hand, Lu Ming's 5 great saint weapons shot out and killed the three-eyed god. Under normal circumstances, Lu Ming would not have been able to kill a supreme saint pinnacle being so easily. However, these three-eyed celestials were all injured from the intense battle with the blood-eyed demonic ape. They were no longer at their peak. That was why Lu Ming managed to kill one of them with lightning speed. Then, Lu Ming did not stop and charged toward the other three-eyed gods. There were only 3 supreme saints on the other side. Now that one had died, there were 2 more. Of course, there was also a general, but he was more seriously injured. Sorry for the inconvenience. Thank you very much. Chapter 1779, Pass the Test, Chaos Finger. Without even looking, Lu Ming pointed with his finger. He used all his strength and a huge chaos finger of tribulation shot towards the crowd. Wherever the finger of primal chaos tribulation passed by, several great saint three-eyed gods would be killed. At this moment, Lu Ming was like a god of death, slaughtering the three-eyed god race without restraint. Damn it, kill him! The armored three-eyed god roared. If not for his severe injuries, he would have already killed Lu Ming. Surround him, surround him, surround him. The three-eyed god wearing battle armor roared. Bang! Bang! The remaining great saints of the three-eyed god race stepped into the void. With 2 of their peak great saints as the leaders, they formed an encirclement and rained down attacks on Lu Ming. Prison suppression. Lu Ming waved his hands and pieces of the prison-suppressing steel appeared around him, crushing down on the three-eyed celestials. Not good, it's the prison-guarding steel, retreat. When the three-eyed god race members saw the prison-suppressing steel, they all screamed in fear as if they had seen something terrifying. They all backed away in a frenzy. A total of 9 prison-suppressing steels glowed and pressed down. 9 shrieks were heard. The 9 experts of Great Sage Initial and Great Sage Great Mastery didn't even have the courage to resist and were killed directly. How can you have the prison-suppressing steel? The armored three-eyed god also had a look of fear in his eyes. What? Lu Ming's eyes flickered. These three-eyed gods were actually so afraid of the prison-suppressing steel. Without any hesitation, the fragment of the prison-suppressing steel appeared on his spine. As soon as the fragment of the prison-guarding steel appeared, it quickly grew to the size of a mountain. The 2 words prison and steel were especially bright. Buzz. And NBSP, the fragment of the prison-suppressing steel shot toward the three-eyed god. Block it, join forces to block it. A Supreme Saint peak-level great being, together with 7 or 8 Supreme Saints from the three-eyed god race, launched a series of terrifying attacks in an attempt to stop the prison-suppressing steel. However, the prison-suppressing steel seemed to contain a special power that was effective against the three-eyed god race. When the three-eyed god race's power hit the steel, it crumbled. And NBSP, the prison-suppressing steel, crushed down, and the three-eyed gods screamed in pain as they exploded. The only exception was the great saint at the peak who was still alive. However, he was also half dead and was spitting out large mouthfuls of blood. Kill! Lu Ming charged forward and killed him with a single slash. Go! Lu Ming waved his hand and the prison-suppressing steel flew towards the armored three-eyed god. Ah, damn it! And NBSP, the three-eyed god, panicked and tried to escape, but it was useless. In an instant, the prison-suppressing steel caught up to him, and the light from the steel grew even brighter as it pressed down. So what if it's the prison-suppressing steel? Get lost! The three-eyed god in armor roared as a beam of destructive light shot out from his forehead and slammed into the prison-suppressing steel, causing it to tremble. However, the strange power on the prison-suppressing steel burst out and crushed down, causing the destructive light to collapse instantly. Get lost! Get lost! Get lost! The three-eyed god in armor roared as he continued to swing his axe at the prison-suppressing steel, causing it to tremble. This three-eyed god was a great saint in the Great Circle. Even though he was heavily injured, his combat strength was still shocking. The prison-suppressing steel couldn't kill him in a short time. However, Lu Ming was still there. Lu Ming walked in the air and appeared not far away. Quickly come and help me. The three-eyed god was shocked. But the other three-eyed god race members were scared to death when they saw the prison guarding steel. None of them dared to come out, and they all ran away in a hurry. No one can save you, you're courting death. Lu Ming said coldly. He pointed a finger at the other party. The terrifying power made the other party roar in despair. He tried his best to block the attack and kept swinging his axe. He finally managed to block the finger of tribulation of chaos, but he couldn't stop the power of the prison-suppressing steel. And NBSP the prison-suppressing steel crushed down, and with a roar of unwillingness, the three-eyed god was killed, his body torn to pieces. By now, not a single one of the other three-eyed god race had escaped. Lu Ming didn't pursue them. He knew that he couldn't kill all of the three-eyed gods on his own. There were so many of them, and they were all fleeing in different directions. It was impossible for him to catch up. To be able to annihilate a large portion of the three-eyed god army and kill their general was already an incredible feat. Lu Ming put away the prison-suppressing steel and landed on the ground. He sat on the ground and panted heavily. Just now, he had used the chaotic finger of tribulation with all his strength. He had used up a lot of saint power, and his physical strength was not enough. At this moment, a white light flashed in front of Lu Ming. The white-robed old man appeared. You've done well. The white-robed old man's gaze swept across the scene and revealed a hint of admiration. Is this my test? Lu Ming asked. That's right, this is a test. The white-robed old man nodded. Lu Ming was silent. After a long while, he said, then, are these all illusions? It's all fake. If you say it's true, it's true. If you say it's false, it's false. The white-robed old man said. His eyes were filled with reminiscence and sadness. He then continued, what you've experienced and seen during this period of time actually happened in the ancient times. Those people used to exist, but they all died in the hands of the alien tribes. In ancient times, the alien races tore open the void and arrived. The heaven realm fell into chaos. Countless creatures were killed and billions of corpses were buried. It was a real river of blood. What you have experienced is just a projection of a place in ancient times. Lu Ming was silent again. After a while, he asked, is this considered a pass? Not bad, you've passed. The white-robed old man said. If I don't kill the general of the other side, will I not pass? Lu Ming asked. The white-robed old man shook his head and said, it's not that difficult. As long as you can kill your way to this camp, no matter what the result is, it won't matter. You've already passed, but your performance has exceeded my expectations. Of course, if you don't even dare to charge into this camp, then you've failed. Let me show you some images. The white-robed old man waved his hand, and images appeared in the air. Lu Ming saw that the others were experiencing the same thing as him. They were also heavily injured and saved by Xia Hu. Then, they recuperated in the tribe. After that, the three-eyed god race attacked. However, Lu Ming saw that someone was killed by the three-eyed god race instead of breaking the shackles and recovering his cultivation when the three-eyed god race attacked. At this moment, a white light enveloped him, and this person was eliminated. There were also people who directly abandoned their tribes and fled by themselves. Similarly, they were enveloped by a ray of light and were also eliminated. Someone broke through the shackles and killed all the three-eyed gods that had invaded. They rushed to the camp and fell silent for a moment before retreating. Those who didn't plan on attacking the camp were also eliminated and teleported out. Sorry for the inconvenience. Thank you very much. Chapter 1780. Successor Lu Ming saw that when the three-eyed god race invaded and killed the tribesmen, Long Chen was so furious that his eyes were about to burst. In the end, he broke free of the shackles, recovered his cultivation, and killed all the three-eyed god race. Then, he directly killed his way into the military camp. After a fierce battle, he finally died of exhaustion. Of course, dying in battle here did not mean that they would really die. Lu Ming also saw that Huang Ling, like Long Chen, had also made her way to the military camp. In the end, she was surrounded and killed by many experts. In the end, Lu Ming only saw 6 people who dared to charge into the enemy's camp. As for the others, they either failed to break through the shackles, fled, or were too afraid to attack the enemy's camp. They were all teleported away. Other than Lu Ming, there were only 6 people. However, none of them could do what Lu Ming did, annihilating a large number of the enemy's troops and killing the three-eyed god general in the end. Lu Ming realized that different people with different cultivation levels would appear with different three-eyed gods. The higher one's cultivation level would be when they encountered a three-eyed god. For example, in the military camp, the supreme talents who reached the absolute saint realm would become emperor-to-be. No one could cross so many realms and kill a strong enemy. Lu Ming had to borrow the power of the blood-eyed demonic ape and the fragment of the prison-suppressing steel to do so. After he was done, the white-robed old man waved his hand and the images disappeared. This time, including you, a total of 7 people passed the test. Your performance was the best. Since ancient times, no one could compare to you. So, congratulations on becoming the true inheritor of Hunyuan sect. The white-robed old man smiled. We succeeded just like that. Lu Ming muttered. Not bad, you've succeeded. It doesn't look difficult, but it's actually very, very difficult. In fact, there were people in ancient times with extremely strong combat strength who might have been able to do what you did, but most people didn't choose to do so. Instead, they turned around and left. They didn't attack the military camp. Without attacking the military camp, it's a failure. No matter how strong their combat strength is, it's useless. The white-robed elder sighed, combat strength and talent aren't the only requirements for Hunyuan sect's successor. It also requires courage, or rather, a fearless spirit. If you don't even dare to fight to the death when your family and friends are killed and can only retreat, then you're too selfish. What's the use of having strong combat strength? That kind of person might be able to become a peak expert, but he's not what my Hunyuan sect needs. Hunyuan sect, what's the purpose of spending so much effort to choose a successor? Lu Ming asked. Prepare for battle. The white-robed old man said. At this moment, his eyes shone with a brilliant light, and a terrifying aura emanated from his body. You've seen it for yourself. When the foreign tribes invaded, the people in the heaven realm were plunged into misery and the endless territories were occupied. For so many years, countless experts of the heaven realm have fought against the foreign tribes, and countless heroes have died in battle. Now, the heaven realm is almost completely occupied. As for the alien races, they have already started to open up the passage to the primordial realm. When the time comes, the alien races will descend on the primordial realm. When that time comes, the primordial realm will follow in the footsteps of the heaven realm, with billions of corpses lying on the ground. No one will be able to stay out of it. This battle was about to happen a long time ago. That's why Hunyuan sect has been cultivating prodigies and experts for so many years, waiting for the final battle in the future. The white-robed old man explained. Lu Ming was shocked. Eggy had also said that the final battle was coming. Back in the Azure continent, he had seen the Titan longhorn beetle guarding a pitch-black passage. Could it be that the other side of the passage was a foreign race? If the foreign tribes were to descend, would his family and friends be annihilated like the previous tribes? No, Lu Ming would never let this happen. Lu Ming clenched his fists tightly. In fact, it's not just the Hunyuan sect. Back then, the strongest forces in the heaven realm were also doing this. Their inheritances were constantly flowing out. In fact, in ancient times, the primordial realm's human race didn't know how to cultivate. The reason they became powerful later on was because the strongest forces in the heaven realm leaked out all kinds of inheritances, resulting in the primordial realm's current situation. The white-robed old man explained. Lu Ming was dumbfounded. He didn't expect that the primordial realm's cultivation methods were spread by a few forces in the heaven realm. Actually, many of the primordial realm's ancient and powerful factions are disciples of the primordial chaos sect. Their ancestors all received the primordial chaos sect's inheritance. Since ancient times, Hunyuan sect has been in a war for providence and has been searching for inheritors. We have divided the inheritors into 3 levels: gold inheritors, silver inheritors, and bronze inheritors. The white-robed old man explained. Then what level of inheritor am one? Lu Ming asked. Golden inheritor is the highest level. Since ancient times, you're the only one who has reached this level. Therefore, you're the true inheritor of Hunyuan sect. The Zongzi of Hunyuan sect will inherit the position of Hunyuan sect's sect master in the future. The white-robed old man said. Oh, how many people does Hunyuan sect have in the heaven realm? There are not many left. After so many years of war, not many people are still alive. Back then, almost all of the 9 hall masters died in battle. You cultivate the chaos scripture, so you should have obtained the inheritance of the chaos monarch. Back then, the chaos monarch was one of the strongest experts in the world, but he also died in battle. The white-robed old man sighed. Lu Ming was speechless. There were not many people left. What was the use of inheriting the position of Hunyuan sect's sect master? You are a gold-ranked inheritor, so you have the right to see other people's images. Other people have no right to see your images. Moreover, the lower-ranked inheritors have to listen to the higher-ranked inheritors. The white-robed old man said. By the way, why didn't one see Bubbles, no, that space-time spirit mouse just now? Lu Ming asked. Lu Ming did not see Bubbles in the images just now. The space-time spirit mouse has a special identity. Her mother, the previous space-time spirit mouse, was one of the 9 hall masters of the Hunyuan sect. So, she didn't need to be tested. I took her to a place where the inheritance of the previous space-time spirit mouse is. The white-robed old man explained. Lu Ming was overjoyed. It was a great opportunity for Bubbles to obtain the inheritance of the previous generation of space-time spirit rats. Alright, they'll take you to a place. The white-robed elder waved his hand and the environment shattered like a mirror before disappearing. The next moment, Lu Ming appeared in a hall. At the same time, in another hall, Long Chen, Feng Ling, and the other 5 were gathered together. In front of them, a white-robed elder was floating in the air. Congratulations on passing the test and becoming Hunyuan sect's silver inheritors. The white-robed old man said, and then explained some things. The 6 people's eyes flickered, but they didn't say anything, waiting for the next part. They were all prodigies of the major forces and knew more secrets than Lu Ming. They knew that there would definitely be benefits to becoming the Hunyuan sect's inheritor. Now, I'll reward each of you with a wisp of nebulous primordial chaos. When you break through to the martial emperor realm in the future and condense a pocket world, you can refine the nebulous primordial chaos to make the pocket world even more stable and powerful. The white-robed old man said as he raised his hand. On his hand, there were 6 streams of qi that were constantly flowing, as if they had a spirit. Chapter 1781, Benefits and Rewards. It's actually the nebulous primordial chaos. The eyes of the 6 people burst out with a burning light. Primordial chaos appeared, and chaos appeared. The nebulous primordial chaos was an existence that was on par with the nebulous primordial chaos. It was a treasure of the world, born before the creation of the world. It was extremely precious and mysterious. As for the primordial chaos laws, they were also one of the 10 ultimate laws. Just as the white-robed elder had said, when one broke through to the emperor realm and condensed a small world, they would refine a wisp of nebulous primordial chaos. The small world would become more stable and powerful, far beyond ordinary small worlds. This was a priceless treasure that was hard to come by. Their hearts were burning with passion. The white-robed old man smiled. Of course, silver inheritors will not only receive these rewards. However, you are now in the sage realm. In the sage realm, you can only cultivate one type of law. You have magical powers now and do not need other inheritances. However, when you cultivate to the emperor level, you can master many types of laws. The laws will merge and change endlessly. At that time, you will need a stronger inheritance. Therefore, after you reach the emperor level, you will have a chance to come here to obtain the inheritance. Furthermore, as silver inheritors, they'll give you silver inheritances tokens. In the future, you can mobilize a portion of the Hunyuan sect's strength. Inheritors who are lower than you will have to listen to your orders. The white-robed old man's words of temptation made the eyes of Huang Ling and the other 5 light up. Senior, what conditions do we need to agree to? A peerless woman among the 6 asked. This woman was as beautiful as a fairy, and her every move was filled with endless temptation. The conditions are very simple. You are silver inheritors, so of course you have to listen to gold inheritors. The white-robed old man smiled. Someone has obtained a gold-level inheritor. One of the young men said in disbelief. This person was the child of death, who controlled the law of death. That's right. After countless years, one of them has become a golden inheritor. The white-robed old man said. Instantly, the 6 people's faces turned ugly. They were all heaven's favorites and they were proud. They wanted to step on other heaven's favorites and reach the peak. Now, they were told to listen to other heaven's favorites. How could they accept this? Especially the child of death. He was the son of God and was destined to become a peak expert in the future. How could he listen to others? Senior, so what if I don't obey? The child of death asked. If you don't listen to me, they'll send you out and disqualify you as silver inheritors. The white-robed old man said. This made the 6 people's faces very ugly. He was even more unwilling to let the opportunity that he had obtained fly away just like that. Furthermore, I'm not asking you to make a verbal promise. I want you to make a blood oath to obey the golden inheritor. The white-robed old man said. Senior, it's not impossible for us to obey the golden inheritor, but if he makes some excessive or impossible requests just because he's the golden inheritor, do we have to obey him? The peerless beauty asked. It's very simple. When you make the blood oath, you can add some conditions. If the other party's order goes against the conditions you add, you naturally don't have to listen to it. You won't break the oath and be affected by the blood oath. The white-robed old man said. The 6 people's eyes flickered. Even so, they were unwilling. The white-robed old man's gaze shifted and he said, of course, I'll also give you a chance. You have 20 years. After that, you can challenge the golden inheritors. Whoever wins can replace them and become the new golden inheritors. 20 years. At this moment, the eyes of the 6 people lit up. To them, 20 years had passed in the blink of an eye. The child of death was especially confident in himself. He could defeat anyone in the same generation. Alright, I agree. The child of death was the first to speak. Senior, can you let us see what the golden inheritor looks like first? At this moment, Huang Ling spoke, and there was a strange look in her eyes. Lu Ming did not come here. With Lu Ming's talent, could he not become an inheritor? She was very curious. Of course you can. The white-robed old man smiled. With a wave of his hand, a figure appeared in the sky. It was Lu Ming. Lu Ming. It's Lu Ming. The eyes of Huang Ling and Long Chen lit up. It's him. The child of death's eyes shone with a shocking light. The others were the same. It's indeed him. His talent is terrifying. The other young man said. When they crossed the abyss previously, Lu Ming had come in first. Later on, he had even defeated the chaotic body. They had long since remembered him. Senior, I agree. Said Huang Ling, I also agree. Long Chen chimed in. This way, 3 people agreed. I'll agree even if I have one. The peerless woman smiled. She was extremely charming and charming. The child of death and the others couldn't help but take a few more glances. Then, the last 2 people also agreed. Alright, you can take the blood oath. The white-robed old man said. Immediately, everyone made a blood oath. Of course, they added some conditions to the blood oath. They could accept normal orders, but they didn't have to listen to special orders. Alright, I'll now bestow you with the silver inheritance token. Also, I'll seal the nebulous primordial chaos in the token. The white-robed old man waved his hand, and 6 silver-white tokens appeared in the sky. The words primordial chaos were written on them. Following that, the white-robed elder sealed the 6 nebulous primordial chaos into the silver tokens. The 6 silver tokens flew towards the 6 of them and they received them, solemnly putting them away. In Lu Ming's hall, 3 wisps of primordial chi appeared in the hands of the white-robed elder. An ordinary silver inheritor only has 1 wisp of the land of primordial chaos. A gold inheritor only has 3 wisps. The white-robed elder said. He then took out a golden token and sealed the 3 wisps of primordial chi into it. The token flew towards Lu Ming, who caught it and kept it in the mountain and river diagram. As the only golden inheritor, that's all I get. Lu Ming looked at the white-robed old man eagerly. That's not all. The other 6 silver inheritors have to listen to you. The white-robed old man said. Lu Ming's eyes lit up. Other than Long Chen and Feng Ling, the other 6 were good friends with him. Naturally, there was no issue of ordering them around. However, the other 4 were all extremely powerful geniuses. They definitely came from powerful forces. If Lu Ming listened to them, it would definitely be very beneficial to him. Furthermore, when these people grew up in the future, they would definitely be rare experts and would become Lu Ming's helpers. Of course, there's a condition. They can challenge you in 20 years. If you lose, they will replace you as the new golden inheritors. The white-robed old man said. 20 years later? They can't be my match. Lu Ming said, full of confidence. Chapter 1782. Young sect master. Right now, there might be some young prodigies whose cultivation levels were much higher than Lu Ming's. However, 20 years later, Lu Ming was confident that he would not be weaker than anyone of his generation. If he didn't even have this bit of confidence, how could he reach the peak? This was the same as the child of death and the others. All peerless geniuses were full of confidence in themselves and believed that they could suppress everyone. Alright, I hope you can suppress everyone. The white-robed old man said. Senior, is there any more benefits? Lu Ming looked at the white-robed old man eagerly. Naturally. The white-robed old man smiled and a jade token appeared in his hand. He said, this is a list of all the Hunyuan sect inheritors. Since ancient times, there have been quite a number of them. They are bronze and silver inheritors. They have all sworn to take orders from higher-ranked inheritors. Take a look. The white-robed elder passed the jade token to Lu Ming. Lu Ming took it and sank his spiritual sense into it. He immediately saw more than 200 names. Senior, over the course of countless years, only 200 or so people have become inheritors. And Lu Ming was surprised. There were 7 of them this time. You think it's easy to become an inheritor? The reason why there are so many of you is because we're in a golden age where all the elites are gathered. That's why there are 7 inheritors at once. In the past, there might not have been a single inheritor for many years. The white-robed old man said. But let me tell you, some of these people here died in battle before they could grow up. Some of them became unparalleled experts and established terrifying forces. Many of them even became emperor-level experts. However, the stronger your cultivation is, the stronger your ability to resist the oath. If you go to them now, those powerful existences may not listen to you and may even kill you. You'd better know what to do. The white-robed old man warned. It can't be. Lu Ming was speechless. For an existence that didn't listen to him, so what if they were strong? This name list was as good as nothing. It was useless. Of course, we can't rule out the possibility that there are people who are loyal to the Hunyuan sect and will take orders from the high-level inheritors. You have to be sure of this. The white-robed old man said. Lu Ming was so depressed that he was about to vomit blood. He suddenly felt that the white-robed elder was asking for a beating. Confidence? How? How would he know which people were loyal to Hunyuan sect? If he rashly ran over and said that he was the Hunyuan sect's gold inheritor, he would probably be slapped to death by those powerful existences. The longer the time, the weaker the binding of the oath. The stronger the cultivation, the weaker the binding of the oath. Some peerless powerhouses had the power to destroy the world and even transcended oaths. Any oath was useless. What? Lu Ming's spiritual senses suddenly scanned a name. Sakra. D. What did it have to do with the Di family? Senior, who is this Sakra? Do you have any news about him? Lu Ming asked. I'm not very clear about the current situation of the people above, but this Sakra is definitely still alive, and his cultivation is very profound. You have the golden inheritance token, so if you approach a low-level inheritance token in the future, you will be able to sense it. The white-robed old man said. Lu Ming nodded. If this Sakra was really an expert of the Di family, would he listen to his orders? It was probably very mysterious. Senior, this name list isn't of much use. Is there any other reward for me? Lu Ming continued to stare at the white-robed old man. Your cultivation is still low. There are some powerful inheritances that you can only cultivate after you reach the emperor rank. The white-robed elder said helplessly. No way, is there any sacred art related to the Array Dao laws? Lu Ming asked. His Array Dao laws could not be used without the combination of a sacred art. Array Dao laws? I have one of the 9 scrolls of the Tao of Arrays, the sealed scroll. I'll give it to you. The white-robed old man thought for a moment, and a jade token appeared in his hand. Lu Ming was overjoyed. He quickly took it and scanned it with his spiritual senses. He immediately saw a bunch of wonderful content. The 9 scrolls of Array Dao is the highest technique to cultivate the Array Dao laws. It seizes the good fortune of heaven and earth and was created by a powerful existence. However, I only have one of the 9 scrolls here. You'll have to find the rest on your own. The white-robed old man said. What a pity. Lu Ming sighed in his heart and kept it. He looked at the white-robed elder and said, Senior, are there any other rewards, such as secret techniques or the like? The white-robed old man's eyelids kept twitching. This kid was too greedy. I have a secret technique here called the Divine Breath Technique. It can change and hide one's aura. With your current cultivation, even an ordinary minor Emperor expert won't be able to see through it if they don't look carefully. After the white-robed old man finished speaking, a jade token appeared in his hand. He can even hide from a little emperor. It's even more powerful than the illusionary breath technique. Lu Ming was shocked, then overjoyed. Illusionary breath technique? That's just a simplified version of the divine breath technique. The white-robed old man said. Many thanks, Senior. Lu Ming received it with great joy. Alright, I'll send you to meet the others. As if he was afraid that Lu Ming would speak again, the white-robed elder did not give him a chance to speak. He waved his hand and left with Lu Ming. In the next moment, Lu Ming appeared in another hall. This hall was the hall where Long Chen, Feng Ling, and the others were. As soon as Lu Ming appeared, the six of them looked over at the same time. Lu Ming. When she saw Lu Ming, Huang Ling's face lit up and she hurried over. We shouldn't call each other by name now. We should call each other young sect master. Long Chen said with a smile. Lu Ming was a golden inheritor and would inherit the position of Hunyuan sect's sect master in the future. They should address him as young sect master. Long Chen, Feng Ling, we're friends. There's no need to be so formal. Just like before. Lu Ming smiled. Long Chen and Feng Ling nodded with a smile. They understood Lu Ming's character. Luo Tianyi greets the young sect master. A peerless woman walked over gracefully and bowed to Lu Ming. Young lady, please rise, no need to be so polite. Lu Ming said hurriedly. Then, Lu Ming's gaze shifted to the other three. The child of death and the two young men all had ugly expressions. They could not bow to Lu Ming. Their cultivation was higher than Lu Ming's. They could not get over this. I know that you are not convinced and even look down on me. It doesn't matter. If it is not necessary, I will not order you around. Similarly, in 20 years, I will give you the opportunity to challenge me. If you can defeat me, I will respect him as the young sect master. Lu Ming said. You won't be a match for me in 20 years. The position of the gold inheritor is destined to be mine. The child of death spoke in an extremely domineering manner. I'll wait for your challenge, but I'll be the young sect master for the next 20 years. Lu Ming said. The child of death's expression changed, but in the end, his eyes revealed a determined look. He cupped his fists and said, young sect master. Then, he stepped aside. The other two people pondered for a moment and bowed to Lu Ming as well. Chapter 1783, Jade Lake's Holy Virgin Inheritance. Alright, you've all met and gotten to know each other. I hope you can help each other in the future. Let me tell you, the final battle will come soon. When the time comes, you'll need to work together to fight the enemy. Now, I'll send you back. The white-robed elder said. With a wave of his hand, beams of light enveloped Lu Ming and the others. Then, they felt dizzy. After an unknown period of time, Lu Ming found himself back in the Phoenix Palace's courtyard. With him were Long Chen, Feng Ling, and of course, Bubbles. Lu Ming. Big brother. When Bubbles saw Lu Ming, she pounced on him and hung on his shoulder. Bubbles, your cultivation has reached the Supreme Saint realm. Lu Ming took a look and realized that the Bubbles' aura was extremely thick. It had actually reached the Great Saint realm. Yeah, that old man sent me to a place before, and I inexplicably broke through, and something else appeared in my head. Chirp chirp. Pow Pow said in a childish voice. It must be related to the inheritance of the spacetime spirit mouse. Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. He was happy for Bubbles. Lu Ming, Feng Ling, my cultivation has reached the limit of a bright saint. I feel like he'll be breaking through soon. I'll return to the Divine Elephant sect to cultivate in seclusion. Long Chen said. Alright, I wish you a smooth breakthrough. Lu Ming said. Long Chen nodded, then stepped into the air and left. Lu Ming, I'm about to break through too. I'm afraid I'll need to go into seclusion. Said Huang Ling, it just so happens that I also need to go into closed-door cultivation for a period of time. Lu Ming nodded. He had obtained one of the 9 scrolls of Array Dao, the sealed scroll, and the divine breath technique. He needed to cultivate both of them. At this moment, the sound of something breaking through the air rang out. A figure stepped through the air and arrived. It was Mu Qingxue. Lu Ming, Feng Ling, you're finally here. Where have you been for the past few months? One couldn't find you anywhere, and one couldn't transmit my voice either, so I thought something happened to you. As soon as Mu Qingxue arrived, she began to complain. Qingxue, how did you know that we've returned so quickly? Huang Ling asked curiously. I'm just nearby. I saw Long Chen coming out of here. One guess you guys are back too. Mu Qingxue said. Qingxue, I'm sorry. Due to the sudden incident, we were participating in the Hunyuan sect's examination and didn't inform you. Huang Ling said apologetically, not hiding anything from Mu Qingxue. You guys participated in the Hunyuan sect's test. Lu Ming, no wonder you've also obtained a primordial chaos token. Mu Qingxue nodded in realization. Yes. By the way, how long have we been there? Lu Ming nodded and asked. It's been 4 months. Mu Qingxue said. Only 4 months. Lu Ming was stunned. He remembered that it had been more than half a year since he went to Hunyuan sect for the assessment. Perhaps the 2 months he spent in the tribe during the last assessment was just an illusion and not real. Perhaps it had only been a moment. Lu Ming guessed in his heart. By the way, some of the Heaven's Pride experts who went to the Heavenly Emperor City have returned. Not long ago, a Heaven's Pride expert from the Wan family came and said that he wanted to challenge Lu Ming. In the end, he was blocked by us. Then, the people from the Wan family spread rumors everywhere that Lu Ming encountered a stronger opponent and did not dare to fight. He was like a turtle that hid in its shell. Mu Qingxue said. The Wan family again. A cold glint flashed in Lu Ming's eyes. A bunch of clowns, ignore them. After chatting for a while, Huang Ling and Mu Qingxue bade farewell and left. Lu Ming returned to his room and entered the mountain and river diagram to begin his seclusion. First, he had to practice the divine breath technique. Lu Ming took out the divine breath technique jade card and studied it carefully. He then started to cultivate. Lu Ming had cultivated the illusionary breath technique before. Although the divine breath technique was wonderful, it was not difficult for Lu Ming. In a short 3 days, Lu Ming had successfully cultivated it. Following that, Lu Ming took out the sealed scroll, one of the 9 scrolls of the Array Dao, and studied it carefully. How wonderful! After a long time, Lu Ming sighed. The sealed scroll was able to unleash the wondrous power of the Array Dao laws, forming a sealing technique. If cultivated to the highest level, it could even seal the heavens and earth, suppressing everything. This was created by a terrifying existence, and it was extremely profound. This is only one of the 9 scrolls on the Tao of Arrays. I wonder how amazing the other 8 scrolls are. Lu Ming was really looking forward to it. In the days that followed, Lu Ming sat cross-legged under the path understanding ancient tree. He focused on understanding the path and cultivating the art of sealing. In the blink of an eye, 2 months had passed. At this moment, Lu Ming had ended his cultivation because he sensed movement outside. Before he entered the mountain and river diagram, he had set up a sensing array in the courtyard. As long as someone came to look for him, he would be able to sense it. With a thought, Lu Ming exited the mountain and river diagram. He walked out of his room and saw Huang Ling. Huang Ling, congratulations on breaking through to the Supreme Saint realm. Lu Ming swept his gaze across the room and realized that Huang Ling's aura was much stronger than before. It was obvious that she had made a breakthrough in her cultivation. "You're about to break through, aren't you?" "Oh yes, someone has sent you an invitation." Huang Ling smiled. As she spoke, an invitation card appeared in her hand. An invitation? Who sent it? Lu Ming was curious. Jade Lake, this time, the Jade Lake Inheritance Holy Maiden has appeared. She's holding a tea party and sending out invitations to all the geniuses of the ancient Moon Holy Land to gather at the Jade Lake. Said Huang Ling, holy successor. Lu Ming was puzzled. He remembered that the last time the Jade Lake Saint was born, she was not called the Saint of Inheritance. As if she could read Lu Ming's mind, Huang Ling explained, the 9 holy virgins of the Jade Lake were just ordinary holy virgins. The holy successor of the Jade Lake is better than ordinary holy virgins in terms of status, talent, and beauty. She has the potential to take over the Jade Lake in the future. However, the Jade Lake has very few holy inheritances, and the selection criteria are very strict. The Jade Lake hasn't had a holy inheritances for thousands of years, and this time, they're inviting many heroes. I'm afraid that there will be many heroes coming to the ancient Moon Holy Land. It will be very lively. Since that's the case, we can meet up. When? Lu Ming asked. Tomorrow. I'll come find you tomorrow. Let's go together. Said Huang Ling. Lu Ming nodded. A day passed in the blink of an eye. The next day, Huang Ling and Mu Qingxue came to look for Lu Ming. Lu Ming brought bubbles with him and went to the jade pool. It was still the same lake as last time. Above the lake, there were many palaces, and the jade pool Immortal Palace appeared. Someone came to welcome them in front of the Immortal Palace. They entered the Jade Lake Divine Palace and came to a quiet and beautiful place. This area was extremely vast. At this moment, the 2 sides of the area were already filled with tables. Many people had already arrived. They were all heaven's favorites from the younger generation. There were both men and women, and they came from all sorts of powerful forces. A few young and beautiful women were walking around the tables, pouring tea for the many geniuses. In this area, the fragrance of tea assailed the nose. At the top of the area, there were 9 jade tables. The 9 saintesses of the jade pool sat at each of the 9 tables. Behind the 9 saintesses, there was a pavilion floating in the air. There was a flight of stairs that extended to the bottom. There was also a jade table in the pavilion, but no one was there. Many people knew that the Jade Lake Holy Virgin would be sitting in that pavilion. Chapter 1784, Luo Tianyi Long Chen. When Lu Ming and the rest arrived, they saw Long Chen sitting at a table. They walked over and sat down at Long Chen's table. You guys are here. Long Chen nodded and poured tea for Lu Ming and the rest. Lu Ming's eyes swept across the area and discovered that Long Chen's aura was also extremely powerful. It was obvious that Long Chen had also made a breakthrough and entered the Supreme Saint realm. The few of them chatted and drank tea. Outside, more and more people arrived. Before long, there were already hundreds of people in this area. They were all heaven's favorites of the younger generation. Almost all of the heaven's favorites from the ancient Moon Holy Land had been invited. Hee, Lu Ming, you've finally stopped being a tortoise and come out. At this moment, a sneer reverberated throughout the entire area. Lu Ming looked in the direction of the voice and saw a few young people looking at him with cold eyes. The Wan clan's prodigy. Among them were Wan Tianbing, Wan Tianlong, and another person who exuded an air of nobility. Lu Ming did not recognize him, but it was clearly another prodigy of the Wan family. It was Wan Tianbing who had just spoken. At the scene, many paragons looked at Lu Ming and then at the Wan clan's paragon with anticipation. It seemed that Lu Ming was going to clash with the Wan family again. Wan Tianbing, what? You didn't feel good after the last battle? Lu Ming said in disdain. Wan Tianbing's face darkened, and he snorted coldly. Last time, one was just careless. You don't need to be proud. Careless? What a joke. If it wasn't for you, the old dog of the Wan family, shamelessly interfering last time, you would have already died. Lu Ming sneered in disdain. Bang! At this moment, a young man beside Wan Tianbing slammed the table. His eyes were as cold as lightning as he looked at Lu Ming and berated, impudent. How dare you insult the Wan family's seniors? You deserve to die 10,000 times. Lu Ming looked at the person and said indifferently, Who the hell are you? Was one wrong to call those old men of the Wan family old dogs? After hitting the young, the old will make a move, it was obvious to all. You still dare to talk nonsense, I'll kill you today, you're courting death. The man shouted coldly. He stood up suddenly and his powerful aura pressed toward Lu Ming. The Great Saint Realm. Without a doubt, this man was a supreme saint, much stronger than Wan Tianbing. Boom! Beside Lu Ming, Long Chen and Feng Ling burst out with a powerful aura at the same time, dispersing the man's aura in one go, causing the man's expression to change. He was not the only one. The others' expressions also changed drastically as they looked at Feng Ling and Long Chen in disbelief. Supreme Saint, Feng Ling and Long Chen have also broken through to the Supreme Saint realm. How is that possible? A few months ago, they were still far from the Great Saint realm. How did they break through to the Great Saint realm so quickly? It's incredible. Many people exclaimed in disbelief. In particular, some of the geniuses who had competed with Feng Ling and Long Chen in the past were even paler. For example, Huang Kong, Huang Bing, and the others of the Phoenix Palace looked at Feng Ling, tongue-tied. In the end, they sighed. They knew that they had been far surpassed by Huang Ling. Coupled with Huang Ling's terrifying talent, they would never be able to surpass her in their lifetime. The Heaven's Pride expert of the Wan family was called Wan Pingyang. He was one of the strongest Heaven's Pride experts of the Wan family. He had just returned from the Heaven Empyrean city. His expression changed. He did not expect Long Chen and Feng Ling to be so powerful. Wan Pingyang rolled his eyes and sneered, Lu Ming, you're really a coward. When I went to the Phoenix Palace to challenge you, you hid and refused to fight. Now, you're hiding behind someone else. Hee, this is the first time I've seen martial arts rely on hiding. You're a great saint, yet you want to fight a bright saint like me. Do you think it's a glorious thing? Is this your confidence and pride? Lu Ming responded indifferently. Huh, what a joke. Cultivation is also a type of talent. No matter how strong you are, if you are forever stuck at a cultivation level, you will still be a piece of trash. One can suppress you with a flip of my hand. Wan Pingyang laughed and mocked. You're really that confident? You can suppress me? If a supreme saint is suppressed by a sacred light like me, I wonder if the elders of the Wan family will come and find trouble with me again. Lu Ming said calmly. It's ridiculous to be suppressed by you. Do you think that's possible? Come out and fight. Wan Pingyang shouted. The corners of Lu Ming's lips curled up slightly. A cold glint flashed in his eyes and he was about to stand up. At this moment, a clear voice sounded, everyone, we're here to taste tea today and get to know each other. There's no need to use force. The holy successor is about to arrive. At this moment, a holy maiden of the Jade Lake spoke. Humph. Lu Ming, you're lucky. It'll give the Jade Lake Saint some face today. But your luck won't last forever. Wan Pingyang said coldly. Luck? The corners of Lu Ming's lips curled up slightly. Who was the lucky one? They're here. At this moment, someone spoke, and everyone's eyes turned to the pavilion. A woman stepped out from the depths of the Jade Lake Divine Palace. Her figure was the most beautiful piece of art in the world. She was well-proportioned and beautiful, making people unable to move their eyes away. With every step she took, a cloud would appear in the sky and drag her body. Everyone's eyes moved up and saw a peerless face that could topple cities. The 9 Jade Lake saintesses were already peerless beauties, but they paled in comparison to this woman. This woman was like a fairy that had walked out of a painting, the goddess of legends. "It's so beautiful," someone mumbled to himself. He was already dumbfounded. Lu Ming was also dumbfounded. Not only him, even Huang Ling and Long Chen were stunned. It wasn't because she was too beautiful, but because they knew her. Luo Tianyi. Lu Ming muttered to himself. He had never expected that the Jade Pool's holy successor would be Luo Tianyi, one of the 7 people who had passed the Hunyuan sect's assessment and obtained the Silver Inheritor. "I didn't expect that she would be the holy successor of the Jade Lake." Huang Ling muttered to herself. "I really didn't expect it." Lu Ming said. "Brother Lu Ming is really perverted. He is in a daze when he sees a beautiful woman." At the side, Pao Pao muttered. "Cough cough." Lu Ming coughed a few times in embarrassment, his face blushing slightly. He picked up a cup of tea and took a sip. He glanced at Bubbles and said, "What does a little brat know? Of course one know. You think I can't tell from your eyes? And brother Long Chen too, and sister Fong Ling." Bubbles pouted her chubby little mouth, a trace of disdain flashing in her eyes, which made Long Chen and Fong Ling a little embarrassed. "Little girl, you're talking nonsense. I'm a woman, how could I?" Huang Ling rolled her eyes at Bubbles. "Can't a woman do that?" Paoba muttered. At this time, Luo Tianyi had already landed on the pavilion. She picked up a cup of tea and said, "I'm Luo Tianyi. Thank you for coming. One don't have any wine today, only tea. I'll drink tea in place of wine. Hey, raise a toast to you all." Then, he picked up the teacup and took a sip. Chapter 1785 Scaring Away Geniuses with a Glance. To be honest, Luo Tianyi was extremely beautiful. Her appearance was no less than Huang Ling and Xian Yanqing, but she had an extra temperament, a charming temperament. Her every smile and every move seemed to be full of charm. At the scene, most of the young men were tempted and stared at Luo Tianyi with fiery eyes. Wan Pingyang was the same. His eyes were burning as he looked at Luo Tianyi, unable to move his eyes away. I wouldn't dare. It's my honor to be able to meet Tianyi Saintess today. Saintess, you're a heavenly beauty, like a goddess. It's my good fortune to meet you today." Some self-proclaimed handsome sovereigns immediately opened their mouths, trying to attract Luo Tianyi's attention. Every time the holy maiden was born, the Jade Pool would choose a guardian to grow up with her. To put it simply, a Tao protector was a Tao companion and a husband. This was the case for the ordinary holy maidens, and it was even more so for the holy successor. If they could become the guardians of the Jade Lake's holy successor, they would not only get a rare beauty, but also enjoy the vast resources of the Jade Lake. Who wouldn't want that? Luo Tianyi smiled and waved her hand. "Tianyi thanks everyone for coming, please sit." Everyone took their seats, but there was one exception. It was a purple-robed young man with a burly figure. The most eye-catching thing about him was his purple hair that fluttered in the wind. He was filled with an unbridled arrogance. He stared at Luo Tianyi with fiery eyes and said, "Holy maiden, you are sitting alone in the pavilion. Aren't you lonely? How about I accompany you?" With that, the man rose into the air and stepped forward, about to step into the pavilion. "It's Su Tuo from the Skywolf Tower," someone said. They recognized this young man. He was an extremely powerful Heaven's favorite. Su Tuo stepped forward and quickly approached the pavilion. The 9 ordinary saintesses of the Jade Lake looked awful. This man's behavior was an insult to the Holy Virgin of the Jade Lake. "This brother, you've gone too far," Tianyi saint did not invite you up. An ordinary saintess rose into the air and blocked in front of Su Tuo. I can't go if they didn't invite me. Didn't the Jade Lake saint come out to find a man? Do you think him not qualified? Su Tuo said, his purple hair flying in the wind. He stared at Luo Tianyi with fiery eyes and was very overbearing. Mind your words. The ordinary holy virgins of the Jade Lake looked even worse. Su Tuo's words were an insult. What are you pretending for? Women are born to be enjoyed by men. Otherwise, what's the use of being born in this world? Get out of my way. Su Tuo's aura was wild as he shouted. His shout was like a wolf howling at the moon. The ordinary saintesses' faces turned pale and their bodies trembled as they retreated. Su Tuo was obviously in the supreme saint realm and was extremely powerful. He was one of the top heaven's favorites in ancient Moon Holy Land and came from the powerful force, Sky Wolf Tower. Bang! Bang! With a loud shout, he forced a few ordinary saintesses back. Su Tuo became even more arrogant as he stepped forward, causing the void to crack. The people of the Sky Wolf Tower are really overbearing. Someone said. The Sky Wolf Tower is full of sky wolves. They are arrogant and extremely protective of their own people. They are a group of lunatics. Let's keep our voices down. Someone else said. Buzz. Buzz. At this moment, a few other saintesses stood in front of Su Tuo. Get lost. Many of them shouted again. Their purple hair danced in the wind as if they were about to transform into a purple wolf and pounce. Let him come over. Luo Tianyi said. Her expression was very calm as she sat on a jade bench, picked up a cup of tea, and casually sipped on it. Yes. The few saintesses nodded and made way for him. Ha ha ha, Tianyi saint, how about one be your protector? Well be done tonight. Su Tuo laughed and landed on the edge of the pavilion. It's not impossible to become Tianyi's guardian. It all depends on whether young master has the ability to do so. Luo Tianyi smiled, full of infinite temptation. At this time, her eyes turned black, and a mysterious fluctuation spread out from her body. At this moment, Su Tuo's body froze. The next moment, he shouted, "Who is it?" Then, he turned around abruptly and threw a punch backward. A terrifying fist force rushed into the vast void. Everyone looked at each other. There was no one behind Su Tuo, so why was he attacking? However, the next scene was even more shocking. And NBSP Su Tuo roared and punched continuously. His face was twisted as if he was fighting someone. After punching a few hundred times, he spat out a mouthful of blood and his face turned pale. Illusion, Su Tuo was under an illusion. Someone exclaimed. It was obvious that Su Tuo was under an illusion. However, with Su Tuo's cultivation level, it was shocking that he had fallen for the illusion without even realizing it. At this time, Su Tuo also woke up and looked at Luo Tianyi with an ugly expression. Young master can't even sit on this seat. It seems that young master is not qualified to be Tianyi's Dao protector. Luo Tianyi said, still smiling. Su Tuo, you should come down. With your cultivation, you're not qualified. Someone said in disdain. Many of the geniuses who came today had cultivation realms that were not inferior to Su Tuo's. They were not afraid of him. Su Tuo's expression turned even uglier. He snorted coldly, turned around, and stepped into the air, leaving the Jade Lake Divine Palace. He was too embarrassed to stay. He had been overbearing and said that he wanted Luo Tianyi to be his woman. Now, Luo Tianyi had not even made a move, and he was already injured. Obviously, he was far from Luo Tianyi. Whoever wants to have a drink with me, just come up. As long as you can enter the pavilion from this jade ladder, I will drink with you today. Luo Tianyi said with a smile. This made many people's hearts beat faster. As the saying goes, the pavilion closest to the water enjoys the moonlight first. If he could sit and drink tea with Luo Tianyi and get closer to her, he might have a chance to win her over in the future. The eyes of many powerful geniuses flickered. "I'll do it." In the crowd, a golden light flashed, and an unruly young man in a golden robe flew up the jade ladder, then stepped toward the pavilion. "It's the fifth prince of the Golden Crow clan." Someone recognized this person. The Golden Crow race. There was a cold glint in Lu Ming's eyes. It was said that the Golden Crow race was extremely powerful. In this generation, there were 10 crown princes, each stronger than the last. They were all extremely terrifying existences. The fifth prince of the Golden Crow was also very famous. He had reached the Supreme Saint realm a few years ago. The fifth prince of the Golden Crow wore a serious expression. His entire body was enveloped in the divine sun fire. He walked up step by step, but when he was halfway there, he suddenly stopped and his body began to tremble. "Break!" In the end, he closed his eyes and roared. Boom! A dazzling divine sun fire rushed out of his body as if it was trying to fight against something. But after a moment, his body trembled and he spat out a mouthful of blood. His body was thrown back like a kite with a broken string. Chapter 1786 Heavenly Illusion. The fifth prince of the Golden Crow vomited blood and retreated, shocking many people. Luo Tianyi, the holy successor of the Jade Pool, was so terrifying. She sat in the pavilion without moving, but the Golden Crow fifth prince vomited blood and retreated. Could that be the legendary sky illusion law? It's possible. Otherwise, how could it have such power? The sky illusion law is a king path law, second only to the 10 strongest laws. Luo Tianyi is a king body. Another king physique has appeared. Today, we've really entered an era of kings contending for hegemony. It's not just the king physique. There are even a few sons of heaven in the heavenly emperor city. Isn't Lu Ming the son of chaos? Sounds of discussion could be heard in the surroundings. It should be one of the king path laws, the sky illusion law. Lu Ming muttered. Under the 10 ultimate maxims, there were some maxims that were extremely terrifying and powerful. They were not much weaker than the 10 ultimate maxims. These maxims were known as the king path maxims. This king did not mean the king of martial kings, but the king of laws. The king amongst the myriad of laws. Those who controlled the king path laws were called king physiques. Those who mastered the 10 ultimate maxims were known as the son of heaven. For example, Luo Xiang's control of the laws of speed was a type of king path law. Also, Long Chen's law of extremity, the extreme of force, was also a kind of king path law. Phoenix Spirit's law of unperishable flame was also a kind of king path law. Now, he had seen another one, the sky illusion law. The sky illusion nomological law could make people fall into an illusion without them knowing. Even if they were attacked in the illusion, their bodies would be injured. It was truly incomparably profound. Lu Ming had cultivated illusions before, but it was much weaker than the sky illusion law. Luo Tianyi's soul power is definitely very powerful. Lu Ming speculated in his heart. Who else wants to come up? Luo Tianyi's voice sounded again. I'll do it. At this moment, Wan Pingyang stood up and landed on the jade steps. He wanted to climb up the pavilion, but his outcome was the same as the fifth prince of the Golden Crow. He spat out blood and retreated. He returned to his seat with a dark expression. Following that, a few more heaven's favorites went up. Some of them had terrifying cultivation and had actually reached the great sage, but it was useless. The result was the same. They all spat out blood and retreated. Luo Tianyi's cultivation was simply unfathomable. Anyone else? Luo Tianyi smiled and looked around. When she saw Lu Ming, she nodded slightly at him. Brother Lu Ming, that sister seems to be interested in you. She's hinting at you. Why don't you go quickly? At the side, Pow Pow mumbled. You have sharp eyes. Lu Ming touched Bubbles' small head and Bubbles immediately revealed a look of enjoyment. However, it's not a bad idea to go up and have a drink. Lu Ming smiled. He stood up and took a step forward, landing on the jade staircase. Everyone's gaze instantly fell on Lu Ming. You're overestimating yourself. Other supreme saints can't get on it. You're just a bright saint, and you want to get on. Wan Tianbing seized the opportunity to mock him rudely. You're right. Wait a minute. Let's see how he embarrasses himself. Wan Pingyang continued. The others shook their heads. Lu Ming was a bright saint. How could he possibly step on it? He would probably be blasted down in a few minutes. Lu Ming cast a nonchalant glance at Wan Pingyang and Wan Tianbing. His disdainful voice rang out, You're a piece of trash, do you think everyone else is like you? Who are you calling trash? Wan Pingyang's eyes flashed with a cold glint. It's whoever answered. Lu Ming said. Humph, you're just trying to win with your words. Let's see how you're going to step on it. Wan Pingyang's face darkened. Then open your dog eyes wide and watch. Lu Ming smiled and stepped forward. Lu Ming advanced step by step at a steady pace. Very soon, he was halfway up the jade staircase. However, he did not slow down and continued to move forward at the same speed. Many people's expressions changed. Wan Pingyang's expression also changed. Lu Ming continued to move upwards and was close to the pavilion. Nothing happened. How could this be? Luo Tianyi didn't even make a move. Did Luo Tianyi deliberately let him go up? Impossible. Someone shouted, finding it hard to accept. He deliberately let Lu Ming go up. What did this mean? Could it be that Luo Tianyi had taken a fancy to Lu Ming? However, so many stronger geniuses had been blasted down by Luo Tianyi. Would Luo Tianyi be interested in Lu Ming? However, the truth was right in front of their eyes. Lu Ming walked up step by step. Every step he took seemed to be stepping on the hearts of those geniuses. Huan Ling and Long Chen smiled faintly. Why would Luo Tianyi stop Lu Ming if he wanted to go up? Bang! In the end, Lu Ming took a step onto the pavilion. Many people's hearts slapped a beat. Young Master Lu, please take a seat. Luo Tianyi's face showed a bright smile, and her clear voice rang out, which stunned many people. A bowtie's invitation, it's not beautiful. Lu Ming smiled and sat down on a stool that was next to Luo Tian's. Their bodies were almost leaning against each other. Then, Luo Tianyi poured a cup of tea for Lu Ming. Lu Ming picked it up, took a deep breath, and exclaimed, It smells so good. He didn't know if it was the fragrance of tea or the fragrance of people. However, the eyes of the young geniuses below the stage were red with envy. Lu Ming, what right do you have to sit on top? Get down! Wan Pingyang roared. He was filled with envy, jealousy, and hatred. He wished that the person he was looking for was him. He could not figure out why Luo Tianyi did not attack Lu Ming. Could it be that she had taken a fancy to Lu Ming? At the thought of this, he was so angry that he went crazy, and the fire of jealousy burned. Whether I'm qualified or not, is it something you can say? Lu Ming cast a casual glance at Wan Pingyang, then turned to Luo Tianyi and said, The fairy is so beautiful. Even Lu Ming's heart can't help but palpitate. With that, Lu Ming slowly leaned toward Luo Tian. Young master is too kind. Luo Tianyi was still smiling, as if she was not angry at all. Lu Ming smiled. Then, under the angry gaze of the crowd, he picked up the cup that Luo Tianyi had drunk from and finished it in one gulp. The tea that fairy has drunk is so fragrant, Lu Ming laughed heartily. This action was already very frivolous. It was equivalent to flirting with Luo Qianni in front of everyone. Many people thought that Luo Qianni would fly into a rage, but the result surprised them. Luo Qianni was still smiling as if she didn't mind at all. She said, "Young master, if you don't mind, you can always come and drink tea with me." Nest. Many people were roaring in their hearts. What was going on? Could it be that Luo Qianni had really taken a fancy to Lu Ming? Or did Lu Ming already have an affair with Luo Qianni? When they thought of these 2 points, many people felt terrible. Some of them were even roaring in their hearts, "Why wasn't this person me?" Even the other 9 saintesses of the Jade Lake were stunned. Based on their understanding of Luo Qianni, if anyone dared to do that to her, they would be crippled immediately. There was no second outcome. But now, Luo Qianni did not seem to be angry at all. Chapter 1787, The Great Battle with Wan Pingyang. Lu Ming, you're presumptuous. How dare you disrespect the Qianni saintess? You're courting death. I'll cripple you. Wan Pingyang roared. In addition, the eyes of the 5th Golden Crow Prince and the others were also very cold. "Shut up, Saintess Tianyi didn't even say anything and you jumped out, aren't you embarrassed?" Lu Ming berated. Wan Pingyang looked at Luo Qianni and realized that she had no reaction at all. He then looked at Lu Ming, his face flushed red. Yes, Luo Qianni didn't say anything, which meant that she had admitted it. It was really embarrassing for him to jump out like this. "Lu Ming, get down here. Who do you think you are? You're a bright saint from the Tsang region. You're not even an emperor-ranked force. What right do you have to sit next to the Luo Tian saintess?" Tian Pingyang shouted. "Oh, you're born into a noble family and a big force. But you're born in a big force and your cultivation is so low. You're really a piece of trash. Aren't you ashamed?" Lu Ming retorted sarcastically. "What did you just say? Lu Ming, you stubborn turtle. I want to challenge you. Do you dare to accept my challenge? I'd like to see who's the real trash." Wan Pingyang bellowed, wishing he could cut Lu Ming into pieces. Today, he wanted to humiliate Lu Ming to wash away his shame. "All right, I'll give you this chance," Lu Ming said coldly. He then looked at Luo Qianni and said, "Saintess Tianyi, can we make a move here?" "Of course you can. Since everyone is in such a good mood, they'll open the fighting ring and let everyone have a good fight." Luo Qianni smiled and nodded to the other 9 saintesses. The 9 saintesses accepted the order and moved to an open space. With a wave of their hands, the ground emitted a radiance, and a fighting ring appeared. "There are many battle platforms built in the Jade Pool for our disciples to spar. You can go up there and fight," Luo Qianni said. No one was surprised. In fact, many major forces had built such a battle platform. It was usually hidden by a formation. If there was a battle, it could be opened at any time. It was very convenient. "If you want to fight, I'll accompany you. Saintess Tianyi, please pour me a cup of tea. I'll be back to accompany you soon." Lu Ming stood up and said. Then, he took a step forward and landed on the fighting ring. Wan Pingyang gritted his teeth. Lu Ming was too arrogant. Did he mean that he could defeat him before the tea turned cold? What a joke. He was a great saint. Moreover, he was not an ordinary great saint. He was a peerless genius with powerful combat strength. Even if Lu Ming could fight an ordinary great saint, he could not be his opponent. You don't need to do anything to deal with a mere Lu Ming. I'll suppress him. Wan Tianbing stood up and glared at Lu Ming with a sharp gaze. All right, I'll leave it to you. Wan Pingyang's eyes turned. If Wan Tianbing could defeat Lu Ming, he would be able to humiliate Lu Ming even more. Why not? Wan Tianbing took a step forward and came to the fighting ring. Last time, you were defeated even when you joined forces with someone. If it wasn't for the old dog of the Wan family saving you, you would have already died. You still dare to fight? Lu Ming said in disdain. I've said it before. I was careless last time. This time, I'll kill you. Die. Wan Tianbing shouted coldly. His body began to glow, and holy weapons flew out and floated around him. Among them, there was a particularly bright spot. A combat sword flew out from it, and a terrifying sword chi rushed into the sky. It's an absolute saint weapon. Someone exclaimed. The corners of Lu Ming's lips curled up slightly. It turned out that the other party had sealed another absolute saint weapon, and it was even more stable than the last time. No wonder he dared to fight Lu Ming. Lu Ming had almost lost to his holy weapon the last time. Kill. The chi of combat weapons gathered, and sword chi soared into the sky. The 10,000 celestial soldiers wielded their combat swords and slashed at Lu Ming. The power was shocking, and those below the Supreme Saint realm were shocked. The 10,000 weapons manual was indeed amazing. As long as one's body and cultivation were strong enough, one could seal powerful holy weapons continuously. Ordinary Supreme Saints wouldn't dare to use this move. But Lu Ming was not just anyone. I'll be taking this absolute saint weapon. Lu Ming muttered. In the next moment, he rushed towards his opponent and slashed his palm at him like a knife. Lu Ming attacked his opponent's absolute holy weapon with his bare hands, but the result was beyond everyone's expectations. Clang! Lu Ming's palm hit the combat sword, which trembled wildly. A terrifying force surged toward Wan Tianbing. In an instant, Wan Tianbing's expression changed, and his eyes popped out in disbelief. He felt a terrifying power coming from the combat sword that seemed to be endless. Buzz! The sword vibrated and his palm exploded. The sword flew out of his hand while his body was thrown far away like a broken kite. He fell on the fighting ring and spat out blood. His face was as pale as paper. With a wave of his hand, Lu Ming's saint energy rolled up and he put away the absolute saint weapon. Many people at the scene gasped and looked at Lu Ming in shock. He was defeated. 10,000 heavenly soldiers were defeated in one move. They couldn't even withstand a single blow. Many people still remembered that a few months ago, Lu Ming, Wan Tianbing, and the sixth prince of the Golden Crow had a battle at the Phoenix Lake. In that battle, Lu Ming had defeated Wan Tianbing, the sixth prince of the Golden Crow, with great difficulty. He was even forced into a disadvantageous position after Wan Tianbing had taken out his holy weapon. But now, Lu Ming had made Wan Tianbing spit out blood and sent him flying out of the arena with one move. He had even seized his absolute saint weapon. In just a few months, Lu Ming's combat strength had become so terrifying. Hand over the absolute saint weapon. Wan Pingyang stood up and stepped onto the fighting ring. His eyes were extremely gloomy. What a joke. That's my spoils of war. Do you have an absolute saint weapon? Take it out. It'll be my spoils later. Lu Ming said. If you want my absolute saint weapon, I'm afraid you'll lose your life. Kill. Wan Pingyang roared. His entire body began to glow with bright light as saint weapons flew out one after another, their battle weapon chi soaring into the sky. There were 150 bright saint weapons, 12 great saint weapons, and an absolute saint weapon. The absolute saint weapon was a long spear. Wan Pingyang held the long spear in his hand, and his aura became even more terrifying. Whoosh! The long spear pierced through the air, aiming for Lu Ming. Wan Pingyang was a great saint in the minor mastery realm. When he was sealed into a saint weapon, the power he could unleash was even more terrifying. It was far beyond the power of a 10,000 celestial weapon. His combat strength was several times stronger than Wan Tianbing's. Bang! Lu Ming took a step forward. His body was like lightning as he charged towards Wan Pingyang. His palm was like a blade as he struck at his opponent. Clang! Lu Ming's palm collided with his opponent's spear, creating a deafening boom. Both of them swayed slightly before they continued their battle. The Great Saint Realm was much stronger than the Bright Saint Realm. Moreover, the opponent's spiritual body was also a medium-grade heaven spiritual body. His combat power was extremely terrifying, far beyond the ordinary Great Saint lower mastery. Thump! Boom! In the blink of an eye, Lu Ming and Wan Pingyang had exchanged dozens of blows. The entire place was filled with intense explosions, causing the entire area to shake. Chapter 1788. Take them all. The others were shocked. Lu Ming's combat strength had exceeded their imagination. How can he be so powerful? A few months ago, Lu Ming was far from having such combat strength. His cultivation level has increased and he has reached the great circle of the Bright Saint stage. How can it be so fast? He was only a great circle of the Bright Saint stage a few months ago. Feng Ling and Long Chen's cultivation has also improved a lot. I heard that a few months ago, the paragons who obtained the Primordial Chaos token entered the Primordial Chaos sect to take part in the assessment. Perhaps Lu Ming, Feng Ling, and Long Chen have all obtained the Primordial Chaos token. Hunyuan sect's assessment has great opportunities. Perhaps that's true. The crowd discussed, and soon, someone made a rough guess. After all, the Hunyuan sect's assessment was no secret. Every few decades, a group of geniuses would enter and take part in the assessment. It was easy to associate this with the sect. However, Lu Ming's combat strength was still shocking. He was a sacred saint, and his opponent was also a peerless genius. Thump! Boom! Lu Ming collided with the other party dozens of times and then retreated quickly. Lose! Wan Pingyang roared. You're thinking too much, Feng. Lu Ming muttered. Following that, dense runes suddenly appeared on the long spear in Wan Pingyang's hand. They flowed along the long spear and rapidly spread throughout Wan Pingyang's body. They formed a terrifying sealing force that was about to seal Wan Pingyang. Damn it, what is this? Wan Pingyang bellowed in rage and unleashed his full power in an attempt to break the seal. However, he had exchanged so many blows with Lu Ming earlier and had laid down a terrifying sealing power. With all of them erupting at once, how could he break it in one go? Lu Ming took a step forward and his figure was like lightning. He appeared in front of Wan Pingyang in an instant and threw a punch at Wan Pingyang. Wan Pingyang cried out in pain and her body flew far away. A series of crackling sounds came from her body as her bone armor was shattered. Devour! Lu Ming unleashed his devouring power and enveloped all of Wan Pingyang's saint weapons so that Wan Pingyang could not take them back. Then, he used his saint energy to cut off the other party's connection and put away all the saint weapons. My holy weapon! Wan Pingyang roared and spat out a few more mouthfuls of blood. 150 bright saint weapons, 12 great saint weapons, and 1 absolute saint weapon all fell in Lu Ming's hands. His heart was bleeding. The Wan clan's cultivation had a flaw, and that was the expenditure. The value of sealing so many saint weapons was simply too high. This was his many years of hard work. Now, it was all gone and Lu Ming had taken it. I said, this is my spoils of war. Lu Ming took a step forward and appeared beside Wan Pingyang. He looked down at the other party and said coldly, so what if you have a high cultivation level? Wan Pingyang was so angry that he almost vomited blood. His eyes were filled with killing intent as he glared at Lu Ming. Lu Ming, the Wan family will never let you off. You'd better return all my saint weapons. You can't swallow the Wan family's saint weapons. Haha, what a joke. You're a piece of trash. You're a great saint, but you're not a match for a bright saint. Now you're threatening me with the power behind you. If you didn't come from a powerful force, you would be a complete waste. I can kill a large number of you with a single slap. Get lost. Lu Ming laughed heartily. He gave Wan Pingyang one last kick on the head, sending him flying off the fighting ring. Lu Ming, just you wait. On the other side, Wan Tianlong rushed over and helped Wan Pingyang up. They flew up into the sky and left the place. Wan Tianbing did the same. He had no face to stay. Who else wants to fight? Lu Ming's eyes were like lightning as he scanned the entire scene, especially the Golden Crow race's side. The 5th Golden Crow Prince and the 6th Golden Crow Prince's faces were unsightly. However, Lu Ming's combat strength was unfathomable. He did not seem to have used his full strength against Wan Pingyang. At least, he did not see Lu Ming use any Chaos Law Abhijna. Although the 5th Prince of the Golden Crow was arrogant, he was not confident that he could fight Lu Ming. He might even humiliate himself. It was not that there were no more powerful Heaven's favorites at the scene. However, they did not have any grudges with Lu Ming and did not want to offend him, a Heaven's favorite with endless potential. Therefore, no one went up to fight for a while. Since no one wants to fight, let's continue drinking tea. Lu Ming smiled. He took a step forward and returned to the pavilion. He picked up his teacup and said with a smile, "It doesn't look like it's too late, and the tea is still hot." With that, he downed the drink. Although Lu Ming had fought 2 rounds in a row, he was very fast and did not waste much time. "Young Master Lu, if you like it, you can come to the Jade Lake more often in the future. There's plenty of tea." Luo Tianyi said with a smile. "How can I not come when a beauty has invited me?" Lu Ming said. The others could only sigh. They were certain that Luo Tianyi had taken a fancy to Lu Ming. Below, an unnatural expression flashed across Huang Ling's face. "Sister Feng Ling is jealous." Paoba muttered. "You. Little girl, you're spouting nonsense." Huang Ling's face was flushed red as she picked up Pao Pao's chubby body and rubbed it hard. Lu Ming enjoyed the tea party while the others drank it as if it was plain water. Not long after, some people found excuses to leave. Some people took the lead and more people left one after another. Not long after, only Lu Ming and a few people were left at the scene. "Tianyi Saintis, I'll visit you another day. Farewell." Lu Ming cupped his fists. "Young sect master, you should come to the Jade Lake more often." Luo Tianyi smiled and sent a voice transmission to Lu Ming. Lu Ming nodded and left the Jade Pool with Long Chen, Feng Ling, and the rest. Back in the Phoenix Palace, Lu Ming continued his closed-door cultivation. In the mountain and river diagram, Lu Ming took out a combat sword, intending to seal it. This sword was the absolute saint weapon that he had taken from Wan Tianbing. Lu Ming now had a total of 3 absolute saint weapons, a battle axe, a battle sword, and a long spear. 2 of them were taken from the 10,000 celestial soldier, and the last one was from Wan Pingyang. Other than the long spear, Lu Ming was more comfortable with the combat sword. He planned to seal this combat sword first. When the 10,000 celestial soldiers were at the great circle of the bright saint stage, they would need the help of a martial emperor to seal them into holy weapons. However, Lu Ming's spirit body was stronger. Wan Lo was confident that he would be able to seal them successfully without the help of a martial emperor. Lu Ming immediately activated the 10,000 soldiers scroll and began to seal the one lowly weapon. One of the acupuncture points on his arm lit up, and the absolute saint weapon flew into it. Instantly, a terrifying tearing force erupted. The absolute saint weapon was too powerful. Lu Ming's arm swelled up and almost exploded. Waves of tearing pain spread throughout his body. "Hold on." Lu Ming growled and circulated the 10,000 soldiers' art with all his might, enduring the pain. Slowly, the battle weapon chi of the absolute holy weapon calmed down, and Lu Ming's arm returned to its original state. A few hours later, Lu Ming ended his cultivation. He had finally succeeded. Lu Ming heaved a long sigh of relief. It was too dangerous to seal a holy weapon. If one wasn't careful, their meridians would explode and their bodies would explode. However, once the seal was successful, the power of the 10,000 soldiers scroll would increase dramatically. Now, Lu Ming's 10,000 weapon scroll and holy weapon were as powerful as the chaotic finger of calamity. Meeting Xuaningxin again, I should be able to seal a few more great saint weapons. Lu Ming pondered. It was impossible for him to continue to seal it into a saint weapon. His body couldn't take it anymore. He had to at least break through to the supreme saint realm or evolve his spirit body again. However, he should be able to seal a few more great saint weapons. This way, he would be able to increase his strength. Following that, Lu Ming sealed another 6 great saint weapons. The number of great saint weapons he had sealed increased to 12, which was the same as Wan Pingyang's. After cultivating the 10,000 soldiers scroll, Lu Ming continued to study the Chaos Finger Tribulation and the sealed scroll of the 9 scrolls of Array Dao. Time flew by, and another 2 months passed. Lu Ming's cultivation had entered a period of steady improvement and was slowly approaching the Great Sage realm. And during this period of time, Buyu Holy Land entered a period of peace. Many of the heaven's favorites from the Heavenly Emperor City had returned. However, they were all actively preparing for the battle. They worked hard to cultivate and wait for the opening of the Yuan Mountain Sacred Institute. The few emperors would establish the Yuan Mountain Saint Academy. At that time, all the geniuses of the Yuan Mountain would definitely gather in the Heavenly Emperor City. The Heavenly Emperor City would become a place for the geniuses to fight for supremacy. If one's cultivation and combat strength were not enough, they would only become a stepping stone for others. Therefore, all of them were cultivating hard. On this day, Huan Ling and Long Chen came together to ask Lu Ming to go to the 10,000 Spirit Trade City with them. The 10,000 Spirit Trading City was very famous in the ancient Moon Holy Land. It was founded by a few powerful forces, and one of them was the Wan family. Within the 10,000 Spirit Trade City, there were many shops. All kinds of treasures and rare items could be seen. After many years of development, it had become extremely prosperous. It had become the 2 largest trading places in the ancient Moon Holy Land. Every day, it was packed with people. Lu Ming was naturally curious about such a place and he agreed readily. He wanted to take a look and see if he could buy some useful items. He also wanted to sell some of the useless things he had on him in exchange for raw gemstones. Lu Ming brought Bubbles with him and the group of them flew in the air. Not long after, a huge city appeared in front of them. This city was very large, and one could see people coming out of the city continuously, and people going in and out continuously. They landed at the city gate, which was guarded. If they wanted to enter the city, they had to pay a certain amount of raw stones. The few of them paid the fees and walked into the city. As soon as they entered the city, all they could see were shops. There were all kinds of shops, and there was no end to them. Those forces that founded the trade city are really making a fortune. There's a fee to enter the city, and there's a fee to rent out these shops. How many raw gemstones do they earn every year? Lu Ming sighed. No wonder the Wan family was so rich. Every disciple had a large number of saint weapons to cultivate the 10,000 soldier scroll. The Wan family had developed for countless years and had many disciples. With so many people cultivating the 10,000 soldier scroll, the number of holy weapons they needed was a terrifying number. This was nothing, especially for the monarch-level experts. They needed monarch weapons for their cultivation, which was even more expensive. Without income, they couldn't afford to cultivate at all. The few of them walked around the streets, looking for the things they needed. Lu Ming had also entered a few shops and exchanged all his useless items for high-grade raw gemstones. When one reached the saint realm, one would almost always use superior-grade raw stones for cultivation. Lu Ming only kept a small amount of the bright saint weapon on him. He sold most of it in exchange for a lot of spiritual liquid to water the path understanding ancient tree. He also bought some spiritual herbs for Pai Sha to eat. Suddenly, they saw many people gathering in one direction. A few of them were curious and followed them. They found many people rushing into a hall. "Brother, why are there so many people running here?" Lu Ming and the rest stopped a young man and asked. "This hall is a place to sell slaves. There are all kinds of slaves, human race and demon race. One just heard that they are selling a true dragon, a peerless beauty. This is extremely rare. Brother, one have to go, or it will be too late," the young man said as he hurried forward. "True dragon? A beauty?" Lu Ming frowned slightly. "Let's go and take a look," Lu Ming said to Long Chen and Feng Ling. Then, the three of them walked toward the main hall. The main hall was very wide, but it was already filled with people. The three of them squeezed through the crowd and looked ahead. At the very front of the hall, there was a high platform, which was the place where the slaves were sold. At this moment, an extremely beautiful woman was sitting on the high platform. This woman's neck, wrists, and ankles were all wearing something that looked like a collar. There were runes shining on it, which clearly could seal one's cultivation. The woman looked haggard and her aura was weak. Her snow-white dress was torn in many places, revealing many wounds that seemed to have been caused by the leather whip. It could be seen that he had definitely been tortured. Although she was injured and her aura was weak, it was still difficult to hide her beautiful figure and appearance. Boom! Lu Ming's mind buzzed at the sight of this woman. A cold and terrifying killing intent emanated from his body. Senior sister. Lu Ming's killing intent was extremely terrifying. It surged in all directions like a tide. The woman on the platform was Lu Ming's senior sister, Xuaningxin. In the surroundings, the others felt a chill all over their bodies and couldn't help but retreat. "Lu Ming, what's wrong?" At the side, Huang Ling was surprised. Why did Lu Ming suddenly burst out with such a terrifying killing intent? "The one on the high platform is my senior sister." Lu Ming growled in a low voice, his eyes emitting a terrifying ominous glint. "Your senior sister? Phoenix spirit." Long Chen's heart skipped a beat. Phi finally understood why Lu Ming had such a murderous intent. At that moment, on the high platform, beside Xuaningxin, two elders had also noticed Lu Ming's abnormality. A shocking aura erupted from their bodies. It was the aura of a great saint. "Thousand spirit exchange, whoever causes trouble will be killed," Ale Old Man coldly said. Moreover, there were terrifying auras around the hall. There were many powerful auras that made one's heart tremble. This place was jointly established by the Wan family, the Heavenly Bird Palace, and the Heavenly Wolf Tower, so they naturally sent many experts to guard it. "Lu Ming, don't be rash. The four major forces have sent many experts here." Huang Ling sent a voice transmission to Lu Ming. Lu Ming nodded. He suppressed the killing intent in his heart and his body. On the high platform, Xuaningxin seemed to have sensed Lu Ming's killing intent as well. She raised her head and looked over. When she saw Lu Ming, surprise and hope flashed in her eyes. However, the light soon dimmed and she shook her head at Lu Ming. What she meant was for Lu Ming to leave and not save her. "Senior sister, don't worry. I'll save you." Lu Ming sent a voice transmission to Xuaningxin. His voice was firm and unquestionable. Xuaningxin continued to shake her head. The forces here were too powerful. They were many times stronger than the so-called top forces in the Azure region. She did not wish for Lu Ming to offend these powerful forces in order to save her. However, Lu Ming's gaze was firm and unquestionable. He had to save Xuaningxin. Whoever stopped him would die. Bidding for the snow dragon, silence. On the high platform, an old man raised his hand and pressed down, and the scene quieted down. Let me introduce to you, this is a snow dragon in the half-saint realm. It's extremely beautiful and rare even among the true dragons. If you're interested, you can buy it and play with it. Now, the bidding for this true dragon will start. The highest bidder will get it. The starting price is 100,000 upper-grade raw stones. The old man's words caused many people's eyes to shine with a strange light. Real dragons are rare, and it's a snow dragon. Such a beautiful snow dragon is even rarer. It must be very exciting to buy one and play with it. Hee, I've never played with a true dragon before. I don't know what it feels like. This true dragon is mine. In your dreams, it's mine. At the scene, there was a burst of noise, and many people stared at Xuanixin with fiery eyes. Xuanixin's eyes were filled with despair, while Lu Ming's killing intent was even stronger. I'll bid 150,000 superior-grade raw stones. I bid 160,000. 200,000. The crowd began to bid, and the price kept rising. Soon, it reached a high price of 300,000. 300,000 superior-grade raw stones for a half-saint true dragon was a shockingly high price. One superior-grade raw stone was equivalent to 10,000 medium-grade raw stones. 300,000 superior-grade raw stones would be 3 billion medium-grade raw stones. 400,000. At this moment, Lu Ming's voice was heard and he raised the price by 100,000 to 400,000. The sudden increase of 100,000 made many people shake their heads. This price was too high. It was not worth it to buy a half-saint true dragon. 450,000. At this moment, a voice was heard. A young man with an evil expression looked at Lu Ming and said, "Brat, you want to compete with me? Let's see how much wealth you have." 500,000. Lu Ming did not hesitate and called out 500,000. 550,000. The devilish-looking young man added another 50,000. On the side, the others gasped. 550,000 was already an extremely shocking price. At this point, most people had given up on bidding and shook their heads in pity. 600,000. Lu Ming continued to increase the bid. 650,000. The devilish-looking teenager raised the price again, but one could see that he was also in pain. 650,000 was already an extremely shocking price. This was a high-grade raw gemstone, not a medium-grade raw gemstone. Feng Ling, Long Chen, lend me some raw gemstones later. Lu Ming sent a message to Huang Ling and Long Chen. No problem. I'll give you as much as you want. Phoenix Spirit and Long Chen spoke one after another. 1 million. This time, Lu Ming raised the price to 1 million yuan. To him, as long as he could save Xuanixin, it did not matter how many raw stones he had to spend. Hiss hiss hiss. Gasps could be heard all around. Lu Ming had actually increased the price to 1 million. Who is this person? He's so rich to be willing to pay 1 million superior-grade raw stones for a female true dragon. One know him. He's Lu Ming. One didn't expect him to be such a lecherous person. With a beauty like Feng Ling beside him, he even spent a huge sum of money to buy this true dragon. His taste is extraordinary. Young man, you're full of energy. The crowd discussed, and some elders even sighed. These people, what nonsense are they spouting? Huang Ling's face blushed. It was not just the others who were shocked. When Lu Ming called out 1 million, the devilish-looking young man's expression changed as well. He looked like he was struggling. In the end, he looked at Xuanixin with a burning gaze and finally shook his head, clearly giving up on bidding. 1 million superior-grade raw stones was too high. 1 million. Is there anyone who wants to bid higher? This is a snow dragon, and it's rare even among the true dragon clan. It'll definitely be a different experience if you buy it. Normally, there's no place to buy it. On the high platform, an old man spoke, hoping to incite the crowd to continue bidding. However, although many people's eyes were burning, they still shook their heads. 1,000,000 superior-grade raw stones was too high. 1,000,000. Is there a higher bid? The old man continued. After that, the old man called out 3 times in a row, but no one responded. All right, since no one is bidding, this snow dragon will go to, the old man was about to announce it, but before he could finish, he was interrupted by another voice. Wait a minute, I'll bid 1,000,000. A voice rang out from behind the high platform. Behind the platform, there were some rooms. Then, a group of young men walked out. Wan Pingyang, Wan Tianbing, Lu Ming's eyes swept across the room, emitting a cold light. There were more than 10 people in the group of young men. Lu Ming recognized a few of them. They were Wan Pingyang, Wan Tianbing, and Wan Tianlong. Lu Ming also knew Su Tuo from the Sirius Tower and young Master Tianying from the Celestial Bird Palace, but he didn't know anyone else. The one who had just made a bid was Wan Pingyang. Young masters, why have you come? On the high platform, the old man bowed to Wan Pingyang and the others. There's a rare snow dragon being auctioned here. We're very interested in it, so we came to take a look. Wan Pingyang then looked at Lu Ming with a cold glint in his eyes. Lu Ming, these young men are the prodigies who founded the 4 great forces of the Thousand Spirit Exchange. Huang Ling sent a voice transmission to Lu Ming. Lu Ming nodded. His eyes were cold as he glanced at Wan Pingyang. 1,200,000. Huh, Lu Ming, I didn't expect you to be so interested in this snow dragon. But I'm interested too. 1,300,000. Wan Pingyang laughed and raised the price again. 1,500,000. Lu Ming did not even blink and added another 200,000. 160. 2 million. In the end, Lu Ming even called out 2 million directly, making the entire venue quiet down. Wan Pingyang was slightly taken aback as well, but he did not continue bidding. His gaze swept across Lu Ming, then landed on Xuaningxin. An idea struck him, and he smiled. Understand. Lu Ming, you know this snow dragon, right? No wonder you raised the price to such a high level. Lu Ming did not say anything. He only looked at Wan Pingyang coldly. Wan Pingyang's lips curled into a cold smile. In that case, we won't sell this snow dragon. You. What did he say? Lu Ming's eyes shone with a terrifying light as he stared at Wan Pingyang. Are you deaf? I'm telling you, we're not selling this snow dragon. The 10,000 Spirit Trading House was founded by the 4 of us, and it's up to me to decide if we're selling it or not. Wan Pingyang sneered, a rare snow dragon, and it's so beautiful. To be honest, I've never played with it before. I plan to keep it for myself. Brother Wan, you can't enjoy it alone. Su Tuo said, his eyes burning with passion. Ha ha, of course not. We're all brothers. Whoever sees it will have a share. Wan Pingyang laughed. He was obviously saying it for Lu Ming to hear. The killing intent on Lu Ming's body grew stronger. Seeing that Lu Ming was angry, Wan Pingyang, Wan Tianbing, and the rest felt even better. They felt the thrill of revenge. So what if Lu Ming's combat strength was strong? This was their territory. What could Lu Ming do? Lu Ming's outburst. I've never seen such a beautiful snow dragon before. I wonder what's the difference between its skin and that of a human. Wan Tianbing laughed and took a step forward, appearing beside Xuaningxin. He raised his hand and was about to touch her. Get lost. Xuaningxin roared and moved back. Pa! Wan Tianbing swung his hand and slapped Xue Ningxin's face. He scolded, "Bitch, how dare you treat me with this kind of attitude? Tonight, I'll make you beg for death." Having said that, Wan Tianbing even looked at Lu Ming provocatively. Boom! At this moment, a terrifying aura burst out from Lu Ming's body. A cold killing intent spread out like a cold wave, causing the temperature of the entire hall to drop sharply. Lu Ming was like a prehistoric beast that could explode at any moment. "Lu Ming, what do you want to do? Do you want to make a move?" Wan Pingyang, Su Tuo, and the others also released their auras and glared at Lu Ming. At the same time, many terrifying auras rose around the hall. They were looking forward to Lu Ming taking action and taking the opportunity to kill him. "Junior brother, don't." Xue Ningxin looked at Lu Ming and shook her head vigorously. "So, she's Lu Ming's senior sister. Huh, I'll be more excited when I play with her." Wan Tianbing stared at Xue Ningxin with fiery eyes. "Wan Tianbing, you'll die a horrible death, I promise." Lu Ming said coldly, his killing intent growing stronger. Powerful auras also burst out from Phoenix Spirit and Long Chen. "You dare to threaten me? Do you believe that I won't strip off this bitch's clothes right now?" Wan Tianbing stood beside Xue Ningxin and condensed a blade of Saint power. With a slash, Xue Ningxin's clothes were torn apart. "Bubble, you save her." "Ill. To kill." Lu Ming sent a voice transmission to Bubbles. "Don't worry, leave it to me, alright." Peoba nodded, then opened her mouth and blew at Xue Ningxin, causing a strange ripple in the air. On the high platform, Xue Ningxin's figure suddenly fluctuated like a wave, and in the next moment, her figure disappeared without a trace. "How dare you rob the 1,000 Spirit Exchange? You're looking for death." Wan Pingyang reacted and shouted. "Today, not only are we going to intercept people, but we're also going to kill them." "Kill!" Lu Ming bellowed. When he shouted the last word, "kill," two terrifying sword gleams shot out from his eyes and rushed into Wan Tianbing's body. "All, ah!" Wan Tianbing immediately let out a shrill scream. He held his head with both hands, and his face was twisted in extreme pain. Lu Ming's glabella was glowing. It was due to the fluctuation of his soul force. The terrifying power kept surging into Wan Tianbing's mind and attacking his soul. Lu Ming did not tear Wan Tianbing's soul at once, as that would be letting him off too easily. Lu Ming wanted to tear his soul slowly and make him suffer so much that he would rather die. The pain of the soul was 10 times or even 100 times stronger than the pain of the body. Wan Tianbing screamed crazily and rolled on the ground, holding his head and hitting it hard. "You're looking for death, stop it." On the high platform, an old man shouted. "You all have to die." Lu Ming shouted. He took a step forward and rushed into the fighting ring like a bolt of lightning. His body glowed as holy weapons appeared one after another. The absolute holy weapon, the sword, was in his hand. "You're looking for death." The old man roared and threw a punch at Lu Ming. This old man was an expert in the great sage realm. Buzz! Lu Ming swung his sword and collided with the elder's fist force. The terrifying power caused the elder's body to shake violently and he retreated frantically. Thump! Lu Ming landed on the high platform and took a few steps forward. Dense runes spread out and crawled toward the two elders, covering their bodies in an instant. The sealing art could seal all living things, and it was about to seal the cultivation of the two old men. Break! The two elders were shocked. They unleashed their powers, but it was too late. Lu Ming dashed past them and his sword streaked across the sky. Two heads flew high into the air. The destructive sword chi had already destroyed their souls. The two great sage accomplished experts were killed by Lu Ming in the blink of an eye. How audacious! Kill! Wan Pingyang, Su Tuo, and the others roared and attacked Lu Ming. Among these young men, 3 of them had reached the Supreme Saint realm. They were all terrifying geniuses with powerful combat strength. Now that they had joined forces, their power was astonishing. Boom! 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 At the same time, a terrifying aura burst out from the hull. Then, one figure after another rushed out and charged at Lu Ming. Attack, die! Long Chen shouted and rushed to the right. His body swelled up, especially his arms, which were several times larger. With a loud boom, he punched out dozens of times. The space shook violently, and the terrifying fist force was thrown at the experts who were charging at him. These experts were almost all great saints. There were more than 10 of them. However, Long Chen had broken through to the Supreme Saint realm. With his spiritual body in the supreme rule, his combat strength was amazing. He blocked more than 10 strong cultivators at once. At the same time, Huang Ling rushed to the left. She was bathed in the unperishable flame. A huge phoenix formed and rushed towards the experts, blocking them for a moment. However, there were more experts coming from the front. There were more than a dozen of them. They were all old men with white hair and shocking aura. There were great saints at the peak and even great saints in the Great Perfection realm. Brother Lu Ming, leave it to me. Pow Pow flew out and took a deep breath before exhaling. Beep, beep, beep. Bubbles were spat out from Bubbles' small mouth and flew out. The dozen or so elders were all enveloped by the transparent bubble in an instant. What's going on? An old man shouted in horror. His already old body was aging rapidly. The white hair on his head began to fall off, and his skin began to dry up. Then, the chi and blood in their bodies began to weaken. Time law, it's time law. Time is passing by quickly. An old man roared as he struggled madly. After Bubbles broke through to the Supreme Saint realm, her space-time laws became even more terrifying. She could even accelerate the flow of time or reverse time. See law. Next, Bubbles waved her small hand, causing the space to ripple and form many terrifying spatial blades that slashed out. Instantly, the bodies of the elders were split apart and they died here. Lu Ming made his move at the same time as Bubbles. He pointed his finger and the chaos finger of tribulation burst forth. A huge finger pointed at Wan Pingyang. Over the past few months, Lu Ming's chaotic finger of tribulation had improved again. It had reached 53%. At this moment, when it was fully unleashed, its power was shocking. The saint weapons surrounding Wan Pingyang were all sent flying. His body was stopped by the primal chaos finger of tribulation, and he crashed into the wall of the hull. The wall shattered, and Wan Pingyang fell to the ground like a pile of mud. He was already half dead. He had severely injured Wan Pingyang in one move. Killing all the geniuses after launching the finger of calamity of chaos, Lu Ming dashed out and swung his combat sword continuously. Boom! Boom! Lu Ming blocked all the attacks from the other young men. Thump! Thump! Then, Lu Ming stomped on the ground and countless runes filled the air towards Su Tuo and the rest. They formed a terrifying sealing force to seal them. Kill, die! Lu Ming shouted as he unleashed his divine sword technique. Some of the youths with weaker cultivation screamed in pain. Lu Ming charged forward with his sword in hand. In an instant, 5 to 6 young geniuses were killed by Lu Ming. Lu Ming, you're courting death. An old man roared, extremely furious. Lu Ming was so audacious that he dared to make a move in the 1,000-spirit exchange and kill the young prodigies of the 4 major forces. He was simply lawless. At the scene, the others were also extremely shocked. More people rushed out to avoid being affected. How dare you hurt my family and friends? Kill them all. They deserve to die. Lu Ming let out a long howl. Today, he was going to kill all these young men. He slashed out with his combat sword, and 2 more young men were killed on the spot. Those below the Supreme Saint realm were no match for him. They couldn't even block a single strike. As soon as the sword slashed down, they were dead. Retreat, retreat. At this moment, Su Tuo and the other great sage Heaven's Pride expert were scared. Their faces turned pale and they retreated frantically. Lu Ming was simply a lunatic. You can't leave. Lu Ming smacked his palm and controlled the array Dao Law. Endless runes formed a huge runic scroll that covered a great saint genius. The paragon struggled madly, but what awaited him was Lu Ming's chaos finger of tribulation. A giant finger exuded destructive energy as it pointed at the person. No, this person let out a desperate roar, but he was sealed by the array Dao laws and could not use much of his strength. When the chaos tribulation finger touched him, he screamed and his body was torn apart. A supreme saint genius had died just like that. Even among the younger generation of ancient Moon Holy Land, such a heaven's favorite was a top existence. He was high and mighty, looking down on his peers. He was destined to become an emperor in the future, immortal and undying. Now, he was killed by Lu Ming. Damn it! A few elders let out angry roars. That heaven's favorite came from their forces. Lu Ming's eyes were cold and unmoved. He fixed his eyes on Su Tuo. His glabella glowed and the Tai Chi disc array flew out. A huge Tai Chi pattern enveloped the entire hall. However, Su Tuo was determined to escape. Just as he was about to escape the hall, a transparent bubble suddenly appeared and enveloped him. Don't kill me! Su Tuo roared in despair and transformed into his true form, a purple wolf god. Weren't you very arrogant before and insulted my senior sister? Now, where has your arrogance gone to? Kill! As soon as Lu Ming finished speaking, the Tai Chi pattern turned into the yin-yang fish sword and slashed out. Su Tuo was killed on the spot. The second supreme saint was killed. Who are you? How dare you cause trouble in the Thousand Spirit Trading House? At this moment, a long hiss came from the distance. The sound rolled and shot straight into the clouds. Absolute Saint, that's an absolute saint. The absolute saint is here. Kid, you're dead. Someone shouted. The heavily injured Wan Pingyang's eyes were filled with hope. Of course, there was also a crazed killing intent. However, in the next moment, his eyes were filled with fear. This was because Lu Ming's gaze was also on him. He took a step forward and appeared in front of him. You! What are you doing? The absolute saint has descended, so why aren't you surrendering? Wan Pingyang roared. It won't be too late to leave after one kill you. Lu Ming attacked coldly and waved his combat sword. Puchi. The battle sword slashed down and Wan Pingyang was split into 2. His soul was destroyed. His eyes were still wide open, full of unwillingness. The absolute saint had already descended, but Lu Ming still wanted to kill him. He had seen hope, but it turned into despair in an instant. Ah dash! The elders let out long howls. The losses today were too heavy. More than 10 geniuses from the 4 major forces had been killed by Lu Ming. You're looking for death. The absolute saint moved with shocking speed, arriving in the blink of an eye. He sent out his spiritual sense and saw what was happening in the hall, and was furious. Phoenix Spirit, Long Chen, let's go, break! Lu Ming shouted as he soared into the sky and rushed to the top of the hall. He slashed with his sword and the roof of the hall was cut open. Huan Ling, Long Chen, and Bubbles followed closely behind Lu Ming and rushed out. Where are you going? The elders in the hall roared and chased after Lu Ming. Stay here. The absolute saint slapped at them from a distance. A terrifying palm print covered the sky and was about to blow Lu Ming and the others up. Open. At this moment, with a tender shout, a space-time tunnel opened. Lu Ming and the other three immediately dashed into the space-time tunnel and disappeared. The next moment, the palm print arrived and the space-time tunnel collapsed. However, Lu Ming and the other three had already appeared tens of thousands of miles away. Then, the bubble opened another space-time tunnel and the four of them rushed in, disappearing. Damn it, it's the space-time law. And NBSP in the air above the hall, a light flashed, and an old man appeared with cold eyes. Whoosh! Whoosh! Following that, a few other figures appeared from the Thousand Spirit Exchange. All of them had powerful auras, and they were all absolute saints. A few absolute saints rushed into the hall with dark faces. They looked around, and their faces were so dark that they looked like they were going to bleed. The entire hall was in a mess. More than a dozen supreme saints were dead. Most importantly, it was a huge loss for a dozen young heaven's favorites to die here. One of the absolute saints came to Wan Tianbing. He wasn't dead, but he had become an idiot. Report to the family and send out experts. Even if we have to turn the entire ancient Moon Holy Land upside down, we have to find Lu Ming. A furious roar reverberated throughout the entire Thousand Spirit Exchange. Many people knew that a storm was coming. Meanwhile, Lu Ming, Feng Ling, Long Chen, and Bubbles were already hundreds of thousands of miles away. Only then did everyone stop. Lu Ming, you've killed so many paragons of the four great factions and caused such a ruckus in the Thousand Spirit Exchange. I'm afraid the four great factions won't let this go. Huang Ling revealed a worried expression. Lu Ming, come with me to the Divine Elephant sect. Long Chen said. We can go to the Phoenix Palace too. Said Huang Ling. Lu Ming shook his head, let's split up. I'll go alone. How can you do that? The four great powers will definitely send out a large number of experts to hunt you down. They might even dispatch Emperor-ranked experts. It's too dangerous for you to leave alone. Huang Ling's expression changed and she looked anxious. If one go to Phoenix Palace or Divine Elephant sect with you, and the four forces come to ask for me, will Phoenix Palace or Divine Elephant sect protect me at the risk of offending the four forces and going to war with them? Lu Ming asked. Long Chen and Feng Ling fell silent. Chapter 1793 Rising Waves. Each of the four forces was extremely powerful and had unfathomable foundations. How terrifying would it be if the four forces joined forces? None of the forces dared to say that they could stop him alone. Would Phoenix Palace or the Divine Elephant sect risk going to war with the four major forces to protect Lu Ming? The answer was probably no. After all, Phoenix Spirit and Long Chen were only juniors. They could not represent the higher-ups of Phoenix Palace and Divine Elephant sect, those emperor-level experts. Would they protect Lu Ming and risk going to war with the four major forces? This time, the two of you didn't kill anyone, so the four forces have no reason to deal with you. You can go back first. I was the one who killed them, so they can only find me. But don't worry, one have a way to avoid the four forces' pursuit. Lu Ming said. He had the divine breath technique. Unless an emperor-ranked expert stood in front of him and carefully looked at him, there was no way they could recognize him. But, this is still too dangerous, Huang Ling was still worried. You guys should leave quickly. If you're any later, the other party will catch up. 111 Go first. With that, Lu Ming's figure flickered and he left at a high speed. He then asked Bubbles to open a space-time tunnel and left this place. Huang Ling and Long Chen had no choice but to return to their respective sections. Lu Ming and Bubbles did not fly for long before they stopped. Bubble, you enter the mountain and river diagram first. Lu Ming said. Yes, brother Lu Ming. You have to be careful, Chirpy. Bubbles called out before entering the mountain and river diagram. Lu Ming's body and appearance began to change. In the end, he turned into a dark-skinned young man. Even his aura had changed. He had become a completely different person. The divine breath technique was similar to the illusionary breath technique, but it was more powerful and mysterious. After changing his appearance, Lu Ming changed his direction and flew towards the Thousand Spirit Exchange. That's right. He wanted to return to the Thousand Spirit Exchange. The most dangerous place was also the safest place. The four great factions would never expect Lu Ming to return to the Thousand Spirit Exchange. Moreover, there were many people in the Thousand Spirit Exchange. If he blended in with the crowd, the other party would not be able to discover him. At this time, angry voices came from the Wan family, the Heavenly Bird Palace, the Heavenly Wolf Tower, and the Purple Extreme Sect. Seal off the ancient Moon Holy Land and find Lu Ming. Following that, countless terrifying existences from the four forces stepped out and flew in all directions of ancient Moon Holy Land. There were even emperor-ranked powerhouses. At this moment, the ancient Moon Holy Land was shaken. The four great factions were furious, and the ancient Moon Holy Land was about to make waves. News of what had happened at the 10,000 Spirit Exchange quickly spread throughout the entire ancient Moon Holy Land. Countless people were shocked by Lu Ming's courage. In the 1,000 Spirit Exchange, which was established by the four forces, he killed more than a dozen geniuses and supreme saints of the four forces. It was absolutely audacious. It would be strange if the four forces were not furious. Just as the powerhouses from the four major forces rushed out, Lu Ming had already returned to the 1,000 Spirit Exchange. He swaggered down the streets. No one knew that he was the one who had caused the commotion in Guyu. No one had expected that Lu Ming would actually come back. Lu Ming found an inn to stay in. He then entered his room and entered the mountain and river diagram. On a mountain peak, Xuanixin was sitting there. Senior sister. Lu Ming came to Xuanixin's side. Little junior brother. Xuanixin's eyes brightened at the sight of Lu Ming. Then, she looked worried and said, "Junior brother, you're too impulsive. It wasn't easy for you to escape from the Azure continent, but now you're in danger again, it's fine. They can't find me." "Senior sister, are you alright?" Lu Ming asked. There were whip marks on Xuanixin's body. It was obvious that she had suffered a little. Lu Ming's eyes turned cold again. "I'm fine, it's just some external injuries." Xuanixin shook her head. "Senior sister, it'll help you get rid of these seals first," Lu Ming said. Then, dense runes spread out from his palm and covered a ring on Xuanixin's wrist. This kind of ring was condensed with special materials and techniques. It could seal one's cultivation and was very magical. However, Lu Ming's array law could seal some of it. It would be much easier to reverse the seal on the ring and break it later. Then, he broke the other rings on Xuanixin's body one by one. As soon as the ring was broken, Xuanixin's cultivation level was restored. As soon as her cultivation level was restored, her injuries recovered quickly. After a while, the injuries on Xuanixin's body disappeared. "Senior sister, what happened? How did you get caught by the four great powers?" Lu Ming asked a series of questions. He had heard from Zifeng that the Ice Dragon Valley Master had brought Xiangxiang, Tianchui, and Xuanixin to escape. Now that Xuanixin had been captured, what about Xiangxiang and the rest? Lu Ming could not help but worry. When the evil spirit cult attacked Dragon God Valley, Valley Master Ice Dragon saw the opportunity and rushed out with me, Tianchui, and Xiangxiang. However, we were still discovered by the evil spirit cult. They chased us all the way and we escaped into the Cloud Sea mountain range. Unfortunately, we were unlucky and encountered a powerful ferocious beast in the Cloud Sea mountain range. After that, I was separated from Valley Master and the others. One rushed out of the Cloud Sea mountain range by myself. One originally thought that ancient Moon Holy Land would ask for help from a powerful force, but one didn't expect that before I reached Ancient Moon Holy Land, one would encounter the people from the 10,000 Spirit Exchange. When they saw me, they didn't say anything and captured me. Later, they brought me here to be sold as a slave. Xuanixin explained. 4 great forces. A cold glint flashed in Lu Ming's eyes. Xuanixin must have suffered a lot during this period. I wonder how Xiangxiang, Valley Master and the others are doing. I wonder where he is. Lu Ming was still a little worried. Then, Lu Ming and Xuanixin chatted for a while more before he left the mountain and river diagram and told her to rest. After Lu Ming came out of the mountain and river diagram, he went to a restaurant and ordered some food and wine. He also asked for some information. As expected, the entire 1000 Spirit Exchange was discussing Lu Ming. Whoosh! 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 In the sky, a figure whizzed past, bringing with it a terrifying strong wind. The 4 great forces have really made a move. That's for sure. Lu Ming killed more than 10 paragons from the 4 major forces and caused a ruckus at the exchange. He's slapping the 4 major forces in the face. It's no wonder they're mad. That's right. To be bullied by a junior to this extent, if they don't take down Lu Ming, how are they going to survive in the Ancient Moon Holy Land in the future? Speaking of which, this Lu Ming is really bold. I'm afraid he's in danger this time. With an Emperor-level powerhouse out, he has no way to escape. Even the Phoenix Palace can't protect him. Lu Ming heard many discussions in the restaurant. Buzz. At this time, a terrifying fluctuation came from the sky. An extremely terrifying chi spread down from the sky, as if an entire world was pressing down, causing everyone's face to change. Emperor-level expert. Someone exclaimed. Chapter 1794 Martial Emperor takes action. The pressure in the sky pressed down like waves, making everyone's expression change. That was the Emperor pressure, the pressure of a martial emperor. Lu Ming's expression was grave. He circulated the divine breath technique with all his might, but not a single bit of his original aura seeped out. In the next moment, he felt a terrifying spiritual sense sweep past him. However, it did not stop, and in the next moment, it swept to other places. Lu Ming heaved a sigh of relief. It seemed that the Emperor-level powerhouse did not recognize him. There were so many people in the myriad spirit exchange, but the Emperor-ranked expert only needed to sweep his gaze across them to see through his divine breath technique. In the sky, a figure stood quietly. In the 1000 spirit exchange, countless people looked up, but they could not see the man's face clearly. It was as if there was a world around him that blocked their vision. At this moment, the person frowned and retracted his spiritual sense. He muttered, "It seems like it's not here." As soon as he finished speaking, the figure disappeared. The terrifying pressure also disappeared. Everyone in the 1000 spirit exchange felt their hearts relax. A martial emperor was too powerful. Even the lowest minor emperor position was extremely terrifying and had an endless lifespan. It had the power to destroy the world and could kill millions of people with a thought. As expected, even the emperor-level powerhouses have been mobilized. Lu Ming can't escape even if he has wings. Do you think Lu Ming is hiding in the Phoenix Palace or the Divine Elephant Sect? It's useless even if he's hiding in Phoenix Palace or Divine Elephant Sect. These 2 sects can't protect him. As soon as the Emperor-level powerhouse left, the surroundings were filled with discussions again. However, Lu Ming only ate and drank quietly. Not long after, he returned to his room. At this time, outside the Phoenix Palace, a few terrifying figures descended. Each figure exuded a terrifying aura. It was all Emperor's might. Several Emperor-level experts descended on the Phoenix Palace at the same time. Emperor-level expert. Almost everyone in the Phoenix Palace was alarmed. One figure after another flew out and looked at the emperor-level experts in the sky with grave expressions. May I know why all of you have come to my Phoenix Palace at the same time? A voice was heard. Then, a woman in palace clothes stepped out and appeared in the sky above the Phoenix Palace. This person was the Palace Master of Phoenix Palace. Phoenix Palace Master, we're here to take someone back. Please hand over Lu Ming. One of them said from the sky. His aura was extremely sharp. The chi of a combat weapon swept across the sky, turning into countless illusionary weapons. Lu Ming isn't in the Phoenix Palace. The Palace Master said. Not here. Master of the Phoenix Palace, don't shield Lu Ming. Even if you do, you can't. Another figure spoke. At this time, his aura was violent and ferocious, like a peerless fierce beast. This person was an Emperor-tier expert of the Skywolf Tower. I've said that Lu Ming is not in Phoenix Palace. I can use the name of Phoenix Palace's master as a guarantee. The Palace Master said. In the sky, a few powerful beings frowned. Since the master of the Phoenix Palace had said so, Lu Ming was most likely not around. Phoenix Palace's disciple, Huang Ling, helped Lu Ming to kill the paragons of the four major forces. Her crime is unforgivable. Phoenix Palace Master, hand over Huang Ling. The Wan family's martial sovereign said coldly. Laughable. The Phoenix Palace Lord's voice turned cold as she said, Huang Ling didn't kill anyone from your four forces. What does it have to do with her? Of course he did. He helped Lu Ming kill the paragons of the four major forces. Otherwise, how could Lu Ming have done it alone? She must pay the price and be buried with the geniuses of the four forces. The Wan clan's martial sovereign's voice was heard again, and it was filled with killing intent. What a joke. I've already investigated the matter. The reason why Huang Ling attacked was because the elders of the four major forces attacked them. Countless people in the 10,000 spirit exchange saw this. Under such circumstances, if she didn't attack, would she have allowed them to kill her? Said the Palace Master. Phoenix Palace Master, you're not handing her over. The Wan clan martial emperor's voice turned even colder. No. If you want to start a war with Phoenix Palace because of this, it'll keep you company. The Palace Master was very domineering. In the sky, a few emperor-level powerhouses frowned. At that time, it was true that the older generation had attacked first and Huang Ling and the others had fought back. However, at that time, Huang Ling had tried to stop the older generation, but the Phoenix Palace Master had said that it was to protect herself. Most importantly, Huang Ling did not kill anyone from the four forces. If they started a war with Phoenix Palace because of this, other forces would probably interfere. This was because the Phoenix Palace also had friendly forces. However, if Lu Ming was here and Phoenix Palace was still protecting him, they would have a reason to take action and the other forces would not be able to interfere. In fact, Lu Ming had already seen through this. That was why he did not come to the Phoenix Palace. Where's Huang Ling? Get her out. I want to ask her about Lu Ming. The Wan clan's martial emperor said coldly. I'm here. Huang Ling stepped out and stood in the air. Buzz. The martial sovereigns of the Wan clan and the demon sovereigns of the Skywolf Tower looked at Huang Ling. A terrifying pressure pressed down on her, causing her expression to change. She retreated and almost spat out a mouthful of blood. With a wave of her hand, the Palace Master cast a beam of energy onto Huang Ling, isolating her from the pressure. Speak. Where is Lu Ming? The Wan clan's martial sovereign's voice was heard. I don't know. Huang Ling shook her head. I don't know. You dare to lie, let's go. The martial sovereign of the Wan clan shouted deafeningly, and the world was rumbling. Huang Ling's face turned pale, but she still raised her head stubbornly and said, if you don't know, then you don't know. Lu Ming and one split up after we left the Thousand Spirit Exchange. With Lu Ming's intelligence, he naturally knew that it was useless to come to the Phoenix Palace, so he left alone. I don't believe you. I'm going to search your soul to confirm it. The Wan family martial emperor's cold voice was heard. Then, he raised his hand and a huge hand grabbed at Huang Ling. This claw was like a world of its own, and it was impossible to avoid. Enough. With a wave of her hand, a phoenix flew out and destroyed the huge hand. An emperor attacking a junior disciple is really shameful. If you want to fight, I will fight with you. The palace master said. At the same time, a few more terrifying auras rushed out of the Phoenix Palace, and the emperor's might was vast. The martial sovereigns of the Wan family, the Heavenly Wolf Tower, and the Heavenly Bird Palace frowned and looked at each other. One hope you're telling the truth. Otherwise, well, fight the Phoenix Palace. The Wan clan's martial emperor said. After he finished speaking, he turned around and took a step forward, disappearing into the sky. Following that, the other martial sovereigns also disappeared. Return to the mountain. The Phoenix Palace master's face was grave as he returned to the Phoenix Palace with Feng Ling. The same scene was also playing out in the Divine Elephant sect. However, the Divine Elephant sect was even more overbearing. Long Chen's master was a terrifying existence. He had sent a martial emperor flying with a single blow. The experts of the four forces could only retreat. Lu Ming was not in the Divine Elephant sect, so it was not appropriate for them to take action. However, after that, the four major forces sent out even more powerful cultivators to search for Lu Ming in the entire Ancient Moon Sanctuary, but to no avail. The birth of the Great Yen Elixir Palace. Time flew by, and another month passed. In the past month, the Ancient Moon Holy Land was in a state of chaos. The experts from the four major forces searched extensively, but Lu Ming seemed to have disappeared into thin air. No matter how the four major forces searched, they could not find him. After a month, the four forces finally quieted down, as if they knew it was useless to continue searching. On the other hand, Lu Ming was cultivating in the Thousand Spirit Exchange. In his spare time, he would go shopping and buy some treasures. He was living a carefree life. I still haven't broken through to the Great Saint realm, but one should be close. I can feel that I'm about to reach the limit of a bright saint. When the time is right, he'll be able to break through naturally. Lu Ming strolled along the street and bought some spiritual herbs and some dragon bones. He had bought some absolute saint dragon bones and dragon blood in the Thousand Spirit Exchange, but his spirit body didn't evolve after refining them. It was too difficult for a medium-grade heavenly spiritual body to evolve into a high-grade heavenly spiritual body. After all, a superior-grade heaven spiritual body was the highest level of spiritual bodies. Lu Ming bought some items and returned to the inn to continue cultivating. In the blink of an eye, another month had passed. In the mountain and river diagram, Lu Ming sat cross-legged on the path understanding ancient tree. At this moment, a dragon's roar was heard from his body, and his saint power gushed out like a pillar of air, soaring into the sky. In his dantian, the two saint hearts were spinning crazily, and endless saint power gushed out. Boom! The aura on Lu Ming's body suddenly soared. Great Sage, breakthrough! At this moment, Lu Ming waved his hand and large piles of superior-grade raw stones appeared. Devour! Lu Ming released his devouring power and began to devour the energy of the rough stone and refine it. Lu Ming's body was like a black hole. Endless origin chi gushed into his body and turned into his saint energy. His saint energy became stronger and stronger. His two saint hearts became fuller and more crystal-like, and the pressure they emitted became stronger and stronger. After a few hours, Lu Ming finally stopped devouring the essential chi. The aura on his body then stabilized. I've finally broken through to the Great Saint realm. Lu Ming opened his eyes and smiled. After breaking through to the Supreme Saint realm, his strength had increased dramatically. If he were to fight against geniuses like Wan Pingyang and Su Tuo, he could kill them with a single slap. He didn't even need to use the chaotic finger of tribulation. Now that I've broken through to the great saint realm, I'll go out and take a look at the situation outside. Su Mo said. Lu Ming pondered. To break through to a new realm, it was impossible to just stay in seclusion. He still needed to gain more experience in order to reach the next level. Lu Ming exited the mountain and river diagram and headed outside. However, the moment Lu Ming stepped out, he realized that something was amiss. Many people were flying out of the Thousand Spirit Exchange. The Thousand Spirit Exchange had a large number of people going in and out every day, but it was still rare to see so many people flying out together. Uncle, what's the matter? Lu Ming pulled a yellow-faced uncle in his 50s and asked him with an honest smile. Little brother, you still don't know, right? The ancient Great Yen Elixir Hall has appeared. The yellow-faced uncle said. Great Yen Elixir Palace? Lu Ming was confused. You don't know. The yellow-faced uncle said. Uncle, I've just arrived at Ancient Moon Holy Land not long ago. I've never heard of any Great Yen Elixir Palace. Why don't I go with you and you can tell me about it? Lu Ming said naively. That's fine. Come with me. We'll talk as we walk. The yellow-faced uncle said. The two of them rose into the air and followed the crowd in a certain direction. On the way, the yellow-faced uncle explained everything to them. In the ancient times, Guyu Holy Land had a sect that was famous in the entire Yuan Mountain. This sect was the Great Yen Elixir Palace. The Great Yen Elixir Hall was so famous not because of its strength, but because of its alchemy skills. It was said that the Great Yen Elixir Palace was a single sect and had very few people, but its alchemy skills were the best of the best. The Dian Elixir Hall's Dian Elixir scripture could be used together with the Dian Elixir furnace to refine all kinds of pills that could seize the fortune of heaven and earth. For example, it could directly condense the laws of heaven and earth and refine pills that could improve the laws. Another example was that it could refine pills that could evolve the spirit body. This kind of alchemy technique could be said to be incredible. However, in ancient times, the Grand Yen Hall had suddenly disappeared in a day. Even the main gate of the Great Yen Elixir Palace had disappeared. Countless powerful forces and experts almost turned the entire ancient Moon Holy Land upside down, but they still couldn't find the Great Yen Elixir Palace. There were countless conjectures about why the Great Yen Elixir Palace had disappeared overnight. Some said that there was an unparalleled expert who coveted the inheritance of the Great Yen Elixir Hall and destroyed it, snatching the Great Yen Elixir scripture and the Great Yen Elixir furnace. But many people didn't believe this. Although the Great Yen Elixir Palace only had one disciple, every generation was a top-notch genius in the world. As each generation matured, their strength would be extremely terrifying. It wouldn't be easy to destroy the Great Yen Elixir Palace. There was also another theory that the Great Yen Elixir Hall had too few people, and in the end, its inheritance was broken, so it automatically went into seclusion. Anyway, there were different opinions, and no one had a unified answer. However, the Great Evolution Elixir scripture, this kind of alchemy technique that seized the good fortune of heaven and earth, was lost. Recently, there was an anomaly at the former site of the Dian Elixir Palace. It was suspected that the Dian Elixir Palace was about to appear. Countless people went there to try their luck. According to the ancient records, in every great era, there would be many geniuses, kings, and scholars competing for supremacy. Those ruins and various ancient inheritances would also appear one after another in search of successors. Now that they were in a great era, it was normal for the Dian Elixir Hall to appear. Lu Ming was secretly shocked. The Great Evolution Elixir scripture could directly condense the laws of heaven and earth to refine elixirs. It could even refine elixirs that could evolve the spirit body. This kind of alchemy technique was really heaven-defying. If it was obtained by a powerful force, how many geniuses would be born? Lu Ming followed the yellow-faced uncle and flew all the way. Not long after, they saw that the void in front of them was filled with people. They had arrived at the old location of the Great Yen Elixir Hall. The two of them flew into the crowd and found that everyone was looking in front of them. They saw a small hill in front of them. The small hill looked like an ordinary alchemy furnace. This is the old site of the Great Yen Elixir Palace. It looks very ordinary and there's nothing unusual about it. How did it attract so many people here? Lu Ming was very surprised. It's here again. At this moment, someone spoke. Buzz. The small hill seemed to be shaking, and then a green halo spread out. Along with the halo, there was a fragrance. It was the fragrance of pills. What a strong medicinal pill fragrance. Lu Ming could not help but take a deep breath. The smell of medicine assailed his nose. He felt refreshed and comfortable. What was even more shocking was that the hill was emitting a medicinal fragrance. As the light spread, it was actually slowly growing larger. Yes, the hill was growing bigger. Lu Ming would not be mistaken. The hill has become bigger again. Every time it emits a halo, the hill will become bigger. Is the Great Yen Elixir Palace really going to appear? It's very possible, but it hasn't completely emerged yet. We need to wait. Some people were discussing in the surroundings. Lu Ming had obtained a lot of useful information. The gathering of martial sovereigns. After half a day, the hill had doubled in size. It was only a few dozen meters tall before, but now it was 100 meters tall. The halo had also disappeared. After the halo disappeared, the fragrance of the elixir pill also slowly faded. The Great Yen Elixir Palace is most likely underground. Watch me break it. A burly man stepped out. He gave off a terrifying aura. He was an absolute saint. Buzz. This person's palm was like a blade. As he struck out, a shocking blade radiance formed and slashed towards the hill, wanting to split it in half. However, when the saber radiance hit the hill, a circle of light burst out from the hill. Under this light, the saber radiance collapsed instantly. The burly figure was hit by the light and his body shook violently. He spat out blood and retreated. His face was pale and filled with fear. You're overestimating yourself. Someone sneered. There were so many people here, including many absolute saints and even emperor-to-be figures. How could they not have tried before, but they had all been injured and retreated. That was why so many people were waiting here. Everyone was deep in thought. The ancient Dian Elixir Palace was no small matter. It seemed that it would be almost impossible for external forces to break it open by itself. Uncle, thank you for leading the way. Lu Ming thanked the yellow-faced uncle. Then, he went to the side alone and sat cross-legged on a mountain peak, waiting quietly. As time passed, there were more and more people here. At a glance, the sky was almost full of human figures. Every once in a while, the hill would glow and grow bigger. As the days passed, the hill grew bigger and bigger. Half a month later, the hill had grown to 100,000 feet tall, towering into the clouds. It was surrounded by clouds and mist, just like a celestial mountain. From a distance, it looked like a huge pill furnace that stood between heaven and earth. And this wasn't the end. The mountain of pill furnaces was still growing, and by the day, it would grow by a large margin. Another half a month passed. Lu Ming had been here for a month. The mountain of the alchemy furnace had already reached a height of more than 1,000,000 feet. It was like a divine mountain, occupying a large area of territory. The mountain of pill furnaces is no longer growing. At this moment, someone spoke up. This was because the mountain of pill furnaces had not grown in size for 3 days. Could it be that the mountain of pill furnaces had completely appeared? Many people stared ahead with fiery eyes. At this moment, a figure stepped out from the sky. This figure was shrouded in a terrifying divine light. His appearance could not be seen clearly, but he was emitting an extremely terrifying aura. He stood high in the sky, but he gave people an illusion as if there was an entire world standing there. The shocking pressure made everyone's expression change drastically, and their breathing became a little difficult. Wu. A martial emperor. Someone said, his voice extremely interfering. An emperor-ranked character had appeared. How were they going to compete with a martial emperor? However, this was only the beginning. After that, one figure after another appeared in the sky. These figures were all emitting divine light, like gods. It was as if there were worlds floating there. Emperor-ranked powerhouses, they were all emperor-ranked powerhouses. Emperor-level experts had their saint hearts condensed into a small world and had the power of the world. Just by standing there, they were like a world. There were more than a dozen emperor-level powerhouses standing in the sky. They dominated the area and gave off a terrifying pressure. However, this was not the end. The number of emperor-ranked powerhouses continued to increase. In the end, more than 20 emperor-ranked powerhouses appeared. Many people were flabbergasted. It had been many years since so many emperor-ranked powerhouses had gathered. It was obvious that even emperor-ranked powerhouses couldn't remain calm when the Great Yen Elixir Palace appeared this time and had personally taken action. Most likely, all of the powerful forces in ancient Moon Holy Land had emperor-ranked figures. Ming was also secretly shocked. As expected of ancient Moon Holy Land, more than 20 emperor-level experts gathered together. How spectacular! You guys have all come out, let's go. A deep voice came from the sky. It reverberated in the world and caused the void to rumble. Emperor-ranked powerhouses could create small worlds, and every move they made contained the power of the world. They could destroy heaven and earth, and their power was unimaginable. Even when they spoke, if they didn't suppress it, they could still have terrifying power. How can one not come when the Great Yen Elixir Palace has appeared? Same to you. In the sky, a few voices sounded. Below, the others were completely silent, no one dared to speak. An emperor-ranked character had appeared. If they dared to speak out and angered one of the emperor-ranked characters, they would be dead with a single slap. Since you're here, why aren't you attacking? Said the tall and sturdy figure who had arrived first. No rush. Someone said indifferently. You guys are really cunning. You're just waiting for someone else to take the lead. If you don't make a move, then 111 do it. The burly figure said with a disdainful voice. Then, he took a step forward and rushed toward the furnace mountain. In an instant, he had rushed into the mountain and was covered by the clouds. Buzz. At this moment, the mountain trembled, and a halo spread out, rushing toward the burly figure. Open it. A rumbling sound came from the mountain. Then, a shocking sword light shot up into the sky, as if it was going to split the world. The vast sword power caused the expressions of everyone below the emperor level to change. Facing such power, anyone below the emperor level would be like an ant, easily annihilated. This was the power of an emperor-ranked expert. It's the martial sovereign of the Wilderness Sword Sect. Someone whispered. However, the result was beyond everyone's expectations. The sword light that could destroy heaven and earth did not destroy the halo. As the halo rushed past, the sword light shattered and the sound of the sword resounded through the world. Then, a burly figure retreated rapidly out of the range of the mountain. The divine light on his body trembled a little and revealed his true appearance. It was a middle-aged man with a sword on his back. However, his face was pale. There's a terrifying formation in the mountain. The middle-aged man said with a gloomy expression. It seems that you can't do it. Let me do it. A cold and arrogant voice was heard. Then, a figure covered in golden flames stepped out. Gah! With a screech, the figure transformed into a three-legged golden crow. It was extremely huge, like a sun in the sky. This was an emperor-level expert from the three-legged golden crow race, powerful and terrifying. The three-legged golden crow flapped his wings and his huge body turned into a golden light and rushed into the mountain. However, his result was the same as the martial sovereign from the Wilderness Sword sect. He was also sent flying by the halo, which made him extremely unhappy. Following that, other emperor-ranked powerhouses also tried, but the result was the same. They were all sent flying. One suggests that we join forces. It's difficult to enter alone. A cold voice sounded out. This person was extremely terrifying and gave off an incredibly sharp aura. There seemed to be countless weapons flying around him, and each weapon gave off terrifying power. This person was an emperor-level expert from the Wan clan. That's right. Let's work together and break this formation. The other emperor-level expert nodded. Chapter 1797 Crisis Bang. Bang! Then, 7 emperor-level experts stepped out and rushed into the mountain. Buzz! The mountain of pill furnaces trembled continuously, and rays of light burst out. The emperor-level powerhouses also made their moves. The entire area burst out with a terrifying roar. The sky and earth shook, and the entire world was shaking wildly. Retreat, retreat. Those below the emperor level all retreated. It was too terrifying when an emperor level expert made a move. If they were even slightly affected, they would definitely end up in ashes. Heaven and earth trembled. The pill furnace mountain emitted a brilliant light that was surrounded by halos. That was the light of pill chi, but it could explode with shocking power and was extremely mysterious. Moreover, the shaking became more and more intense, and the mountain of alchemy furnace became a little illusory, as if it would break through the sky at any time. Buzz! And NBSP whoosh! With a flash, the emperor-level figures all retreated out of the mountain. One can't force my way in. Otherwise, this pill furnace mountain will break through the air and escape again. Someone said with a frown. Then what should one do? Someone asked. It seems that this great Yen Elixir Palace doesn't welcome Emperor-ranked people. It seems that I can only send people below Emperor-ranked in to try. An Emperor-level figure spoke. The others fell silent for a moment before nodding their heads. Emperor-ranked figures couldn't enter at all. Even if they all attacked, the mountain of pill furnaces would probably disappear into the void. At that time, they wouldn't be able to obtain anything. They could only send people below the Emperor-ranked to try. Following that, these Emperor-ranked figures began to send out people from their respective powers who were below Emperor-ranked. In the beginning, they sent Emperors to be, but they were all blasted out without exception. However, the strength of the halos was much weaker. They could only blast Emperors to be out, but at most, they would be injured. Their power was far less than when they were dealing with Emperor-level experts. Otherwise, he could kill a group of Emperor to be in an instant. After that, sending absolute saints was still useless. The Emperors were very patient and they slowly tested it out. Finally, they got it. Only the younger generation below the age of 50 could enter, and the halo was the weakest. Some geniuses could completely withstand it and enter smoothly. Immediately, the major forces began to dispatch their younger generation. Soon, all the paragons were gathered here. Not only that, other than the heaven's favorites from the ancient Moon Holy Land, there were also many heaven's favorites from the ordinary emperor-ranked forces. Lu Ming also mixed in with some young people and did not attract any attention. You guys go in. Find an opportunity to destroy Phoenix Palace and some of the Divine Elephant Sect's geniuses, especially Phoenix Spirit and Long Chen. Some of the geniuses of the Wan clan were standing beside the Emperor-ranked experts of the Wan clan. At this moment, the Emperor-ranked experts of the Wan clan were transmitting messages to them. Their voices were extremely cold. Yes, Lord Martial Emperor. The Wan clan's geniuses nodded. Don't worry. I've already contacted the people from the Sirius Tower, the Celestial Bird Palace, and the Ziji sect. If they dare to kill the Wan family's prodigy with Lu Ming, they'll die without a doubt. The Emperor-level expert from the Wan clan coldly spoke. A cold glint flashed across the eyes of the Wan family's paragons. Go. The Emperor-level expert from the Wan clan waved his hand. Buzz. And NBSP whoosh. The Wan family's elites all flew toward the mountain of pill furnaces. At the same time, the Heaven's Pride experts of the other forces also rushed toward the mountain. Lu Ming mixed in with the Heaven's Pride experts of the ordinary Emperor-ranked forces and also rushed toward the mountain. Many young geniuses rushed into the mountain, and the mountain of pill furnaces also emitted layers of light. However, these halos were much weaker in comparison. Lu Ming only felt a slight numbness in his body. He seemed to be able to resist the power of the halo very easily. However, even though he was relaxed, not everyone was so relaxed. Some of the young men with weak talents and combat strength had their expressions change drastically. Their bodies trembled and they retreated rapidly out of the range of the mountain. Some people had been eliminated before they even entered. Their expressions were ugly, but there were still many people who resisted the pressure and went into the depths of the mountain. Not long after, they entered the mountain and disappeared into the clouds and mist, disappearing from the sight of outsiders. Who will be the one to obtain the inheritance of the Dian Elixir Palace? Everyone pondered and revealed looks of anticipation as they waited quietly. The mountain of alchemy furnaces occupied a vast area. After Lu Ming and the rest entered, they were surrounded by white fog and their vision was not very good. The mountain of alchemy furnaces was still very far away from them. Everyone displayed their figures and leaped away, disappearing into the vast clouds. Lu Ming also dashed toward the mountain of alchemy furnaces. However, after running for half an hour, they were still very far from the mountain of pill furnaces. As for the people who had entered, they had long since scattered. Looking around, not a single person could be seen. From the outside, it doesn't look very far. One didn't expect it to be so far after one entered. Lu Ming muttered to himself and continued to move forward. What? Not long after, Lu Ming suddenly stopped. He saw a few figures in front of him. They were the Wan family. These people from the Wan family, what are they up to? Let's follow and see. Lu Ming's gaze shifted. He restrained his aura and followed them quietly. The elites of the Wan family headed in one direction. Not long after, they set up an ambush at the edge of a valley. Not long after, other people appeared and also laid in ambush nearby. It's the people from the Skywolf Tower and the Purple Extreme sect. Lu Ming's gaze flickered. Later on, he saw some people from the Heavenly Bird Palace. These four forces were the ones who had established the 10,000 spirit exchange, and they had a good relationship with each other. What were they trying to do by sneaking around? Very soon, Lu Ming found out. In front of him, there were 5 or 6 figures running over. Phoenix Spirit, Long Chen. Lu Ming's eyes flashed. Among those figures were Phoenix Spirit and Long Chen. As for the others, they were obviously the paragons of Phoenix Palace and Divine Elephant sect. The Wan family had laid an ambush here to deal with Huang Ling and the others. You're really looking for death. A cold glint flashed in Lu Ming's eyes. He suddenly shouted, "Kill!" His voice spread far and wide, causing Feng Ling and Long Chen's expressions to change. They could not help but stop. We haven't entered the encirclement yet. Which idiot is shouting? The Wan clan's heaven's favorites all had gloomy expressions as they cursed. The people from the 4 forces were hiding in different places, so they thought it was someone from another force. The people from the other forces were the same, thinking that it was called by another force. Who is it? Long Chen's eyes were like lightning as he looked around. Buzz. And NBSP whoosh. The WAN family's sovereign flew out and appeared in front of Huang Ling and the others. Since a surprise attack didn't work, he could only attack directly. The WAN family. Huang Ling's face darkened. NUS. As the voices rang out, the geniuses of the other three forces appeared. In a flash, they surrounded Huang Ling and the others. One family, Sirius Tower, Heavenly Bird Palace, Purple Extreme Sect, what do you want to do? Huang Ling said coldly. Lu Ming, what do you want? Huang Ling, Long Chen, you helped Lu Ming kill 4 of our geniuses and caused a ruckus at the 1,000 Spirit Exchange. Do you think we'll let this go? You will have to pay with your lives. A heaven's favorite of the Wan family sneered, revealing his sharp edge and cold killing intent. So it's because of this. Humph, your Wan family has already lost many geniuses. Don't let all of them die. Long Chen said coldly. The aura on his body became violent. His body swelled up, and his arms became thick and large, containing endless power. You're the ones who will die. Attack together. The WAN clan's Heaven's Pride expert coldly shouted. However, at this moment, a series of air-piercing sounds came from afar. 4 or 5 figures flew over at extreme speed, causing the expressions of the paragons of the Wan family and the Skywolf Tower to change slightly. The next moment, 5 figures appeared in the sky. Hee, it's really lively. Brother Wan, how about we join in on such a good event? One of the golden-robed young men spoke, his voice filled with killing intent. So, you are brothers from the Gold Crow clan. Good, let's attack together. The paragons of the 4 forces were overjoyed. The faces of Feng Ling, Long Chen, and the others turned even uglier. People of the Gold Crow clan, we have no grudges against each other, why do you want to hit me when I'm down? Said Huang Ling facing the 4 forces, they were already in danger. With the Golden Crow race's prodigy, they were in even more danger. No grudges. It's laughable that you're with Lu Ming. That means you have a grudge against us. Well, kill everyone who's with Lu Ming. Said a young man in a golden robe. His voice was extremely cold. He was the 9th prince of the Golden Crow. Back in the phoenix's nest, he had almost been stripped of all his feathers by Lu Ming. He hated Lu Ming to the core. Let's kill them together and find the inheritance of the Dian Elixir Palace. The leader of the Wan family shouted. His body glowed with light, and saint weapons flew out. This man's cultivation was extremely terrifying. He was in the minor mastery of the Supreme Saint realm and was no weaker than Wan Pingyang. He was also one of the strongest Heaven's Pride experts of the Wan family. In addition, the Sirius Tower, the Purple Extreme Sect, and the Heavenly Bird Palace all had Supreme Saint geniuses. In total, there were 5 Supreme Saint geniuses, and one of them was even a Supreme Saint in the profound level. This power was extremely terrifying, enough to kill Feng Ling and Long Chen. Furthermore, he had the help of the Golden Crow tribe. Among the 5 people of the Golden Crow clan, there were 2 Supreme Saints. They were the 5th and 4th prince of the Golden Crow. All of them were peerless geniuses. Each of them had the ability to fight above their level. Ordinary Supreme Saints couldn't compare to them. Charge out. Huang Ling and Long Chen's expressions were extremely ugly. They gathered together and rushed madly in one direction. You won't be able to escape, kill. And NBSP, the 4 factions, as well as the Golden Crow race, attacked together. Terrifying attacks poured toward them. Die. Long Chen roared and used all his strength. He punched dozens of times in an instant, destroying the attacks. Meanwhile, Huang Ling used the law of inextinguishable flame. The cry of a phoenix resounded through the world and protected the others. However, with so many experts joining forces, Long Chen and Feng Ling's bodies still trembled. Their faces turned pale and blood flowed from the corners of their mouths. The law of unperishable flame and the law of extremity. These two king bodies should be killed. One of the Wan family's heaven's favorites shouted with a jealous expression. Long Chen and Feng Ling had comprehended the laws of the king path, which was called the king body. The more they cultivated, the stronger their combat power would be in the future. In the future, they would far surpass them. It was the best time to kill them now. This was also the reason why the monarch-level experts from the four forces had ordered them to kill Long Chen and Phoenix Spirit. The king physique would be incomparably terrifying when it grew in the future, suppressing all the heroes. At that time, the strength of Phoenix Palace and Divine Elephant Sect would be even more astonishing, surpassing the other forces. Therefore, such a genius should be killed in the cradle. In any case, even if they died in the Great Yen Elixir Palace, no one would know how they died and they wouldn't be blamed. Kill. Exterminate the king physique. Voices filled with killing intent rang out, and even more terrifying attacks were launched at Huang Ling and the others. At this moment, Huang Ling and the rest moved like waves and moved 100 meters away, avoiding the attacks. Kill. In the sky, a loud shout rang out, causing those with weaker cultivations to scream in pain. Following that, a huge finger descended from the sky like a god's move, pointing towards the Wan clan's geniuses. This is. The laws of chaos are Lu Ming's. The Wan clan's heaven's pride expert let out a desperate roar. He exploded out with all his strength, and his saint weapon rushed towards the giant finger, hoping to block it. But now, Lu Ming had broken through to the supreme saint realm and his combat power had skyrocketed. How could he stop the finger of tribulation of chaos? The primal chaos finger of tribulation crushed over. The heavens favorites of the Wan family who were below the supreme saint realm didn't even have time to scream. Their bodies exploded and their souls were destroyed. The supreme saint heaven's favorite didn't resist for long. He let out an unwilling roar and his body exploded. Another supreme saint of the Wan family had fallen. Buzz. A young man in a black robe descended from the sky. His black hair was flying in the wind, and his face was cold. More than 100 holy weapons were flying around him. It was Lu Ming. Lu Ming. Huang Ling, Long Chen, and the others were overjoyed. The paragons of the other forces were shocked. Lu Ming, you actually dare to appear again and kill the Wan clan's prodigy. This time, you won't be able to escape even if you have wings. No one can save you. A heaven's favorite from the Skywolf Tower shouted. If one kill all of you, who will know? Lu Ming said coldly. Kill all of us? What a joke. Although your combat strength is strong, with so many of us working together, it's more than enough to kill you. A purple-robed young man stepped out from the Purple Extreme sect. His purple hair flew in the wind, and his aura was wild. This person had the cultivation of a supreme saint in the upper tier. He had a medium-grade heavenly spiritual body and was unparalleled in the world. His combat strength was shocking. That's right. If we join forces, we can kill him. Someone from the Golden Crow race also stepped out. Together with the paragon of the Purple Extreme sect, they formed a horn. Their violent aura pressed toward Lu Ming. He was the fourth prince of the Golden Crow. He was stronger than the fifth prince of the Golden Crow and also had the cultivation of the Supreme Saint. You guys, send a few people to stop Feng Ling and Long Chen. The rest of you, kill Lu Ming with me. The paragon of the Purple Extreme sect ordered. Suddenly, two Supreme Saints rushed toward Long Chen and Feng Ling, blocking their way. Their mission was to stall Huang Ling and Long Chen while the others killed Lu Ming. As long as they could kill Lu Ming, they would be able to annihilate Huang Ling and the rest. Purple light burst forth, forming a purple-grade combat sword that charged toward Lu Ming. The golden crow let out a long screech as the grand sun's flames burned fiercely. The golden crow spread its wings and tore through the air. The terrifying grand sun's true flames surged towards Lu Ming. At the same time, the other eminent saint-stage geniuses also launched terrifying attacks at Lu Ming. Lu Ming, be careful. Huan Ling reminded. Lu Ming's expression was calm. He took a step forward with his holy weapon sword in hand. Thump. Countless runes appeared in the sky, forming a terrifying sealing power that enveloped the Golden Crow fourth prince and the others. Not good. It's the Array Dao law, the power of sealing. How does he have two laws? The fourth Golden Crow prince and the others roared in disbelief. Emperor-grade wings. Not only did Lu Ming possess two types of laws, but they were also two extremely terrifying laws. The Chaos laws were one of the 10 strongest laws in the world. The Array Dao laws were also one of the King Dao laws, second only to the 10 strongest laws. At the martial sage realm, one could only cultivate and control one law. Only at the martial emperor realm could one cultivate many laws. This was an iron law. How could Lu Ming control two laws at the martial sage realm? Kill. Lu Ming stepped forward and slashed his sword. The terrifying sword radiance caused the void to tremble. As the sword radiance slashed, the attack of the Supreme Saint from the Purple Extreme sect was instantly shattered. The sword radiance did not stop. As it came down, the Supreme Saint of the Purple Extreme sect was cut in half by Lu Ming's sword before he could even scream. So what if he was a Supreme Saint? Lu Ming, who had reached the Supreme Saint realm, could still kill him with one sword. Quickly retreat. This person is too monstrous. We can't fight him head-on. Someone roared as he frantically retreated. A paragon of the Great Sage Mastery realm was killed by Lu Ming with one sword. This kind of combat strength was too shocking. It made them shiver all over. The fourth prince of the Golden Crow clan, who had previously put on an air of superiority by relying on his cultivation, had retreated faster than anyone else. However, when they retreated, it was as if they had hit a wall. The space in the void seemed to have become solid. On the other side, Pow Pow pouted, looking completely harmless. Kill. Lu Ming stepped on the air and slashed with his combat sword. The combat weapon aura soared into the sky. Blood splattered everywhere as another Supreme Saint was killed. The others were even more scared out of their wits. They fled frantically, flying in all directions. However, bubbles cast the spacetime domain and sealed the void. They could not escape at all. Lu Ming moved and killed another genius. Kill. Then, Lu Ming shouted again and the divine sword technique burst out, blasting into the bodies of those geniuses. The heavens' favorites below the Supreme Saint realm let out a shrill scream and then died. All those below the Supreme Saint realm had their souls torn apart by Lu Ming and died. Even Supreme Saints were shaking and bleeding from their 7 apertures. Lu Ming's combat strength had skyrocketed after he had broken through to the Supreme Saint realm. These geniuses who were at the same level as him or one level higher were no match for him at all. The gap between them was too wide. There were only 4 people left at the scene. The 4th prince of the Golden Crow, the 5th prince, the Heavenly Bird Palace, and the Heavenly Wolf Tower each had a sovereign. Lu Ming, you've killed so many of our men. You're dead for sure. The 4th Golden Crow prince roared. What a joke. You're the ones who came to kill Long Chen first. Lu Ming stared at the 4th prince of the Golden Crow as he spoke coldly. Then, he charged toward the 4th prince. The 4th Golden Crow prince's expression was extremely ugly. At this moment, he seemed to have made a decision. His eyes flashed with ruthlessness. Then, he opened his mouth and spat out a pair of wings. It was a pair of golden wings. With one look, one could tell that it was the wings of a golden crow. The Golden Crow fourth prince spat out a few mouthfuls of blood onto his wings. The wings shone brightly and the fire of the sun burned. It wrapped around the Golden Crow fourth prince and turned into a golden light, flying away like lightning. Gotcha! The spatial wall that Pow Pow had set up was completely unable to block it and was pierced through. Then, with an unbelievable speed, the fourth Golden Crow prince disappeared into the distance. The wings of an emperor-level Golden Crow. Lu Ming's face was gloomy. He did not expect the fourth prince of the Golden Crow to have such a treasure. It was clearly a pair of Overlord-tier Golden Crow wings. With the blood of the fourth prince of the Golden Crow, its speed was amazing. In a short time, it had a bit of the speed of the Overlord-tier Golden Crow. Lu Ming could not catch up at all. This was the best life-saving item. With the fourth Golden Crow prince's escape, the remaining three revealed a glimmer of hope. Lu Ming, you'd better let me go. My fourth brother has escaped. The martial sovereigns outside will soon find out that you've killed so many of our people. They won't let you off. Let me go and 111 find my fourth brother first. When we get out of here, keep this a secret and don't tell anyone that you're the one who killed them. The fifth prince of the Golden Crow cried out. That's right. We can also keep it a secret. Otherwise, if the emperor gets angry, you'll die without a burial place. The genius from the Heavenly Bird Palace said. Oh, really? Lu Ming looked pensive. The fifth Golden Crow prince and the others were overjoyed. They thought that Lu Ming was really afraid and did not dare to kill them. All of a sudden, Lu Ming moved. He thrust his sword forward and pierced through the Golden Crow fifth prince's dantian, pinning him to the ground. Lu Ming, the fifth prince of the Golden Crow, screamed and looked at Lu Ming in disbelief. He could not understand why Lu Ming would suddenly attack. What a fool. Even if today's incident didn't happen, do you think those emperor-level experts would let me go? Lu Ming sneered. The four factions had been hunting him down ever since the incident at the Thousand Spirit Exchange, and their relationship was irreconcilable. They would not rest until one of them was dead, so what difference would it make if today's incident had not happened? The two geniuses from the Sirius Tower and the Celestial Bird Palace were also stunned. They did not expect Lu Ming to suddenly attack them. Kill! Kill! Huan Ling and Long Chen launched their attacks. The two men were careless and screamed in pain. They were killed by the two. Their combat strength was not as good as Long Chen and Feng Ling, and now that they were distracted, how could they not die? You guys didn't have to do anything, just leave it to me. Lu Ming said to Huan Ling and Long Chen. They're here to kill us, so how can we not kill them? Long Chen said fearlessly. It's a pity that one of them managed to escape. If the emperor-level experts of the Wan family knew about this, they would probably go crazy. Lu Ming said. These were all the top geniuses of the major forces. This was a great loss that even the powerful forces of the Holy Lands would feel heartache. So what if they're mad? They killed us first. 111 definitely report this to the palace master. It's good enough that we don't go to them for trouble, said Huan Ling. Beside Huan Ling and the other heaven's favorites swallowed hard. Their hearts were in turmoil and they could not calm down. A group of powerful geniuses had died just like that. Most of them had died at Lu Ming's hands. He was truly a god of slaughter. How many heaven's favorites had he killed during this period of time? Let's pack up and leave this place first, Lu Ming said. Then, he put away the storage rings of these people and left the place one after another, heading towards the mountain of alchemy furnaces. Lu Ming changed his form and aura again as he followed Long Chen and the rest. In another direction, a ray of light flashed and the fourth crown prince of the Golden Crow appeared. At this moment, his face was deathly pale. After he stopped, he spat out a few mouthfuls of blood and quickly retracted his wings. Although the pair of wings was an excellent treasure for escaping, every time he used it, he would suffer great losses. Lu Ming, you've killed a few of the crown princes of my Golden Crow clan. No one can save you. You'll die without a burial ground. The fourth Golden Crow prince's eyes flickered with a terrifying killing intent. He then took out a pill and swallowed it, beginning to recover from his injuries. You're tuning into the Han Li's Wuxia Chronicles YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.